Yeah, he's going to jump in to get the ultimate onto 3 there from Bill. He's tanking towers. He's got like a double kill. Goes over to the side of Kit Rukin. That's going to be the next one picked up by Alex as Fierce tries to jump in. Last tower outside the base will not live long. Solar Flare comes down, does hit everyone. But Simpy, his health bar's being melted by Alex. Look at the bullet time as well. Lenny will be cut down. Ruddy. That game number 3 looks to be a little bit of a mistake as Alaric jumps in forward, catching onto Lingard. They get the triple kill onto their MF, taking them down for the quadra kill.
As well, Lingard still has ulti, flash and barrier.
Throws it down, goes into the pit and steals the Baron from under the noses of Nords. Here comes Lingard, here comes Simpy, down go the bodies. Hunt's trying to clean up, but he can't do it at all.
Ecstasy now very low.
As the ult comes through, Ecstasy is not going to be able to live it, and Hunt gets caught. Venomcrest, they sink their fangs into the prey once more, and this time the dosage is going to be lethal. Not paralyzed, eyes open.
We've reached the top of the mountain. The throne awaits for the next king. Ruddy burned and consumed everyone during their path, while Venomcrest had to build their staircase brick by brick. Welcome to the finals for the Northern League of Legends Summer Split 2024. My name is Asherom, and I need the best of the best. So I need the guest, Kasang, also with Hip Brain. And there you go, Foxtrot for the desk. How are we doing, folks?
Yeah, I'm good. Very good. I was surprised you came to me. You talk about the best of the best, and I was like, right, I guess I'll leave it. Whoa. Good thing we have Kasing here, though. How are you doing, Mr. Raymond? We haven't seen you on the NLC in a while.
Yeah, I know you guys missed me a lot, being in usually the finals, but you know what? Here, I am actually here at the finals, except with you guys. Haha. But I'm doing great.
I felt a little bit of a pain inside of that laugh as well. So thank you so much for joining us. It will be lovely to have your input as well. And talking about joining in, we also have the caster, so we're going to be voicing the games today inside of the Rift. Well, it is Duckling and Veteran. One is really knowledgeable about the game, and the other one actually says he won an NLC Cup. I don't know. Veteran, do you want to talk about that?
I'm a one-time NLC champion, right? I've stated this multiple times on broadcast. I was a part of Tricked when they won. Probably the biggest underdog story in all of NLC history, might I add. A roster that wasn't predicted to finish, beat both the academies, like Fnatic Academy and Excel. So yeah, I'm very proud of my team.
Goodness. You killed your color caster. Look at him. He's already defeated. You didn't even start today.
I thought I was going to be casting a middle cop.
Oh, that was an update. Sorry, Veteran. That was an update on the bracket, and sadly we couldn't get middle cut on finals.
Just
I apologize.
Every day. I mean, I'm happy to be here.
But life can be consuming. I understand. Sorry, man. Let's toss it back to the desk. Hey, good luck, Duckling. How do we feel about this? Venomcrest versus Ruddy, obviously. But for those of you back at home who are still playing Fantasy League, oh, you forgot about it? Well, let me refresh your memory. You can win these prizes. Look at them. This is your final opportunity. So if you didn't input your Fantasy League today, it's your time to do so. And if you win, well, congratulations. And if the third one, you'll get Middlecot's mouse. I still don't understand the giveaway and the rules, but apparently it is going to be Middlecot's mouse. If you want some tips and tricks about what team to build for this last day, I'll showcase to you who's at the top. You believe it's all ready, but it's not! We got a switcheroo. Lenny and Fierce showed up out of nowhere. Welcome. After their game versus Nord, obviously they got a little bit of an attention. I was waiting for Simpy to be there as well, but we'll talk about Simpy later on into the show. Don't worry about that one. Now, let's talk about the real deal, folks. I'll let you all three just relax a little bit. We're now going to introduce the topic, Venomcrest versus Ruddy, or I would say Ruddy because they were the ones dominating the entire split.
Yeah, this is this series, I'm gonna be real with you. I I'm optimistic for Ruddy here. I think this is honestly we saw them play this very matchup at the beginning of the playoffs, and Venomcrest got wiped. I mean, they had like one game where I think it looked like it was maybe gonna be a Venomcrest win, and they fumbled the bag real bad there. I've predicted this to be a 3-0 for Ruddy once again. I'm surprised Venomcrest made it this far, and I mean, I don't really want to be digging in Venomcrest. I think that's mean, but I thought the two best teams in the league were Nord and Ruddy. Venomcrest, I have to admit, I'm very impressed that they've made it this far. I'm really happy for them, but I think once they get to this, I think this is like the hurdle they can't get over. Ruddy just look way too strong.
I'm looking at you, folks. Yeah, tell me, Foxtrot.
No, what were you going to say? I want to hear what you think when you look at me.
Because I looked at you and Kasing, and both of you were like, makes sense. So I want to check predictions. It seems like everybody's on the same boat.
I thought you were going to call me handsome. My bad.
You are really
yeah,
handsome,
3-0 for Ruddy. That's it. That's it. Jake
doomed.
and I both slammed that down. What's Kasing gone for? You're not doomed, mate. I've ruined my score. Okay, I was on 0 coming into playoffs, and now I'm like plus 20 or something. It's terrible. I hate it. I've actually got some right.
You've done all right here, but like, let's be real. You've been ass at predictions.
Ass? What are you talking about? Bro, do you know how hard it is to get 0? Like a flat 0 after betting on every single game. That's more difficult than winning the whole bloody thing, which I did last split, by the way. So, what can I say? Onwards and upwards for me. But yeah, it seems you and I are pretty equal on this one, though. Because do you think it's a 3-1? What do you think is going to be that one game that Venomcrest can take?
When Venomcrest, you know, just win a lane and just snowball from the game, you know? It's just how it is, right? With Venomcrest, the way I see it is, right, when they have like a strong top side, I think when they do play for it and actually get like a meaningful lead, they actually do well, in my opinion. Unless they, you know, suddenly decide, you know what, let's not win. Let's just give them the win. We don't want it. But honestly, the fact that Venomcrest 3-0 Nord, and I kind of rewatched a bit of the replays of when they played, and honestly, they looked pretty clean. Like, I don't know, maybe it was just today, maybe they just ate something good, you know, like, you know what, guys, let's have my good cereal today, not the other cereal. You know what I'm saying?
I like it.
Do you have a good cereal?
What are you talking about?
You don't know about a good cereal.
Is that cereal?
Guys, you don't know the Special K.
Special K.
Mate, that's
that's good.
It was until, let me tell you, they made it too sugary, man. They've changed it. I swear to
have
heck.
they?
It used to be so nice when I was younger.
Where are we going? Where are we going? Go to
That's why it's a special one, guys. A special cereal.
We have a special match today. We have Venomcrest versus Nord. So let's introduce to you the teams. They have already fought before, and let's keep it in your minds that out of 6 games, only 1 has been won by Venomcrest so far. And it was that one that Kasing was talking. I don't know if it's going to happen yet again. I'm the only one predicting Venomcrest. I'm like, you know what? Go all in. I took a Foxtrot. Like I was like, I need to deliver the Foxtrot. So I believe in you, Fox.
I'm loving the fact that we have only 4 player pictures out of the 10. We've done 4 out of 10. We're in the final, and we don't even have a pic. I don't know what anyone from Ruddy looks like. I have no idea. I know what Don
I've
Jake
only
looks like,
seen
but
built once, and to be honest, I'm not sure that was not a paid actor. So
I don't think it was him. I don't think it was him.
I still believe the entire team of Ruddy is just ChatGPT in premium mode. I'm just saying, I don't know.
Find pro player picture.
But let's talk about Ruddy and their path to greatness, how they got here and how chaotic they can be. Because when I look into this team, I feel they like thrive on chaos itself. How do you folks feel about Ruddy?
I think they are the kings of chaos, and a lot of it just comes down to them being so skilled. You don't need organization. You don't need anything too fancy when you are simply 5 players just going crazy on the Rift. You know, like we can look at some of their stats as well, which I'm sure we'll do later on, and you can just see their damage stats, their kill participation, all these kind of things. Like they just go onto the Rift and they just bulldoze everyone. Like you don't need to really make it any kind of finesse, which I will say is a slight worry of mine moving into EMEA Masters, because they will not be able to just skill check everyone like they have done here on NLC.
I do think though when it comes to Ruddy, it's chaos, but it's controlled chaos. I feel like it's not like they're just rolling down a hill randomly. It's not, you know, the cheese wheel chase. Like there's a game plan. They go in and it is chaos, and they do thrive on that, but there's always a level of control from Ruddy. And that was also the big thing that we were talking about, and I brought up multiple times throughout the season, was we didn't really see that much macro out of them. And then as we got closer towards playoffs, we actually did start to see more of a controlled play style from Ruddy. So now we know they're capable of it, but they also are still just so good at thriving in chaotic teamfight environments and skirmishes and things like that.
It's actually quite interesting that you mentioned about the whole controlled playstyle, because this is something I also noticed too. I literally watched like 2 random games of their regular split, and then I looked at their playoffs, and actually I felt like they understood, you know, the mid-prow, the vision control, understanding that there are steps to actually go forward. Like, I'm pretty sure that maybe Nata is the one calling for this, because obviously I played with Nata before, and honestly, long ago, you know what, he was a bit quiet, but I recently played with him in I think before the split even started, actually, because I was just, you know, having some fun, helping out my boy Don Jake, you know, just helping him with some scrims. And honestly, Nata, actually, I felt like he kind of evolved as a player. He was much more, you know, decisive that, you know what, I need this is good for me, blah, 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 let's do this together. And I feel like I saw that kind of, you know, development as Nata as a player, coming into like this whole, I guess, now that he's in the finals again, right? Obviously one with me before, but time for a second trophy, you know what I'm saying? I feel like Nata definitely has developed a lot.
I feel that's the terrifying thing about Ruddy, the fact they can create chaos and there's always someone's side pushing. Like you have Alex or someone trying to bring something of matter into the team, like going for turrets and stuff like that, while the other front members are just raising their arms and screaming and bringing torches as well, burning the map. It's a weird chaos, but it's an interesting chaos, and if you don't know how to play versus that, what do you do? And one of those members, in my opinion, is like Iturukan at the beginning of the game, which is like the jungler that has been dominating as well. Look at this. Like, this is... What do you do with this?
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Only AP junglers as well, which is like the big thing about Kitrukan, is Alex pretty much exclusively just plays AD. I don't think he's actually played an AP mid.
It is not it is not pretty much. It is
it's
exclusive. Every single game.
Yeah,
is
right,
an AD
like,
laner.
and it really unlocks Kitrukan, because Kitrukan's so good at these AP junglers, and the fact that Alex is playing these AD mid laners, and I know AD mid laners are kind of meta right now, I think kind of are meta right now, but it's like, it has heavily enabled Kitrukan to play into the style that he likes to play, and it has just completely unlocked him in the jungle. I would be really curious to see how Kitrukan would fare if the meta shifts away from these kind of these powerful AP junglers and towards, you know, either the tanks or kind of earlier skirmisher junglers like a Lee or a Xin Zhao. I'd be really interested to see the development in that player just off the back of those kind of changes. Obviously, I don't think we're going to see any of that in this series, because I think the script is pretty much written. It's going to be an AD mid. It's going to be like a Yone or a Trist or something like that for Alex, and then we'll just see, you know, the Brands, the Lilias, the Karthus all come out for Kitrukan.
I mean, there's one champion that I feel like is missing, and I think it's actually one of the strongest AP junglers, as you may have known, guys. It's called Zyra. But
yeah,
I feel like she would actually, I would say, benefit the most, you know, from playing with someone like Alex on mid. But maybe they, you know, actually pull out today. We'll never know. But I feel like once he locks in the Zyra, I think she, as a champion right now, is pretty strong. Not just like her clear is incredibly fast. I don't feel like she gets actually punished that hard, if anything, even if you do try to like invade her or whatever. The only time I would say, if you were to punish a Zyra, is literally level 1. And if, you know, let's say Venomcrest is actually correct about that, I think that's actually a window that they can actually capitalize on if they want to win.
I think this has been the weirdest thing about our league, is we haven't had all the adaptations I would expect. Like, we haven't seen things like the Zyra show up. I mean, it's shown up a couple of times, but like for the most part, it's not as high priority as maybe you would have expected. Things like the Lucian have only just started to show up, because Lucian was starting to show up as an answer to the Corki in mid lane. You were seeing other regions were playing it, but we've only just in playoffs, and it was actually Venomcrest who were pulling it out in the mid lane. Also, things like Braum as an answer to Leona. Like, I don't think I've seen that much Braum come out at all. And it's so weird, because Braum is like such a good matchup for that for the Leona specifically. It's weird.
You wanna know why it's kind of weird? It's just like Braum naturally obviously is good into Leona because, you know, she wants to engage, he wants to disengage, and it's like, you know, he has a big wall obviously, right? So it's like, if you want to hit me, sure, then I can do something about it. But the difference is, like, because of AP junglers, most of them technically have range. So Brand, Zyra, Karthus, all these champions can basically just, you know what, play at max range and still be useful. Whereas Braum can't really do anything about that. So then that's how you see that adaptation of like other supports like Leona against, let's say, Rel or Rakan or Nautilus or whatever, you know? Basically, you just play engagers as engage, because that's kind of what the AP junglers want. You need something to set you up so that it makes it easier for you. Whereas a Braum doesn't really do that. So what most people do right now with AP junglers is having like 3 forms of CC in your, let's say, your AD carry as well. MF, Ashe, Jhin, these kind of champions that just popped up as well, I think are really, really strong with, let's say, paired of AP junglers. So
Yeah.
that's what I think at that moment.
It is interesting. A lot of people that work this show also dabble in the old LPL broadcast as well, right? So the LPL metas that we see, like you're saying, Jake, like Braum Ashe. I remember you shouting.
Yeah,
I remember
Braum Ashe
way
is the
back
big
when
one.
Skarner, right, was like absolutely destroying everything in the top lane. You were like, why aren't they picking Mordekaiser? Just pick Mordekaiser into Skarner. And no one did it over here at all. But apparently everyone in the LPL was doing it, and so you know that was the thing. It's like we have our own kind of like meta over here in NLC, and a lot of it comes down to comfort.
We've always had
And for
micro
Ruddy's, huh?
I like a little micro meta for this.
Yeah,
league.
yeah,
We've always
exactly,
had, we had like
exactly.
Poppy for ages. Like people used to like whip out Poppy. No one else in the real world was playing Poppy, but like in the NLC, like a bunch of top laners were just like playing Poppy like 50% of the time. It was crazy. I do like our little micro metas we have. Sometimes I'm a little confused by what's going on, but a lot of the time I do actually really enjoy the fact that we have these weird pocket picks that can come out.
Kasing, you were talking about something earlier in the show, the idea that Nata has evolved as a player as well. And since you're talking about support and all that, might as well dive into the bot lane. And if I feel like you have some personal connection with Nata and also knowledge about how he evolved from once he played with you and how he is right now with Ruddy. Can you tell me a little bit? Because this guy has been dominating.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the key things that I remember wanted to improve with Nata was basically our laning phase, because basically, you know, how every bot lane is, you all start from somewhere, right? In terms of, you know, he has his own knowledge of what should happen, I have my own knowledge of what should happen, but in the end, what should happen in bot lane is just having a compromise of understanding your matchup together. And something that I felt, what I literally noticed even in our first scrim game together, or I say scrim, but rather the fun tryout game with him, was that he actually was a lot more like how do I say it? You know when someone is confident and is determined in knowing his matchup and what he wants and what he needs? I felt like that was, you know, super clear for me. That he wanted to do this is good in this scenario. And I think he's basically shown this consistently, actually, throughout the playoffs especially. I think he's been dominating lane. He's even playing like 2v3 like scenarios really well too. And you know what? I'm actually just proud of him that he's actually developed a lot. So
there's a lot of threats for Ruddy, and Nata is an additional one. Alex will talk later on to the show, because now I want to look into the Snake itself, because they've been adapting and they've improved a lot. So you folks were telling me like we were not expecting Venomcrest to get this far, and look at them. The 3-0 versus Nord is a showcase of what they could achieve throughout the entire split. So how were they able to upgrade so much? And probably let's show what they were able to bring versus Nord of all teams.
Yeah, for me, I think the most impressive thing about Venomcrest, similarly to what we were saying with Ruddy, with, you know, Alex AD mid and then Kikuruku and always AP carry jungle, is they have the ability to bring out the APs in the bot lane, unlike other teams. They do it very well with Lingard, right? And so we're used to him picking things like the Ziggs, you know, like the Hui as well. He slams these down and teams suddenly have to, you know, they're fretting about the draft and all this kind of stuff. And then we saw in his in the series versus Nord, first pick Ez, right? And we're like, oh yeah, that's guy mid. Fierce is taking that one. He plays Ez. Lingard doesn't really play these kind of champions. That's cool. And then he takes the Ezreal himself and absolutely smashes on it. 32, 4, and 22. That is
Versus
vile.
Nord.
Absolute vile. Yeah, really gross in that semi-final. That is, yeah, just hideous stuff. And honestly, he was a huge thing. Him alongside Simpy as well in the bot lane on that Rakan masterclass was just, it was gross stuff. And I do think, you know, you mentioned Nata and how well he's been ever since he's been unshackled from the heavyweight that is Kasing. He's going to have a matchup here into Lingard. It's going to be tough, and I think this will be one to watch for sure.
I'm very excited by Venomcrest, just because if you cast your mind back to the beginning of the year, Spring Split, Venomcrest actually kicked the door down and went real hard for like the first 2 weeks. And then like they stubbed their toe and it just like went completely wrong, and they just couldn't seem to like get their grip back on that entire split. This time around, they've actually stayed consistently pretty solid throughout the entire of the group stages. And yes, I did rate for the longest time Nord above Venomcrest, but once we got to playoffs, we finally saw this growth in Venomcrest. And what interests me and what I think separates these two teams, because I actually think solo lane wise, Lenny and Fierce are actually somewhat similar to the way Alex and Built play. I think they kind of fulfill similar roles within their teams. You know, Fierce really enjoys these kind of AD mid laners, the Lucian, the Jace, things like that seem to pop out quite a lot from him. Lenny, him and Built are both just absolutely crazy at things like the Cassante, kind of very skirmishy frontliners for their teams. But I think, like Foxtrot said, the thing that I do like about Venomcrest and what separates them from Ruddy's playstyle isn't the fact that they play like a controlled chaos like Ruddy. It's actually just through Lingard himself. Like, Lingard has a different champion pool to Nata, and I think that just enables a varying playstyle. And I feel like if you're going to get a one-up over Ruddy, don't go into the mud with them. Don't go in for like the crazy chaos and fight them on their terms, because Ruddy will always beat you on that. So you have to have your own playstyle and your own way to play through, and Lingard enables that for the side of Venomcrest.
You know what? We're about to jump into Champion Select, so the last topic I would like to bring up as well, with Kissing guiding that one, is just what you debated here, Brian. Forcing the enemy to play your own playstyle. When you get into this sort of finals and it gets like to 3-2, 5 games, how can you survive such a chaotic team forcing you to team fight after team fight when you know you can win on your playstyle, but if you fall prey of their own playstyle, you're done? So what mentality do you need to? What do you need to do in order to not fall to that trap?
I mean, if anything, it's all about, let's say, the first game momentum. I mean, you all probably know, like, first game pretty much dictates how aggressive you can play. And when I say that, most of the time, right, from both teams right now, both coaches are probably saying, guys, go into the series with no fear, no regret. You know what? Just go in. You'll be confident. Just smash them. You know, and play aggressive. But the difference is, like, you can kind of tell maybe the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just based on laning phase, who will basically have the momentum. Because most of the time, it's like, even if you're in a matchup that's not meant to win, or if you're in a matchup that's meant to win or whatever, it's always about how you, I guess, click in literally the moment that the game starts. Whether people have prepared level 1s, blah, 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 all of that is obviously important, right? But in the end, it's about how you actually dictate your game plan, your first game plan, or your first early path, or whatever it is. And I feel like this is, in my opinion, going to be favored more towards Ruddy, because I've just seen it more consistently. Whereas with Venomcrest, it was like, don't get me wrong, they did have a good series, and I think, don't get me wrong, like, Venomcrest for sure can even win the series, okay? Even though obviously I'm a bit more, biased towards Ruddy, but I have also seen good things with Venomcrest when I've seen how they play their mid jungle support as well, playing through mid, going to bot after, and just doing it, rinsing and repeating it. And honestly, the way I see it at the moment is just, if Ruddy isn't able to basically get a lead in the first maybe 10 minutes and actually get like the first objective, I actually think Venomcrest actually have a good shot to win too.
So it's about delaying it, especially with the first game as well. I was thinking, like, I think Ruddy should take the first game because they're that chaotic. But if Venomcrest are capable of just slowing things down, it should be enough for Venomcrest to find their ground as well. So that's why I went for the Venomcrest. I was the only one. But Fox, you've watched the teams throughout the entire split as well. And I've seen that first. You wanted to chat a little bit while Kasing was talking about that momentum, because I think you favor the Ruddy chaotic play style a little bit more than the Venomcrest. We can go for late game.
Yeah, I think Ruddy obviously just have so many tools to work with. Honestly, it's just so hard for teams in the NLC to compete. But I do think, I mean, the difficulty is, right, us sitting here on desk is like, we want to build up this matchup here to be something epic. It's the NLC finals, but from what we've seen from Ruddy, they are just so bloody good, and we've already seen them beat Venomcrest earlier, right? And it probably should have been a 3-0 then. But I will say, to be honest, to Venomcrest's credit, they've already defied our expectations once, right? Yeah. 3-0 versus Nord. I don't think anyone really saw that coming. So if they, I mean, I'm not saying Nord and Ruddy are the same caliber of opponent, but the fact is that this team obviously is a team that has the capacity to really go out there and to break some hearts on the Rift, and I like their matchups. I like what we see from them, and I think from a stylistic standpoint, up against Ruddy, it's pretty good. Like Fierce into Alex is probably, we've seen some really good stuff out of Fierce. Unfortunately, when we saw them last play 1-1. It was very Alex favored, and this is the reason I bring this up, is because that's the main thing that I think Venomcrest will want to fix coming into this series compared to last, right? Like we saw literally Alex getting solo kills both sides of, like, I think it was the Ez Triss matchup, right? Solo killing Ez as Triss, solo killing Triss as Ez, like it was pretty rough. But aside from that, I think the rest of Venomcrest has really leveled up to an extent where they can really challenge Ruddy, and if Ruddy think this will be an easy game coming into this, then I think they'll be surprised, and as Kasing says, this game one's really going to set the pace for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I don't think Ruddy are going to have any disrespect towards Venomcrest, even if they have 3-0'd them not that long ago. Ruddy do smack talk a little bit, but I also think they also do pay respect to their opponents. They're going to have that idea, and they're going to have been watching these games, because the big thing is Ruddy haven't played. That was the last time they played was versus Venomcrest, so they've been able to sit back and watch every game for Venomcrest of Nord and whoever they thought they were going to play versus. They've had time to absorb a lot of information, which means they can come into this Champ Select with stuff up their sleeves, because they're going to have a rough idea of what's going to be getting picked. They're knowing that Fierce was picking a little bit of the Lucian. He actually had 2 games on Lucian versus Nord, so they're going to know that the Corki could get answered out by that. So what are they going to do about that? How are they going to shift it around? Now we know, to be honest, it's Alex, so Yone's probably just his answer, because that seems to be his answer for everything. It's just pull the Yone out. But they have had this time to kind of wrap their head around, the different things that Venomcrest have been doing. And this first game is, like Kasing said, it's important because it decides how much momentum and how much aggression you can have going forwards. So if you have something a little bit spicy up your sleeve, game one is not a bad place to pull it out, because the other team are not going to be prepared for it. You're going to whip that out. Let's say you have, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but you have some kind of cheesy pick in your head, and you pull it out in game one, then suddenly for the rest of the 5 games or however long the series goes, the enemy team are like, oh man, they had Zillion jungle, and that was actually kind of good. So you've got these little things. Zillion jungle, I'm not saying is good. I just said that because Kasing
I know,
loves
I just got hit.
Zillion.
You could have used a Zillion support. That had to be jungle, didn't it?
He's trying to appease both of us.
Yeah,
He's playing the crowd.
Zillion, and then I've got the jungler here. And, Foxy likes his clickbait, so, Zillion jungle, oh my god, Zillion jungle busted. His face on
the
100% pretty sure it was.
Facts. That's it. Well, to be fair, I mean, Zillion jungle maybe not, but Alaric loves Zac support, and Simpy was a Rakan one trick in the series versus Nord, right? These are 2 picks which aren't necessarily really strong supports in the meta, but as far as the draft goes, yeah, maybe we've got some funky stuff coming in here, and then you have to ask the question, okay, are we banning more standard things, things that are actually just really good in the meta that we want to get rid of, like Rel and Ez, these kind of things, or do we actually start playing into the our opponent and getting rid of things that they like to play, like Kit Karukin, for example. Yes, he plays the meta things which are really tough, but he will also whip out the non-meta things and destroy you with them as well. It's just, a lot of mind games coming into the draft already here for game one, and I'm not really sure which direction the team's going to take.
I mean, the funny part for me actually right now, because now that you mentioned it, right, with the whole Venomcrest, their game plan and pretty much what they want to look for, I feel like, based on all the drafts that I've seen, I say, okay, when I say this, guys, I'm not going to say he's actually, or can only play that, but their jungler, Mr. Theo Kakas or something, he plays a lot of utility junglers, okay? Not the DOG word, okay? Because obviously a lot of people like to say that word too. You just play for your team. It's basically just, there to help the team carry. But the Sejuani, the Maokai, and I think he's even
Ivan as well.
Ivan. Yeah. I feel like all of these champions, what they're all good at, guys? Front to back. Everyone loves to play team fights. Everyone loves to just go, play front to back. We can't really go wrong, because that's just the identity as a team, right? Everyone loves to just, have like a standard fair comp. But the problem with Venomcrest in the games that they lost was literally understanding that when they don't have tempo, that they can't just go mid and fight. They just have to wait. They just have to wait for each other, right? And I think if Ruddy capitalizes on that, that's their win con. Because Ruddy, obviously, as you know, they just love to fight. And if anything, they will kind of skill check you and make you basically play it good. If you don't do that, you're probably going to lose. So I think there's 2 clear identities in terms of what Venomcrest wants and also what Ruddy wants.
Well, we're about to jump into Champion Select to find out what Venomcrest will bring versus them. In terms of Champion Select, it's going to be interesting. There's a lot of picks. We're going to see a lot of bans. We're going to see outside of the meta. There you go. Ivan is already being removed. Rumble as well.
What did I say,
I'm
guys?
waiting for that echo.
Where's
I really want that echo. Oh, the Zac as well.
Is coming.
The Zac's actually a big one, because that was something Ruddy had up their sleeve from before. But outside of that, pretty standard stuff is getting banned. We have seen that Venomcrest have been big proponents of banning the Zyra. Kit Rukin, we haven't really seen him play this Zyra, but it is something they may have to think about. I just like Theocastus, all of his utility junglers just got banned out, so everything Kasing said is
I'm
just
too
in
smart.
the bin right now.
No, but it's smart, right? Because it's literally
Yeah,
what they
That's
want.
smart, yeah. Oh, the past comes back.
Interesting.
Corki and Tristana are available if they want to go for that one. There you go. Fierce played Corki 8 times in a row, by the way, during the split. So I guess he's going to default back into that one. It is picked. Do you follow with the support like Rel and Leona? Those big priorities are also available. Or do you want to go with the Simpi Rakan special?
I think you'd say, well, I think Bard will be high priority at this point here because Kikruken plays a lot of it. He loves it. And Theocax.
Okay,
I mean, that's kind of utility.
I mean, yeah.
It's
I mean,
fun,
it is. That's literally just. It's you're down the order a little bit here, but somewhere down the list, Amumu fits the bill, right?
Yeah.
For Theocax.
This is brand, right? This is a
mean,
brand
cool.
angle for Kit Rukin.
I mean, guys,
I feel like Brand Lucian is a really good rotation here for Ruddy.
What about Zyra? You can block the Q from Amumu with the Zyra. Because
I
he
get
has
rid
been
of the flex.
True.
I think Amumu's
But
not
Kit
gonna have a
Rukin
fun
likes
time.
Brand.
He's for sure not gonna have a fun time. Like, look at enemy mid. He has full prow. Enemy bot lane will probably have prow too. Like, it's gonna be very sad for Amumu. Very sad.
Yeah.
I said
It's
his
the
element,
Lord.
mate. That's what Amumu loves. Yeah.
It's the Lord of
That's why you pick him.
We're all being
Nah,
picked.
I think this could be the brand or something here. Some kind of. I mean, I love the combo with Rel as well, and you want to keep the flex open. So I wouldn't pick like a bot lane just here.
You are right,
And already
actually.
it's
Yeah.
crazy. It's crazy here for Ruddy to start already. Like you've got not only 3 power picks, but 3 picks that are powerful in the hands of the Ruddy team members. So yeah, it's pretty scary start here for Ruddy so far.
I mean, at this point right now, if I was Venomcrest, right, I would just look for a team comp that can basically just, one, get through the early game, because if anything, they will scale really, really well into the mid game, especially, I think on their 1 or 2 item spike. I think at this point, you just got to be able to have an AD carry that can either contest prow, something like MF, Kai'Sa, you know what, something that can actually just skirmish and actually help them, you know, do something.
It's interesting because you're playing on the red side. You could take away the misfortune on the R4 combo with the Amumu with the Rakan, and the other one's taking it out. So probably they have a plan. I hope it's not a Sivir that I watched like for Nord yesterday. That's not a plan, by the way. Not is being removed from the other side on the top. So focus on the top, focus on the AD carry. But Kais is available, Zeddy is available. All of those are still available for the meta.
Okay.
I'm surprised to see the MF ban coming through from Venomcrest themselves.
Yeah.
I thought that would be a sick combo.
Yes, I
Rakan's
think
great.
they want
Curse
MF.
that bullet time, baby. That's like
Yes.
that's like 2012 LCK meta, man. Like it's simple stuff, but no, they don't want to play versus it. And yeah, instead taking it away. Let's see what Ruddy decides to go for their last ban. Just as a bit of information here, guys, Venomcrest will not get an extra ban. They sacrificed their ban because someone was on the toilet and couldn't get to the time, or something like that, at least. But he was, yeah, they were late, so they've been punished. But there it is. There's the Zeri ban as well.
if you
Not a
look
lot of AD carries up still.
If you look at what's actually left out, there's still Kai'Sa, there's still Varus, you know, these champions that can technically play range, or even Jhin. But actually, with the Zyra can't.
I think
I don't like
prefer
it.
the Kai'Sa. Like, you have
really
very
don't
little AP right now.
Yeah.
You need, and like, Rumble's
Yeah,
out of the game.
yeah,
Like, you
yeah,
need
yeah.
AP. I'm not sold on that at all. I think the Kai'Sa was a way better fill here. Now, there is a
Is it
top
Gragas
laner.
top?
There is a top laner who I am an avid hater of, and I really do not want to see them get picked up here. It's Renekton. I do not like Renekton at the moment. I don't know why top laners keep picking it. There's like Kasante's up and available. Bill and Lenny have kind of egoed the Renekton a couple of times. In fact, Ruddy have lost to Venomcrest on the Renekton, I believe, as well. That's Ziggs bot lane, Ezreal mid then. So that kind of concerns that. I didn't expect to see Nata pulling that one out. But
No,
now we're
me
looking
neither.
towards the top lane. I just feel like a Kasante kind of rounds out really nicely here for them. Or
Built,
some kind of
though.
frontliner.
It's built. He's going for the Renekton, which allows
Renekton.
Eddie
God's
to go for the
sake.
Kasante.
Blind
And
race,
Kasane.
baby. Let's go.
When you look for Kasante on the top lane, probably if it's not a Gragas, it's going to be like a
Where's your
Kasante.
AP? You need
Amumu
AP.
Guys,
will
you
be
know who
forced
it
to
is.
go Leandris, right?
It's gonna be, oh my goodness, he already did it before I was gonna say it. It was either gonna be
That's
Malphite.
so
guys.
much better. That's so much better for the Renekton. They just offer... Oh, no.
Winter.
You know what? It's
Hey.
still okay. It's still okay.
I like this. But still
Nah,
forces the
it's
Amumu out of the tanky build.
Guys,
So
the
how do
question
you use
is,
Amumu's passive, right? Because Amumu's really good with AP champions. That's literally part of his passive. But, like, Who's doing AP damage here?
You know,
No
some
one.
fire is gonna be beautiful.
Guys, it's not even about the
So
AP
good.
damage. At this
Tell
point,
me,
you just
Kasey.
gotta pray that Mundo can do his job on the side and just, you know what, just split push for eternity. Because at this point, when Mundo gets 2 items, who's gonna stop him? Renekton's not gonna try him.
Brand! Percentage health damage Brand, you
yeah.
kidding me,
There's
mate?
no- guys,
like,
there's no
if
real
he
CC.
presses one ability, does half
Mundo
of
will
Mundo's
just run
health.
away. What's going
Mundo goes already
Yeah,
playing
maybe
this.
that might be true, but still, like, fuck. I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of Venomcrest Drive. I just don't. I don't think you have power points. You know, I don't think you have anything that Ruddy can't deal with. I think you've got. It's a weak team comp. It doesn't have good damage profile. It doesn't have a lot. You know, it just lacks everything. In my opinion, this is a doomed game.
Okay. Before we
I feel
jump into
bad.
game, I'm gonna ask you, Hipbrain, Foxdrop, and Kasing. I want to get your predictions after Champions Select. Do you stay strong by the predictions of Ruddy taking the first game? Or is that
I
hope?
agree. I agree with
Team
Foxy.
Ruddy.
The damage profile's
It's
too
doomed. Okay.
one-sided here for Venomcrest. So yeah, Ruddy. Even if I'm a Crocodile hater, yeah, it's a Ruddy win.
Kasing. I
mean-
see it in your eyes. Tell me.
The thing is, right, I really like
Yeah.
the Mundo into Renekton. I actually think it's a really, really good answer. I just don't like the Xayah. I think she's gonna have such a hard time being able to even walk up an AA for free. Like, come on, against Ezreal, Rel, Brand, like, you have so much threats that I feel like you just have to worry about. Whereas if they had gone Kai'Sa, I think honestly Venomcrest actually has a decent draft. But the problem is, guys, who will get through early game because they have no prow mid, and I don't think they have prow bot neither. So you know what, life is gonna be hard. But if they get through it, Venomcrest maybe can win.
It's the start of playoffs. It's the start for finals for summer splits. It's going to be Ruddy versus Venomcrest. Who's going to take the throne? We don't know. Might as well toss it to the casters for the first game of the day. We're hoping for the best of 5 games non-stop. But we also have Duckling and Veteran. Take it away to the Summer's Rift.
Thank you very much, Ashram. Veteran, are you questioning the draft, or are there other reasons you're looking this sad?
Alright, let's just do this. So what you have then, when you have like insanely long range like Ruddy do, is you have to accept the reality that you're going to be trading HP to do anything, right? Kind of obvious if you put it that way, alright? Mundo, absolute king of being able to do that, with basically no burst against him. Kasing pointed out also no real crowd control against him. So that's going to be really interesting. I have this running theory that Venomcrest will basically win against any team that has a vulnerable top lane. We're at a point now, for example, with Nord, where Nilla on his carry champions does not really have a team that emphasizes how to play around those carry champions, and that would leave them uniquely vulnerable to Venomcrest. Here, I feel like Built's pool also is something that Lenny would be able to pick decently well into, and there's nothing on that composition that can really handle the Mundo. I think going for the 5th pick top lane was a really, really good call by them, and I think it's gotten them everything they want.
Let's see if it is everything Venomcrest want as we throw it in to game number 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rift for the first of potentially 5 games today. It's the grand final. Both of these organizations chasing their first championship title here in the NLC Division 1. Many of these players yet to add a trophy to their cabinet. Looking a bit like Tottenham Hotspur at the moment in terms of many of these players. Not much to talk about in terms of trophies, but that will change today for one of these teams.
Have to say here, right, the obvious issue later on is that maybe Mundo can survive everything. But if you do get a good pick on, let's be honest, it's difficult to do it on Xayah, but let's say that you get one on Xayah, on Corki, these guys do just get melted pretty much instantaneously by the Ezreal, by the Ziggs, by the Brand. So you could end up just waltzing in with no real carries. That seems like such a rare scenario to me. Despite having a really strong outrange potential as Ruddy, I feel like Venomcrest have the tools they need to win this. They need to be able and willing to turn from objectives, right? If they just try to do Baron and sit there and absorb all the poke from the Ziggs, from the Ezreal, from the Brand, they're not going to have a good time. But if they're doing that, see Brand, Ezreal, Ziggs walk up to them, and the Moon is like, hang on, I feel like I know what I'm doing here. Just go all in. I think they could easily win these fights. So, just need to see a little bit of tea coming out of the V boys on the right. And yeah,
So-
it does look like we're opening into a swap scenario.
And I think this opens up the possibility to go towards that conversation as well, right? Because the bot lane here, discussed by the desk as well on draft, Desire, an interesting pick there. Kai'Sa might have been the better choice in terms of the range when you're up against both the Yashriel, the Brand, and the Six. But what exactly do we want to get out of this? Not just this Rakan duo, but also this lane swap here.
It's kind of strange, to be honest. I like Ziggs in swap scenarios. I think with his W, he has a really, really good time getting tempo on these towers, getting tempo on these plates. They must be worried more about the potential 1v1 matchup with Renekton v Mundo, which does mean that maybe it's not just that Venomcrest pick well for that lane. Maybe Lenny does have a degree of control to this team. They have a degree of priority on Lenny. It looks like 2 double jungle scenarios coming in. First skirmish of the game.
Lenny,
You're
only level 1 here. Auto attacks coming through, and the briefcase is thrown out as well. That was a peculiar little trade there. Theokek still in the air. He's level 3, by the way. Here's the Venomcrest bot lane, both level 2. TP's coming in, built flash already. A bit more damage coming through. One more auto should seal it. Questions about the Xayah. First blood secured though. Flash already forced out, as Nata has a good W back. The Satchel Charge doing something, but in the end, I mean, that's a win for Venomcrest.
But it also means a satchel charge that is not being used on the bot lane there. So look at the amount of damage they were already able to do on that tower, right? Imagine Ziggs was there, they just accepted the L on top side and thought they can go as hard as they want on top. They're not going to be able to do anything about our plates on bot side. I think Ruddy would have been more comfortable with that, and Venomcrest would have felt a bit more pressured. As is, they've gotten everything they want. They got the initial kill, they've dragged Nata's teleport up to top side, they've denied Nata teleport for any skirmish objectives, and crucially, they've prevented Nata from being able to go straight for all of that tempo on all of those juicy plates. And now they've transitioned into this 1v1, 2v2 scenario. It looks like they're looking to transition out of it expeditiously.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out, right? Because looking at the summoners build as well, you said, yeah, they got Nata's teleport, but both Build and Alex have theirs as well. So 3 teleports on the side of this Ruddy roster. Only the 1 combat ability in the Ignite from Alaric. 2 TPs on the side of Venomcrest, as Lingard has gone for the cleanse. So there is this teleport advantage normally for the side of Ruddy, and it will be interesting to see if they can make that work throughout the game as final is underway. Alaric here looking to maybe spot someone out, but haven't. Now they know what's going on. Yeah, you're saying it. They rotated Lenny back to the top lane. They wanted to. Are they now happy to just go back to traditional laning, or did they want to try and see if they could face Build for a bit in the 2v1 or?
I think you would prefer to go back to traditional laning right now as Venomcrest. I don't think they want the swap, really. I think they've been reminded of the power that Ziggs has. But I do think that the play that's ended up happening here was conscious by Venomcrest. Right? They definitely did want to lean into this. They just knew that on an early Ruddy swap, they do leave that double jungle vulnerable. Burning the Brand flash is really big for them when it now comes to those 2v2s on top side, as well as obviously the death that Renekton had to endure. So Lenny is now ahead on that, and in the 2v2 jungle matchup, you have a summoner's advantage that you can play for it. It matters much more that Brand has lost that flash than it does that Amumu does. But it obviously assumes Amumu is there, and Amumu is not.
Yeah, Lenny's level 4, has the flash. W hitting's available, Build was actually quite low. Maybe he's fishing for something here. The minions deal good damage as well. Lenny trying to play around them. He is quite low though. W connects, can't quite find the briefcase on Build. And that's the kill for Katurgan. 1-1 in the kill score, but that was a bit closer than expected. And Theokek seized the opportunity to get the first strike.
By being in the minions as well, and Mundo was able to make sure... Oh! At's camp name At. Nice, I haven't seen that before, observers. By being in the minion wave as long as he was, he managed to ensure that the Brand did so much damage to the wave that it mitigates the potential for Renekton to be able to sustain a freeze, so Renekton doesn't just get to recall and walk topside, it's actually to recall and TP topside to then have to fix that top wave out. So you do get that second summoner, third summoner actually, with the Ezreal teleport, and Ruddy are now completely down on summoners, so... a little bit, something that Lenny was able to get for himself by playing in the wave as long as possible. Not necessarily damage on Brand, but Brand's damage onto the wave.
And while that was happening, Ruddy able to get a kill down 2v2 in the bot lane up against the Rakan duo. Katurgan now starting up the Void drops here, and doesn't seem like contest will come through from Venomcrest. As I do want to add, Alaric, the one to pick up the kill, so it doesn't change much in terms of the goalie between the carries. But it's obviously nice to get a kill on the board. Alaric, though, One of the rookies coming into the split, right? Pretty much the only unknown factor completely on this Ruddy roster after what was a successful spring split for them with Alex and Build, the remaining 2 factors. But Alaric, you know, his sack had been stand-up, but I am going to be honest, while he has had good games on other engage supports, the consistency had been swinging, and this is certainly the start he wanted to define, not getting to play the sack, but able to show off a good performance so far on this rail.
Yeah, and listen to a word you said. The interesting thing about Mundo getting that push in towards him from Nectar is he effectively gave them a slow push top lane on Grubs. So Ruddy now ahead on the map with a Ziggs and with 3 Grubs. If they can go for 5-6, that will be mental.
Oh, the level advantage is there, but Theocax gets exploded. Turkin will fall as well as the flash forward comes through from Lingard. The fight still continuing fierce. All throwing away at Alex. Lingard turns his attention to Nata, but in the extended trade, Fierce is doing well. Flash forward, but the rocket can't quite connect, and now the range advantage is coming through from Alex. Trying to cut through these HP bars. One more auto should do it.
No.
As Alaric helps find both of them for the team, and it's Ruddy who strikes strongest in this exchange. Alex could still get Lingard. Is the E available as it is? The feathers fly though. Lingard still alive. One more Mystic shot. Will it connect into the wild? He has to throw it, but it goes wide. Theocax is back. He flashes in. The shutdown comes through. I don't even know who won that exchange anymore.
That can be answered if the Observer would look mid lane now. I actually have no idea if the Observer can hear me. I'm pissing in the wind here. So I actually pretty sure Alex in the long run is losing that. I think Hawk is a really good wave state on mid there, and there's no neutral to play for once the Mumu takes this scuttle, so Mumu can go back in. But obviously the bulk of the kills, they've gone on towards Ruddy. The 3 Grubs, they've gone on towards Ruddy. The Ziggs is still on Ruddy's team. I think in terms of the map later on, Ruddy feel like they're in a very, very strong place. Lenny and Built both flexing their added HP ults in each other's face. Lenny just healing up there. Built getting some onboard HP as he do with Renekton and pressing that R. It's kind of staring each other down. The whole thing's already being equalized. So Renekton though does get that plate on top side. Fierce, able to kind of play a bit, ironically, a bit more passive on mid lane on that wave, but now looking to let himself out. Alaric, the man I think you were yapping about, deciding not to join in on that. Fierce playing very central to the lane there as everyone's off map. We have a brief respite of calm. Nothing here will happen. You can yap all you like. I probably won't be listening.
I do like a good yapping session. Yeah, it was indeed Alaric topic of discussion earlier. He, like many other players in this final, never won an ERL Division 1 before. I mean, there are a few titles on these players. Nata winning that in 2022, but I mean, it's on the mid lane. Alex is dead here, caught out. I mean, he's gotta get the wave. It's a 3v1. The way out wasn't clear, and it wasn't a possibility, so Fierce will claim that kill. Very nice punish there from Venomcrest. They found the window.
So the question is then, what is going to happen on these second Grubs? Are we going to see Venomcrest try to set up topside to be able to go for it? Because I think that's a really big win condition from them right now. If they're capable of doing it, if they're capable of contesting that second set of Grubs, then we can say the game's in a more even state. But if Ruddy, a team that, yes, whereas they do have some quite high kill games, are pretty good at setting up the map, they could really run away with it. Lingard, he's gonna just burn the
I think this time might just be gone. I mean,
it's
6W,
W on
right?
6. I don't think it's gone, but like,
Much more damage. I mean, it can't be far away.
No way.
They want to fight for it. Surely it's gone. Oh my god, that is so gross, man. With plates as well. That is disgusting. What a champion. They just turned the whole goal difference, by the way, between the AD carries. That's actually crazy. That is ridiculous, man.
Do they even need those? I'm overrating these Grubs, man. Do they even need them if they just have Ziggs alive on every
Just
fight?
bro.
That's the
Just
thing.
six.
Yeah. This Ziggs is going to be a problem. Playing around the map's going to be a problem. The only way Venomcrest can solve that problem is by fighting. They can't allow extended sieges. They can't allow extended map trades. They can't allow those swaps that they went for level 1. They have to match Ruddy, except that they're essentially always de facto playing behind, and from matching Ruddy, just engage in them. Give them the 6 Grubs, don't give them the 6 Grubs. I feel like the map play, once we hit mid-late game, is going to be roughly equivalent.
6 Grubs, yep. Secured here for Ruddy. I think
but second Drake.
Second Drake, yeah, that is, you know, trading these neutral objectives.
Stats.
But
that's
I genuinely,
stats, right?
I don't want to see 6 at turret. Just to see what Nata can do here. The damage as well with the auto attack and the passive.
Yeah.
It's so much. Ruddy quite clearly want to force this turret down. Turrican and Alaric both in the area. as Lingard
No,
desperately trying to clear the
I-
wave. But I'm pretty certain, Nata, if he just stepped up, one big auto, summon some void grabs, he'll be able to get it down with a W in a few seconds. But, you know, playing it safe, doesn't want to overstep. Good damage on Lingard, though. And that might open up the opportunity to get it on this very next wave, because Lingard, no TP. I think he has recall here.
As a big tempo enjoyer, I've abused this in competitive as well. And another big, like, if you remember back in 2018, actually, Vitality were really, really good about using Ziggs on bot lane as well, because they also were a team that enjoyed playing really, really hard with tempo. This is the great map champion if you have a smart team, and a bit of disrespect that you have to leverage on your opponents for it. Well, yeah, it's gone. What Ruddy are assuming here is that if Venomcrest do go for those fights, they're not going to attack them at the angles that they need to get the engage. They want to kite back with the Ziggs, kite back with the Ezreal, right? Pray that the brand is not mispositioning, and they can just kite back off of their tempo advantage, reset. They'll always have the map in their favor. So there's always a timer on Venomcrest. On every single one of these rotations, there is a timer on Venomcrest. They need to find engages, they need to find fights. They can't play slow.
But yeah, talk about finding fights. It's Ruddy that's found this one. Simpy caught out clearing a control ward.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, don't get caught like that.
Yeah.
Certainly wouldn't want that in a final, right? There's Theo Cax around the area. Nata, I mean, disgusting on the 6-man. That is absolutely horrific. The only one to have...
split wonder.
The
Right
one
there,
split
Nata.
wonder. Is that what
Yeah,
you
this
want
guy.
to crown Nata? Yeah? I mean,
Well, I've
maybe hold on. Flash
I've called him this since day one NLC, this split.
If he wins the split, though, is he still at one split wonders?
Yes, because he wasn't in spring.
Yeah, but I thought you were talking back to his X7 days, you know? That was also a one split wonder.
He was also one split wonder in there as well.
I'm pretty certain, right? 99% sure that if he wins the split, he will have a 100% win rate in the NLC in terms of winning championships.
Yep.
And that's obviously a very impressive statistic.
Yeah.
He is also the only one in this final that has actually won an ERL Division 1, Simpy. One of the veterans in this series, caught out once again. This time, though, the Rakan shows his abilities, able to get out to safety, right? So
There's another AD carry that has a 100% win rate in singular splits in NLC.
Who's that?
A man that you carried to his first trophy in boxing.
Ben Voxton, very good AD carry, sadly not in our league
did
anymore.
Reverse sweeps twice. Do you know where he
Reverse
is?
sweep twice, yeah. I mean, he is the monster of reverse sweeps. I could go into a long conversation about that. But as he isn't in this final, you know, a lack of Danes in this final is actually a real trouble for me.
Before this hell pops off, do you know where he is now?
He's in the LVP as far as I'm aware. Is this Herald?
Nope.
Going to the
He's in-
Oh yeah, he's in
in-
Matchgo. He's in Matchgo.
Yes, they
Yeah,
just
I
had
do
a
know.
perfect split over in Matchgo. And do you know where
Perfect
Lucky
split
is?
Oh, Lucky, yeah. He just NNO Prime.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he just in NNO. Yeah, they just got their first 5-game win against Koi. So your boys that you carried apparently back in
No,
the
I
day,
didn't
they're
carry.
doing
I was
really
a
well
part
now.
of it, and a part of this final is about engages as Venomcrest continue to look for them.
I knew you were useless.
I will say, I do have more NLC types than you know.
Yeah.
I've actually 100% split win rate as well, right? I only was on trick for one split, so just as good as win rate as Nata. Nata, though, looking to make that statistic more impressive here today, right? Ruddy, Venomcrest, both chasing their organization's first Division 1 title. Alex built in this exact scenario just last split, 4-3-1 to Kasing, who's on the desk now, and Lion's Creed. They were underdogs then. I think it's fair to say this time coming into the finals as favorites, one of the two team favorites coming into the whole split, I would say. Ruddy and Nord looking the two strongest on paper. Venomcrest, a pleasant surprise all the way through, but they went from fighting for playoffs to becoming one of our top teams just towards the latter half of the split, really starting to step up when it mattered most.
Back-to-back finals for Ruddy. That is a level of consistency with that organization. Especially that it isn't just on a consistent lineup, but they did build the lineup here around the player who has become meta, right? Alex was very dependent on these AD champions last split. They tried to expand him in towards Orion and stuff, but there was always a degree of lack of comfort there. Alex, though, being able to be completely comfortable this time. Venomcrest have to engage. They can't have these slow fights. You see how much poke comes out. Only Lenny can really handle all of this poke. Lingard, buddy, you don't want to get hit once more there.
Yeah,
So
my
let Lenny
eyes-
absorb. But Amumi needs to get in there.
Yeah, Theo Cax and Simpy, those are the two guys I'm looking at to find the engage. Soul point here for Venomcrest. This could be huge for the game. Simpy finds 3 initially, but they're able to flash out and create the distance once more in the pit. Alaric dies, but a re-engage from Build is absolutely phenomenal. They've cut through them all as Lingard and Fierce are running for the hills. Build, Alex closing the gap. The remaining members of the last final wants to reverse it. This time they're at the front foot, chasing them down. Flashes, someone has burned. The Drake has gone over. Ruddy got everything they wanted. This Venomcrest carry duo looking for a way out, but Alaric should be able to stop one of them as Lingard looks to suicide.
There's your AD mid-main and an AD mid-meta. Looks like Fierce is going to be able to get out of there. Just barely. But Alex, he was on the hunt for the last 2. He was on the hunt in that fight. That disengage, that kite back that we were talking about, the potential that Ruddy has there, and also being in that neutral position, in the neutral objectives, where Venomcrest, they don't want to get poked out by the Ziggs, by the Ezreal, by the Brand for too long. They're able to use that pressure, they're able to win a fight there. Venomcrest not quite able to pull the trigger, not quite able to all be on board, at least not to the extent where Ruddy can't turn it. Now the game looks like there's a definitive lead economically, in objectives, on the map, on one side here, and it is those back-to-back champions, Ruddy. Back-to-back finalists, sorry,
That's
Ruddy.
a huge swing, right? Venomcrest had invested so much in getting those 2 early Drakes, giving up 6 grubs and a Herald, and to then not be able to get on that Soul Portal early on and have that extra leeway into being in a winning position. That's a massive blow. Baron is up in 2 minutes, and that's obviously always a potential to get back in the game. The gold lead not insurmountable, but Venomcrest suffering a massive blow after what hadn't been a bad early game by any means. They were certainly still in the game. Still are, but that can change now with one more big team fight.
Yep. One more huge team fight, and you have to bear in mind.
He's without a flash. Alex is trying to chase him down. TP in from Nata. They're pulling the trigger. They want this as Fierce desperately fighting for Alex, but the skill shots are connecting from the young Turkish mid laner, and that's the solo kill.
And that ping going out straight on towards the tier 2 top, you have to imagine that's going to go down a lot faster in Zig's hand than it will do in Lenny's hand. Demolish, B, Dan.
I want to see how quickly
they're
he gets
trying,
killed if we could look top lane. I'd love to see that. Please.
They're trying to match Ruddy on the map, but they can't. They really do have to just go and meet them in the field of battle and engage and go all in. Lenny needs to be prepared here.
From Nata, that would have been enough. If it was
yeah, it would have been.
But enough invested here from Venom to keep it alive. But next push, it's gone.
Yep. I mean, they moved Mundo off map, right? They moved Mundo into a Wards of Recall. Mundo does have teleport. Ruddy know that they haven't cleared all of the wards around this area. They know that they could just get flanked if they maintain that siege, and they don't want that. So they just disengage, they back off, they reset up the map, and on that, they'll still have this map lead. There's no need for Ruddy to risk it here. They know the only way Venomcrest win is getting that kind of an engage. Simpy, though, he's kind of done with it. He's kind of done with the game.
Yeah, Simpy, one of the, probably the most veteran player in this fan, right? Has been around for ages, even back in the EU Challenger Series days in 2017. So, yeah, a veteran player. Hasn't really added much to his cabinet. So this is still, despite such a long and illustrious career, a huge moment for him trying to get this final. And just talking a bit more about Venomcrest, because Ruddy have been this huge dominant force whole split. Venomcrest as an organization over the past couple of years have taken massive steps, grown from being in NLC Division 2 to winning NLC Division 2, promoting in first big playoffs. Then, I mean, they finished 4th in the spring, but they've continually improved. And now, despite this roster that many didn't have high hopes for, to be honest, yes, they had some known factors in Lenny, but Theocax plucked out of the randomness in France and has performed pretty well. They are now battling for their first title, and this upward trajectory they've had in the past 2 years have been nothing but incredible to see from an organization that have, you know, fought their hard way through the lower divisions of the NLC.
They were also big underdogs last split as well, right? Ruddy have put up really strong lineups 2 splits in a row, but Venomcrest have pulled up really unexpectedly strong lineups 2 splits in a row that nobody was really saying, okay, this is looking to be a top team. The Venomcrest from last split, they were at the top of the standings for a long time. They did end up falling off. They did end up getting tested. They did end up getting figured out. They were essentially just a pick-based team over and over again. But credit where it's due, Venomcrest have also put out banger after banger in terms of roster. 2 organizations that aren't necessarily mainstays of the UK, but are looking to make their name as the big new mainstays of the NLC League of Legends.
Just holding my breath here to see if either of these players in both teams will be caught out, as felt like that could have been a window where someone would have found the opportunity to engage. Interesting. Now, need to be a bit careful here, as Simply flashes now not off cooldown. I got baited by something hard there on the Haley. Venomcrest look to push in this mid wave. Battle for mid control in less than a minute. Soul point again up for Venomcrest, and then we could really see the map be stretched out, right, Vetrim, because Baron is also on the go.
Yeah, I mean, Venomcrest just really don't want to let Ruddy get in towards that jungle, and
Baron shots almost right there. Alaric
almost
able to make it out. Yeah, you can feel like
you see that vision line that Venomcrest have going in their jungle. They don't want that touched by Ruddy whatsoever. They know that vision is the only reason why Ruddy aren't just spamming everybody on towards that top tower, and they know if Ruddy ever gets permission from that, it does not end on that tier 2 tower either. So they're playing aggressively up mid lane. They know that they have the vision with which to do so because of their defense line. They don't want Ruddy to cross that line no matter what. They don't want Ruddy to break that line no matter what. They don't want Ruddy to get vision control down, because a siege comp with vision control is a winning position every single time, and that's what Ruddy have.
This is Lenny wanting to join the fight. Will be caught early on, obviously. CC immune at the beginning, so able to walk it off. Drake now on the map. 2 item spike for the carry. Still a pretty even game state at this point, to be honest, in terms of the items. The only real difference being in the jungle. So this is maybe now Venomcrest can strike and get their way back into an fully even game state, as the goal lead is 3k. Soul point for them. Drake on the rift. Who can find the right engage? The flashes are up from last time. Anything can happen here.
Anything indeed could happen here. Lenny, though, he's trying to do as much as he can. Simpy, he wants to find an angle. Theocax, he wants to get more than an ult.
Ulting Alaric, though, with a great engage of Theocax and Fierce. Both burnt down in an instant. Lenny in the front line soaking up some damage, but can't take it all. Yes, they got the Drake, but they're losing pretty much every member. Lingard fighting tooth and nail to hold Venomcrest in this as Ruddy. They win the fight, but they can't quite get the Drake.
This feels really, really familiar. Again, Simpy getting a multi-man off in towards the backline, but nobody is paying attention to Venomcrest's own backline except the members of Ruddy. They're again able to just eliminate the eliminate the carries, trimming the fat, you could say, as Venomcrest move their frontline in. So Venomcrest, they end up splitting themselves up into these fights, whereas Ruddy, they land the damage where it matters. No damage left for Venomcrest, and all of that setup has no follow-up.
While Venomcrest got the Drake, the big purple worm, the first one of the series, goes over to Ruddy. I felt like they got away with robbery there. I was sure Lingard and Simpy would be able to try and stop that from happening, but instead they wanted to get the bottom lane tier to Alex TPing down. So the Baron went over to Ruddy. The turret didn't get killed in the bot lane, so boom, that's a huge blow on the back end of the fight there.
Yeah. Ruddy are doing a really, really good job here of taking advantage of that moment where every single time that the frontline for Venomcrest goes in, the carry's in another place entirely. Ruddy can just choose one of those two to go all in on and deny the other one in turn. There's a synergy that goes there. Lingard can't move up because his Amumu and his Mundo are all dead. Right? They're just all dead. Or it's the other way around, and the Amumu and Mundo are the last guys alive, along with Simpy, and Fierce and Lingard are dead. One of these two things is going to happen the way that Ruddy is collapsing on these split fights. It's very interesting to see how they happen, because it's a decision that has to be made very, very fast in the moment. But the Ruddy composition, as ult heavy as it is going to be able to make that kind of choice really fast. You do have some initial burst, right? They're not a burst heavy team, but they are when that Zigzag comes down, when that Ezreal R comes down, and that Brand R comes down on top of it. That is very burst heavy, and they have just been ending these fights at the start through it.
Pushing out towards the tier 2, these turrets will fall quickly. Theocax finds the engage, and it's on to Couture again, and Simpy. Nice follow-up, the charm is there, but they got what they wanted. They've stopped much of this engage, or much of this siege. TP's now towards the mid lane from Fierce. He wants the tier 1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Brand by far the most vulnerable member of Ruddy, the one big low mobility carry on that side, but the Ezreal and the Ziggs, that's a much harder task for Theocax to be able to land on. Simpy's being able to do it, but only at the expense of splitting his team apart in those crucial fights. Alex 4-2-7 right now, with the one big bounty on Ruddy. Having a really good game here, having a really good split, having a really good season to be honest. Like, yes, the playoffs, there was a little bit of a collapse at the very, very final hurdle last time, but this game, he's off to a great start. This finals, he's off to a great start. This is a man looking to win his first NLC championship.
What a year, right? For not just Ruddy as an organization, breaking that 4th place curse, but remember where they were just a few weeks into the spring split. They were pretty much down and out, discounted, the roster wasn't going to plan. Alex and Build, they showed their potential, but they were too inconsistent. Had a good game every now and then, but multiple bad performances followed. And when Wolverine came in, things started to turn. They barely scraped into playoffs with a beautiful miracle run. Running all the way to the final as underdogs. Simply couldn't beat Lionsgate, the powerhouse of the NLC is Simply. Now caught out. The Rakanto slippery and able to get out. But Ruddy, they regrouped, they rebuilt, and Alex and Build still having those great performances. Still, every now and then, the inconsistency shows, but they are way more consistent than they were before. Like, the steps they've taken throughout both spring and summer have been absolutely incredible. And Ruddy coming in as favorites, not just for the split, but also this final. They can really feel like this is their title to win, their championship, to take the first one in their organization's history.
That indeed is true. A lot to play for, but it's been a very slow victory from this point, despite how fast the Ziggs can take these towers. That top tower took a while to get down. That bot tower still isn't down yet, and the map has remained fairly static, and this is with Ruddy grabbing those Barons, right? So there is signs of life here. The threat that Venomcrest have there is clearly present, not necessarily in high amounts of kills, but in the threat that Ruddy are feeling and the incapability of Ruddy to commit to their map-based playstyle and try to eliminate all of these structures. We've been in this phase of the game for a while, even though it's never really felt like Ruddy has been losing out at any point. They just can't quite commit to that ending, and look at that take.
Finds Katurgan. Theocax though pretty much gets bursted by Alex on the side of the fight. The True Triple Raph goes wide. This is the soul potentially. But Venomcrest and
really
Theocax is solo. No flash as well. The Drake now started up by Ruddy. You know exactly where Theocax is. It seems like Venomcrest are tucking the tail between their legs. And giving up that soul point here. Or not giving up a soul point, but not getting the soul this time around. They'll have to wait 5 more minutes at the least. And what are they getting on the other side? Absolutely nothing. Maybe a blue buff stolen away.
Yeah, Theocax trying to get some HP back from his own jungle, but this is not a Venomcrest that is primed to do and engage on Ruddy, and they just lost one big focal point that was allowing them to do so. Alex, he doesn't like how calm Venomcrest are being about the map right now, so he decided to pressure them really hard on that bot lane and potentially get that tier 2 on bot lane they've been angling for this whole time. As Mundo very far behind on the top side there. Venomcrest, once again, I've said this before, but they do need to engage. They're almost never going to be a spot in this game where they don't need to find and engage. They're in that position again. It's fairly dire straits. That bot tower is down. Alex is off map. Ruddy is off map. And Ruddy is like, we got the tower. We got the objective. Venomcrest didn't get what they want. Yeah, we're not getting that big decisive teamfight victory, but we are still getting victories. Let's do it again.
Yeah, and we talked about it before, right? A very slow game here in terms of what we've come to expect from Ruddy. The chaos, and we saw it in the first game as well against Venomcrest in their upper bracket final. I think it was a 23-minute game. Kills all around, about a kill a minute, but again, the final, right? They've stumbled at this hurdle before. Not many serial winners on either of these teams who are used to just taking championship after championship. The only one to have won an ERL Division 1 is Nata. Many of these players have been in this position before, but have fallen short, so the pressure could get to one of them on both sides, to be honest.
Must you constantly call all the NLC players here losers?
I just say they're not serial winners. That doesn't mean they're losers. They know how to win games and championships. Not quite as Ruddy. Turn their attention to the Baron. Lenny TPing in here. Simpy could find the engage. Theocax no flash, but the bandage shot still quite a long range. Baron down to 8k. They want to keep it aggro, but they haven't fully committed to it. Alex now on the flank as well. As Fierce is pushing up the mid lane. Seems like the Baron will be reset.
Yeah, the Baron will be reset. That's kind of a win for Venomcrest. Ruddy.
He's keeping it aggro. Katurgan forced to go gold here. This could be very bad for Ruddy. As the Drake, Baron Run secured. Theocax turns his attention onto Katurgan, but Lingard caught out. Good flash away to buy the space. Alex and Build cutting through the carries of Venomcrest. Build falls as Fierce barely survives. The Qs and Mystic shots flying through them from Alex. He will not lose the final again. He wants his redemption, but Theocax and Lenny on the back end taking down Alaric. Lenny, he's untouched. He's full HP. This Mundo can't be stopped. The bandage toss, the CC chain.
Venomcrest!
It's oh so good. Alex, though, still alive as Fierce is back. It's the ace for Venomcrest and the Baron.
That 3-2 split happened at the start of the fight once again. Venomcrest, they were split out. Their carries were vulnerable. Ruddy went straight on top of those carries. They were able to eliminate Lingard. They got Fierce out of the fight. But Lenny, amidst all of that chaos, wasn't just untouched. He was being touched a lot, but he was happy with it. He healed it all the way back up, and he was able to carry what became a long-form, low-burst fight, where as far as he's concerned, all that burst, it went on top of Lingard. None of it was safe for Lenny. Nothing to control Lenny, and the prophecy that Kasing made on the desk with how Lenny, he's just not really going to care. He's going to be able to walk around and do whatever he wants. It has been fulfilled on that Baron, and Venomcrest, the first decisive win of the game in terms of team fighting, it's gone over to them.
It just pushes the game back to pretty much an even game state, right? Ruddy had that moment before around the third Drake. Now Venomcrest have had theirs. This game, not done yet. One big fight at this point really decided all. Maybe in a minute, when this Drake spawns, that's when we see it. But look at the gold lead in the top lane, right? Lenny is absolutely massive in this game. And Lingard, I want to say, he absorbed the pressure so well that last fight. Ooh, so many players you could praise there. I felt like even Members and Ruddy played that fight really well. Theokex, I mean, you could go around the block there, giving out praise, but instead let's focus on what's next. The decisive fight it could be in this game. Number one, momentum to the winning side, of course, and just one stone in there, or one brick closer to building your first championship in the NLC for both of these orgs. For pretty much all these things.
Yeah, this is a really strong map state for Venomcrest, to be honest. And this Drake, it's going to be a soul. What is the one thing Ruddy have been doing? They've been throwing out their one initial salvo of burst.
Oh, Theokex behind the wall of just Turgan! He's caught out! I didn't know he couldn't see him. Lingard, though, taken pretty low as well. Will he go down? The Ignite is ticking, but I don't think it's enough. He's going to be able to survive and get out with the fruit to save him. Fierce on a killing spree. No way that worked!
Oh no. Oh no. All of the 3-0 Ruddy believers sweating right now as this initial game. Very simple concept for Venomcrest. We engage or we die, and they are finding the wins by committing to it. Still a kill lead in the favor of Ruddy, but there was a big 8-minute stretch where they should have been able to play the map, where they should have been able to get the structures down, they should have been accelerating, and they just weren't able to do so. Venomcrest, they played just aggressive enough to get them to the point where Lenny, my god, look at those items, is pretty much unkillable. And Theokex, he's starting to find the picks. He's starting to find exactly what he needed. The big shout-outs this game, I think, does need to go to Fierce. This isn't a simple game for Fierce to play. This isn't an easy game for Fierce to play. This isn't a game where Fierce can even afford to play patiently. He must play decisively, and he has been doing so. He has been coming up big in these fights when needed. He has been getting the bursts down as and where needed, and he hasn't been giving Ruddy what they want from him.
What a game we've got already in the first one. Maybe 5 of these to come. The game not yet decided. The goal lead 3k. But it is very much match ball to Venomcrest, it feels, right? It's in their court. Surely they should be able to close this out. The last 10 minutes, it's been all them. They just need that big blowout fight where they get 4 or 5 and then just keep running down mid lane and win the game. They've got the soul that just adds that extra bit of security. Lenny, I mean, he must be a tanky fella with those 2 Mountain Drakes on him. Oh my god, man. This game, I thought pretty early on it was done. Ruddy seemed to have it in the bag. They had it in control. They looked cool, calm, and collected. But maybe the Night Massive Spring Split returning to some of their heads as... Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say they've been playing bad. I feel like they've had the moments as well. They just had... Venomcrest, man, they're really fighting back.
It's fine. They can't hear you. You can't get in their heads. For everybody at the Ruddy meetup in London, though, this is the panic moment. This is the bit where you remember how things were going in Spring. It was going so well up to a point, and then it wasn't. Ruddy, they want to come in with momentum on this game. They had it for the first points of it, but Venomcrest have done such a good job robbing it of them. What you don't want is a repeat. If Ruddy do end up with a loss on this one, they need to remember how well this game was going for so long. They do still have it in them to be able to take the wins here. But Venomcrest, they were a big surprise in spring with how well they're doing. They've been a big surprise
Alex?
in summer.
Alex?
Oh no.
What are you
Oh,
doing here,
no.
Lenny? No!
Lenny, I saw
He
that!
failed the flash! Surely could have gotten Alex. That might have been massive. But it might still be, though. Fierce is coming down as well. Alex, you've overstayed your welcome. You out once, but this time...
Fierce wants revenge.
Oh, the flash.
Yep.
He's out.
Gonna be out. He's gonna make it out. Fierce wanted some revenge there. Remember, Alex was absolutely having his way with Fierce on the side lanes and in lane at multiple points in this game. But the tables have really turned. What was previously a blue line moving further and further into Venomcrest has turned into a red line encompassing the map. Look at that vision coverage. Look at all of the minions. Look at all the lanes. This is owned by Venomcrest, and they're gonna take the Baron in their domain unless Ruddy do something about it.
Ruddy do want to do something here. Alex has TP'd in. The Baron dropping quite quickly. I think it's just secured here. The engage is already going on, but they can't kill Lenny. They can't kill Simbi. Katurkan caught, taken down. This might just be it. As Alex, try as you might, but here comes Fierce to try and get him down. 3 members survive from Ruddy. This might not be game unless the 2 carries fall here. Katurkan's down. The TP's coming in. Alex, what do you have to say about the scenario? The flash forward, but they're not playing it. No, he's caught. Flash forward as well. They've gotten them all. This will be game. The nightmares are returning to Ruddy's faces as they lose the first game again. Ruddy, what happened as Fierce, man?
The decisive play from Fierce there, going all in, trusting his teammate and Lenny to do the TP flank. The coordination with these 2 solo lanes was there. The coordination with the 5 members of Venomcrest were there. They're able to claim game 1 against Ruddy. A game they were behind for large swaths of this game. It looks so over for them. But with the confidence they have in each members, they've pulled out yet another surprise, another Venomcrest surprise to end game 1.
That feels like a massive statement. The fact that they won that game, especially after the first 20 minutes, Ruddy were pretty much in control while the goalie hadn't ballooned into anything insurmountable. They were able to play some good fights. Ruddy, they just seemed cool, calm, and collected. They were taking the neutral objectives. They were getting the gold from the standing towers, and that could be very pivotal in the series. It feels that game, not just a victory, but a statement victory at that. To be able to hold on for the pressure for that long, very impressive. The desk will talk more about it after this break, as I could happily take 5 games of this because that first one was a banger.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
It looked like he goes where he pleases. He goes away with predictions, in my opinion. Venomcrest takes the first game away from Ruddy. Hey, Kasing, how are you feeling?
I've lost all my points. I've lost all my
He's forgotten.
Wait, calm down. It's still a long day. Don't go all out. Calm down.
No, but okay, on a real level though, one thing I was happy of is that, you know what, Venomcrest actually decided, you know what, our Mundo is going to carry the game, because at one point Mundo became unkillable. Don't get me wrong, with the lovely help of Ruddy, you know, throwing the game a bit, you know, it's fine. But in the end, Venomcrest still stuck to the win condition, they still played fights, you know what, front to back, as we saw. And they always found like the perfect kind of engage that, you know what, fit well with them. I think they caught Kitruken a lot, and this is honestly really, really big on how they won.
So let's start on the beginning, like before we finish the entire cast of it. What happened at the beginning? Because that was a big lane swap and it was kind of relevant. And I thought, hey, they have a plan. They got to kill Venomcrest. They got to kill as well. But did that translate into any sort of lead to begin with?
So it's weird because I actually think the lane swap was for the laners, but it ended up actually helping Theo, I think, more than anyone. It really slowed Kitruken's clear down. Like, Brand is an incredibly efficient clearer, but he saw the lane swap happen and realized, I'm losing my blue side if I don't move from red side now. So he then had to go up and then back down, and he was just walking around, and basically he just got out. Theo didn't get outpaced because Kitruken had to kind of play a weird kind of clear, and then the game kind of like went in weird ways. The Kasing also talked about backstage, like, it was quite funny seeing Alaric getting 2 plates bot side because of Nata having to teleport top lane, because for some reason Built decided that he was going to go up at level 1 with 0 CS and try and defend versus 3 under tower when a big wave was crashing. I don't know, there was Ruddy did well in the mid game to pull that game back, and then they really threw. And one of the things that we talked about on Champ Select was we really thought Lingard should have pulled out the Kai'Sa. Turns out, I think it was Nata who should have been on the Kai'Sa. I don't think the Ziggs really offered anything, especially once that Mundo started to take off.
Yeah, that's it. You have no answers for Mundo once he hits his items, right? 2-3 items. That was it. It was donezo. Like, Ezreal is not a tank killer, and nor is Ziggs. Obviously, he's an AP caster. And so the answer is you just don't really let the game get to that point. You perhaps mind control Venomcrest to perma-grouping, perma-skirmishing, perma-fighting, which is exactly what happened that game. And so Ruddy had a great lead. They were doing really well. Everything was feeling great. And then they just pissed it away. Like, what on earth was that? Like, it was poor. It was a poor show. It's the finals, boys. You can't be putting out something like that. It was weak, honestly. Like, I think even coming out of Champ Select, like, we were a little bit flabbergasted. Veteran looked a little bit flabbergasted as well. Weren't huge fans of certain ways that draft went down. And to be honest, it went the way that we were expecting it to. And Ruddy had the game that we expected them to have. But then, especially around that Baron fight where it just didn't go their way, and Mundo was able to stack up his items. It's like, okay, now we just don't have an answer for this guy. And once that happened, and once Mundo reached unkillable status, he never stopped. He then went into the side lane, which he probably should have been doing a little bit earlier, but still went into the side lane and were like 1v1'd Alex on the Ezreal. Like, no answers, 0 answers for it. And from that point, Venomcrest put out the easy win.
But that's exactly what I want to go into. The idea that Ruddy, even with, you have the Mundo, you have the line, the side lane push, you have the capability to delay the game and just wait for Mundo to go in, but it looked like Venomcrest were forcing the fights at the Dragon. I remember listening to Kasing's voice and I could feel his pain. So I want to understand how Ruddy had it all and they just threw it away. Was it the Baron? Was the constant fighting and chaos that they couldn't control? Like, they couldn't control their own fire? Or is Mundo too strong and they have to ban it on the game too?
I mean, to be honest, I think it's just more like, one, I don't think Venomcrest should have actually gotten to the point where they had 3 dragons. Like, I actually think, if anything, Ruddy should have been much more, decisive on understanding that, you know what, we're going to force them to come to us. And once they have, crossed the line or whatever, it's their turn or their time to engage. And I think them losing, 3 dragons is also, that shouldn't happen. Because if anything, Mundo's the one that shouldn't be strong in fights, right? So on paper, you have the stronger top lane, aka Renekton. He's your bridge for your early game to get like the first 2 dragons or whatever you want. Obviously, lane swap aside, right? I think they did have a lead. Like, Ruddy did do good things. They didn't do bad just because they lost. It's just more like I think they chose the wrong fights that they should have taken. Or sorry, they should have chosen the right fights that was good in their favor rather than the fights that was kind of like reacting towards what Venomcrest are doing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like Ruddy's mistakes were punished harder than the ones that Venomcrest made. Kind of just going back to why the dragons were picked up and how many dragons were given over to Venomcrest. I mean, Ruddy, they put a lot of emphasis on the grubs. They got 6 grubs this game, and I mean, you have Brand, so you always are going to assume if there's a Brand or a Zyra, they're going to rush grubs because they're very, very fast at taking them. And what we saw off the back of that was Venomcrest very rightfully recognizing, okay, they're going to go and prioritize the grubs. Let's just stack dragons now and hope for the dragon soul works in our favor. It was a mountain soul for a Mundo, which is a real stinger as well. And yeah, I mean, the game just slipped away from Ruddy because it just got too late. And it's funny because Kasing was the only real believer of the Mundo, and I feel like everyone in this room, well, we're not in the same room, but everyone in this desk, we've all been, at some level on the LEC in the sense of like either being players or, well, Kasing's the only player. We've all just been on the casters. We should have listened to the player who's like, actually, the Mundo is just going to 1v9 later. And everyone was like, you're an idiot, Kasing. You don't know what you're talking about. Turns out the guy who's actually got a pro career might know a little bit more about the Mundo than us, because he was absolutely right. That Mundo, as soon as the Mundo stopped doing what you were complaining about and like constantly grouping with the team, he just started being a menace in the side lanes, and then it was just like level 18 Mundo. How the hell do you deal with a 5-item Mundo when you have a Ziggs as your like ADC or that, your marksman role player?
For those of you who are not listening to the green room because you're not allowed to, Kasing was in pain the entire game because Mundo was fighting and not split pushing. And as soon as he stopped doing that and going for the split push, the pain dissipated, but that was the sentence I memorized. Oh no, my predictions. That's actually everything I remember. Kasing, tell me before we jump into Game 2 rematch.
I mean, if anything, right? Predictions aside, it happens, okay? You know what? I'm new here. You guys are the ones that should be, 100% winning your predictions.
You're part of the furniture at NLC. What do you mean?
I'm just saying, right? I think what I mentioned earlier about Venomcrest understanding the win con, ultimately that's what will make them win. And I think the faster that they've recognized that, if Mundo had gone to the side earlier, he'd have gone to his 2-item spike earlier, he would have gone to the 3-item spike earlier, And then it's on Ruddy to recognize, what, we need to play not just aggressive, but actually understand what are we getting from this aggression. And I feel if they do that, they can win the series. If they're not, probably not.
It could even be a 3-0 for Venomcrest.
I mean, honestly, it's a tall ask, but Venomcrest had a really, really good read on their comp there. I do think, again, I'm going to be a crocodile hater. I didn't like the Renekton. Imagine if you had like a Malphite or something, someone who was the hard engage and would start the fights, because the problem is Kit Rukin was getting caught out consistently. There was, I say consistently, at the end of the game, he was getting caught out and being blown apart from his team. If you had like a different top laner, I think there's a world where you could have hard engaged on before Ruddy basically kind of just got split by the Mundo just like menacingly walking towards the team, and they all have to peel away from him because you can't stand near him. So I think going into Game 2, we need to see the adaptation come from Ruddy. Whether they ban the Mundo, I don't know if I want to see a Mundo ban, strictly because I think there's too much good stuff already in the meta. Banning the Mundo just then enables something else to be open, something like a Rumble or a Zyra, or any of the really kind of strong picks right now. But I don't think Renekton's going to be your answer to this Mundo, especially when you now know that Venomcrest have the ability to do these lane swaps to kind of handle the early pressure of that Renekton lane. So I want to see, some adaptation coming in. I don't think Nasa on a mage was that impressive for me. Yes, the draft kind of lent away from a mage bot lane, but I do think Natter is an exceptional ADC player and should be on marksman champions and not on these mages. You had your AP fulfilled by Kit Rukin, and he will always fulfill that. And that's the major thing. Right now, what we do see, especially over in like places like the LPL, kind of just going off my knowledge for that one, you do see one source of solid AP for the team. So, your Carfuses, your Rumble, something like that. And then the rest of the team kind of just flexes into AD outside of that. Kit Rukin is going to take that AP role for you, so you can afford to put Nata on a Varus, on an Ezreal, on whatever ADC you want to give him.
So let me help you on that one. It's going to be a side swap. Ruddy will take on the red side. They lost. They decided to go on the red. Venomcrest will take on the blue side. So banning the Mundo doesn't quite seem fit. Like, might as well give the counter pick to build. So as soon as we look into the way this champion select will develop, what other champions should be on the lookout for? Because will bans adapt as soon as we jump into best of 5? Because you are aware of that. You have your own meta within the series itself. So how can we start developing this one?
I mean, my prediction right now is actually
no,
whichever...
your predictions are gone. Forget it.
Like, sorry. I'm saying for the picks right now. My picks, obviously, guys, you have to rub the salt into the wound, okay? I've already accepted I've lost. Like, when it comes to champions, right? Something that I noticed what would be crucial between both teams is actually champions that can actually just, how do I say it, actually do damage. And when I say do damage, I'm not talking about Ziggs or, you know, these kind of cast damages as Foxtrot pointed out. It's just, when I look at these two teams, I think it's better to just go for any hyper carries, something like Koki or Tristana, or, you know, that's for mid lane, for example. But then also for AD carries, it's like what, Kai'Sa, there's also champs that, I guess, maybe MF, obviously she was banned, but Zeri can work really well. But I feel like these teams have to prioritize those AD carries in 1, 2, 3. The fact that they even let it drop down, in my opinion, is maybe not the best, but you know what, they didn't really get punished, like the Xayah, for example. She kind of just got away with just picking Xayah and being, you know, free to hit. So I think champions like Kai'Sa and stuff is what I would say is going to be OP.
Maybe you could also shift your bans not so heavily onto Theocastis and maybe kind of almost direct them towards one of the three. You know, the Maokai, the Ivern, and the Sedge are kind of the highest priorities for Theo. So what have you got for answers, at least for all of those individual champions? And then maybe you can try and almost direct the champ select from there, and how Verdant draft. Not Venomcrest draft. Verdant washed out ages ago. That went down real bad.
This is the thing with the draft, though. I actually quite like Ruddy's approach personally, because if you look at the other, you know, the other players on the team, like, it's quite hard to ban them out, right? Like, if you're trying to ban out Fierce, his champion pool is quite wide, it's quite diverse, and Lenny will happily play carry tops as well as tank tops. Lingard, of course, not only plays ADC as a, you know, bot ADC player, but will pick the mages as well. And obviously Simpy, we've seen he's now Rakan one trick apparently. So yeah, like he can like, my point being, like, Theocax seems to have more of an exploitable kind of focus, more of a narrow focus in his champion pool. So it seems to make more sense to actually go for that and to put him off of comfort. And to be perfectly honest, like, honestly, when you looked at that first game, I do think, like, he was not useful. He was not useful for a long point of that game. We even saw, like, 30 minutes in, like, he was flashing out of team fights because he couldn't get in properly because he's playing a Mumu, which just wasn't great in the situation. So I think it's a decent strategy. You know, you really push him down to that on that comfort level and force him to do something that actually, you know, you feel like you can deal with. I wouldn't be too surprised. I know we swapped sides, so it's going to change a little bit, but a little bit of a salty run back here from Ruddy, maybe tweaking a few things. Specifically, I'd like to see Nata not on that Ziggs, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see somewhat similar drafts here as in game one.
So far, it's the same champions. We're just waiting for the last one from Ruddy. Will they adapt to what happened in the previous game, or will they fall on the same? Oh, Ezreal is now the first man. So what do you take as the B1? Relying on the core key.
I mean, there's Tristana, there's Koki. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. I'd like to see Alex locking the Lucian here. We did start seeing more and more people. It was actually Fierce who's been counterpicking the Corki with it. It's such a good matchup. I do not like the Tristana Corki matchup. I think I'm just not a fan of her side of that matchup. But this is interesting.
Nah, there's no way. That might be built. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. That might be a top
lane. No, exactly. But it's a denial from Theo. If they do, they have locked it in. You put that top lane for built. You can then pick like the Zyra or the Brand once again. Because as much as Kit Rukin was getting caught a lot in that game, I don't think the fact he was on Brand was the issue. Unless they are just gonna look at pick like a Gwen for built as like a final pick. And then you have like a bunch of melee, and you can enable them with the Sejuani. There is a world where they could go down that road as well.
I mean, at this point, right? I think young counterpick into Koki is really good for, like, well, not just good, but like it fits what Alexis wants to do, right? He's obviously really good at his melees as well. He loves to play the skirmish matchups, and I think anything that I guess Ruddy picked right now is just anything that's going to go in. So champs like, you know, Leona, or I guess even Nautilus and stuff, right? I think Nata and Alert, I think right now, no, honestly, I'll go for Kai'Sa and Rakan or something, these kind of champions. I'll free pick Kai'Sa and just win the draw from here. Because I think that's literally what Ruddy needs to do. But you know what? What do I know? I'm not in the finals.
Okay, it's locked in.
You were in the finals not too long ago, though, Cassim, weren't you? So, but things have changed a little bit. We know what ADCs permanently in the mid lane here, and APs in the jungle. I think this is interesting. Honestly, this Sejuani really has me thrown. I think it's smart taking it away from Theo, but it's not really in Ruddy's wheelhouse, to be honest. I think Sejuani jungle with Yone mid is a fantastic combo for sure. But is it really what Kitarukan wants to do? So here comes the Leona. I remember seeing Kasing had a sick Leona game, didn't you? Last week? Maybe Alux's been taking notes on that, and he can pull out something equally impressive this time around.
I've seen a Zonia's Leona back in the day for Kasing. MVP. Yeah, I know.
Wow, let's go.
I've been following. Okay, it's going to be Rakan's wife to be removed from this one. Ziggs as well. I was like, okay, Nata needs an AP or build needs to bring something into the top side if Sejuani is not going to be a flex. Yeah. I aside from the Yone, I'm looking at a personality like Crisis for Ruddy so far with that Sejuani. If they bring something as an AP for Nata.
Just do Kai'Sa, mate.
It
100% slam that down. Don't even think twice.
No one picks it, guys. Well played to everyone. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. But then again, we were pretty one-sided on the draft coming into game one, weren't we? Saying it was a Ruddy.
That was a throw of the century. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Let's not even think about that.
That's the ice cream man. Let me just mute my mic.
He's gonna go get a 99.
Well,
wow.
Ice cream man,
oh my god.
Kai'Sa.
Also, you see what's got picked? Oh my god, Ruddy are gonna win. They're gonna win.
They actually
can we be quick? He's moving. He's moving on. Let's wrap this up.
The thing is, this draft makes a lot of sense, right? Because one, Kai'Sa's obviously, she can go AP damage, right? Oh my goodness. No.
Oh!
Forget what I said.
So
guys, I don't know
that
anything.
allows
hold
Vanguard
on.
to bring in the Kai'Sa.
It's
No,
fine, guys.
it's actually so washed.
It's okay.
Why did they do this?
Zeri is still fine, guys.
Explain.
Zeri does a lot of hybrid, to be
You have to
fair.
remember, Zeri does actually do quite a lot of AP damage. I think it's like 60%, 60-40 if you include your ulti. But also the fact that their comp literally wants to be front to back as well, right? And you can have Yone flank, but I also feel like when I look at Venomcrest's comp more, I actually like it a lot more. I think Amumu is a good pick into Sejuani. Even though Yone is technically a counter pick into Corki, it's not like he just, you know, goes up and just kills him or whatever, right? You still have to get through, I guess, the Rakan and the Amumu. Whereas the Kai'Sa, in this case, why I feel like Kai'Sa is good for right now for both teams, is just she forces the enemies to have to do something. Otherwise, she's going to keep poking you down. She's going to be able to kind of dictate the fight. So, Hitbrain's favorite champion is picked.
A deep burning fire of hatred is inside my heart right now. But at least good for Ruddy. This now means that they can move away, unless this is actually the Sejuani top lane, they can move away from that and then, I mean, right now, what do they really want top lane? I mean, they've got engaged in this team with Leona and Sejuani. Mundo just fulfills the tank role. Built is literally just taking the better side of this matchup once again. No, this time around. The moment that Mundo's been locked in, I'm now on Ruddy's side. I was really starting to get a bit nervous with the fact they picked the Zeri over the Kai'Sa, but after what we saw last game, I have to believe the words Kissing said. I think Mundo just goes where he pleases. And
I got a big question. I'm gonna throw it Fox or Kaseng. You pick it, Hitbrain just talk, so let's see how it works. With the Amumu, you have the AP on Kai'Sa, you can bring it up. So Amumu could go full tank and Renekton could go for the Blade of the Ring King. Obviously, you have to be on the duty to stop the sides push. But you have the Blade on Renekton, which is... It's like... It's chaos if you play versus Mundo. Mundo doesn't like that. If you empower the W when they auto attack and the reset, that's half his HP gone. So there's a way for the Renekton to play versus the Mundo if Amumu goes for full tank, correct?
You can take a quick shot.
I wish I shared your optimism, to be honest. I think that maybe outside the first like 5 levels, Renekton can bring the pain to Mundo, but Mundo has that great little safety mechanism where he has that hard CC counter, right? So you can't actually empower W him and then combo him. Mundo will walk away. So
That's what about the percentage HP you take away with the blade? You know, auto reset. That's
if you go Bork on Renekton,
yeah.
then I think you're in trouble for as the game progresses. But the thing, so that's the thing is like you could Bork to try and boink Mundo, and that's great potentially in the 1v1. Firstly, I don't really think it sways 1v1 into your favor, but secondly, then you're very much tunneled into fighting Mundo. That's your role that game, you know, and I don't think that's what you know what Lenny wants to do.
So is this a ready game? I'm gonna ask this. I'm asking, is this ready game again?
I mean, I would have 100%
there's
said Ruddy.
silence.
I would have
I wanna be
100% said
right.
sorry if they had gone Kai'Sa instead of Zeri. But you know what? It's fine because I still think Zeri is still a good addition regardless. Because one, she's still a hyper carry, right? She can still do the job of, you know, still playing front to back. And I just think right now, as long as Ruddy don't, you know, get too overconfident and try to overchase some kills and just stay disciplined, I think they can take this game.
So surely Ruddy will win, Kasing.
Yeah, surely.
Sure.
Based on that last game, surely. they should win,
Foxdrop,
yes.
what do you think?
I like both these team comps, but I think I would in a vacuum. I would favor Ruddy's a bit more, but to be honest, this is one of those rare cases I think recently where I'm like, yeah, both these comps are kind of, you know, I'm kind of vibing with both of these, but I am forced an answer. I'm going to say Ruddy.
Ruddy, what about you here, Brian? I know this is a
Ah, boy.
Renekton, pain.
He doesn't want to vote for Renekton. That's
You know,
what I
I
think.
don't want to vote for Renekton, but I actually kind of really like what Venomcrest are doing. But if I think if it's anything but Renekton, I'd be so much more confident in this. My predictions might just be cooked here. I'm gonna go Venomcrest.
Venomcrest, he changed. Okay, let's see as we toss it into the game. It's about you, Veteran and Duckling. Who do you think is gonna take the second game?
I'm gonna leave that to be answered by you, Veteran. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I actually really like Kai'Sa here for Venomcrest, but it's like Kai'Sa itself that can. Producer was just telling me about 50 different things, so with the Kai'Sa on Lingard, I think that helps with some of Lingard's typical difficulties coming into these games, but a big thing is that I like it as a control factor for Zeri. I like it against champions like the Yone. I like it as a counter, really, into what Ruddy have, and I think if Ruddy had picked it up, like I agree with Kasing, I'd be all in on Ruddy there, but given that they didn't just not go for it, but they went with a composition that honestly doesn't want to play into a Kai'Sa as well, and then they gave Kai'Sa over to a player that definitely has his best games on that stamp. I think this becomes a lot more even now, and not to sound like your typical pundit, but the momentum is definitely in Venomcrest's favor right now, and you can't skirk at that. That being said, it is Mr. One Split Wonder Natter there at the peak of his powers. He did have a phenomenal game on the Ziggs last time. Ziggs doesn't give that much agency. Zeri, on the other hand, gives a phenomenal level of agency over towards Natter. Natter believes in himself, and Ruddy will get the momentum back through Natter, who always has that momentum in his first split of any season.
Can Ruddy bounce back, or will Venomcrest put themselves at match point and just that one step away from the NLC title? We'll find out as we head into the Rift for game number 2. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We've hit the Rift for game number 2. We could be more than halfway after this game, depending on who will take it. I do very much agree with the Kai'Sa analysis, but I am also interested to take a look at the top lane matchup, right? We saw the Mundo just last game be such a nuisance, and a really big reason that Venomcrest were able to come out on top. And this time, the matchup is on the other side of the other team, is probably the right way to say it, built now on the Mundo and Lenny instead, piloting that Renekton, and how important could that end up being?
The Renekton itself?
I'm more so thinking the fact that the matchup changed and not just...
Well, I mean, it's not in the same position as before, where the Mundo... Actually, honestly, there isn't... I mean, I do like Corki going in towards the Mundo, to be honest. I think the amount of shred that Corki is able to output these days, and the amount of hybrid damage that Kai'Sa is able to output, I think these could be valuable tools in towards a Mundo. Mundo's not in the same position that he was last time round, where it's just guaranteed that at some point he's going to be essentially unkillable, and you're basically sat there having to deal with all of his teammates and hoping he can't just completely 1v9, which, as we know from watching the previous game, eventually he was able to do. But we'll see, really. Like, I think it's more about the context of the picks that Mundo is into that mattered the most, rather than the matchup itself. There are ways to handle the Mundo. That being said, if Ruddy feel confident taking the Mundo, if they're like, wow, that looked like a banger, we should be using that stuff, then by all means, please go do so. I think Simpy being on the Khan again, which is a very comfortable champ for him, and Lingard being on Kai'Sa, which is a very comfortable champ for him, is going to have much more of an impact. They're going to have good synergy together. Kai'Sa has a lot of tools in this game, and Simpy is the guy that can stay on towards that Zeri, right? So let's see how they're able to do. If we get around step 1 there, then we can start worrying about step 2, which is, can this Mundo really do stuff later on? Do we actually have the tools to be able to kill him? I think if that 2v2 goes really well for them, the answer is going to be yes regardless.
Yeah, I think that's some pretty decent analysis. And one thing we talked about a lot in Game 1, right, Veteran, it was the fact that Ruddy, they were here last year. They came out on the wrong side of the coin, losing the final, but we haven't really discussed, obviously Venomcrest as an organization have won the NLC Division 2, so they're doing pretty good in terms of finals, but it's the first time in a Division 1 final, and there is someone who knows what it feels like to lose on that side of Venomcrest as well. Lingard has actually finished first in a GLL regular season, but came up short in playoffs, finishing second. Add to that a second place in the PG Nationals as well. He's tried to lose in multiple different ERLs. He's been so close to the crown, but so far it has evaded him. And add to that, right, he's been to EMA Masters multiple times, but not quite made it off play, and he's failed a qualification into LVP from the LVP second division as well. So this is someone who, despite having a pretty long career and a somewhat successful one, you could say, with good results, he just has never quite reached the top of the mountain and been able to crown himself king of an ERL.
Until now, as you like to point out.
Oh, that's a great catch! Phenomenal! As Lingard, the uncrowned, at least gets a little bit crowned there for claiming the first blood.
Yeah. First kill of the game goes to Lingard. Someone did predict 3-0 Venomcrest, didn't they? Who was that?
No one predicted that today. But some people did predict a 3-0 result, which obviously was probably meant to be in Ruddy's favor, but with the way this is going, that's not the likely outcome. That was a good catch, and we might see another one here. Theocax is rooted up. Alex, does he have the damage? E-forward could be available, but instead, good flash up to safety there.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice Theocax up towards top side, which means that...
I mean, Lenny could be in trouble here. Alaric and Kiturikan are on their way. Lenny has the flash, but the slice and dice is not available for 5 more seconds. The flash has to be used, I'm sure of it. But the death still sealed as built. Will claim that kill. Good return response here from Ruddy.
I was doing a double take there, because Theocax being forced off on midsection meant that Ruddy's top laner could go aggressive on top, but we go up there and we see Renekton moving in, and I was like, wait, hang on. Which team was the Mumu on? And I was trying to double check this, but no, Lenny just messed up there. He went completely aggro in the absolute worst situation to do so. Built was the guy that had the permission to do that, because he knew that he had his jungle support leaning in towards top side. He knew he had control of midsection. He knew the opposite was known to be untrue by Ruddy the entire time. So not quite sure what Lenny was trying to do there. He's not playing the Mundo this time, and he did not have the map advantage there. So that advantage Venomcrest just got on bot side, traded top side by some sloppy play.
And Lenny had obviously a great spring split. Really took the lead by storm, being plucked out from the low divisions in France by Venomcrest. He really did hit the ground running in spring, having a monstrous split there on Venomcrest. This summer, it's been a bit more up and down, but there are still these great performances in him that shows he is one of the top laners here in the NLC. A year and a split in which quite a lot of players have come from out of nowhere, building a name for themselves. Same could be said for Bill and Alex. On the side of Ruddy, as Theocax, someone who's trying to do just that now, being plucked out of the low divisions of France, just like Lenny was last split, having had pretty solid performances throughout here for Venomcrest this year.
I want to say something, but I'm pretty sure Ruddy, they want this fight.
Yeah, they really do want this, actually. The smite available. Whoa! Fate sealed on 2. Theocax will get the Drake, but the kill comes through regardless. Now Lingard the one who's the target. Can he get one back in return? Yes, the last auto, just barely claiming that kill. Ruddy failed to get the Drake. They didn't quite win the fight, but their response was to get 2 kills.
Yeah, 2 for 2 kills there, actually. Fearcax just barely able to get the Drake with his dying breath, and Lingard just barely able to trade the kill with his dying breath. Just barely able to get that into an even or winning state for Venomcrest, but still, they were able to do so nonetheless. I think they'll be happy taking that initial Drake. They'll be happy going even on that initial fight. And Lingard, he's going to be able to catch the wave coming back towards bot side, and Fearcax is going to be able to contest the next huge objective of the game, which is those grubs on top side.
They know this is happening. He's able to get one, as now Alaric shows his face. Alex rotating up as well with the prio in mid lane. This means that he was forced to back off. Fierce is half HP. Yeah, I don't think he's recalled after the fight before. This could be bad for Venom because it's inside their own jungle. Ruddy looking for the kills here. Can't quite connect. Close down the gap, you should say, as Fierce still in the mid lane trying to survive. I think these point clubs could definitely go inside of Ruddy. This blue buff as well seems to be a likely target, but the skirmishing far from over. It seems that Venomcrest don't want to give this up quietly. But Alex has the priority. What can they really get here? What? Huh?
I mean, Ruddy, they're going to get the blue buff here. Simpy and Fearcax, by just matching them and maintaining vision there, give Kai'Sa permission to extend on that bot side, and that bot side matchup has hit level 6. So, Kai'Sa actually in a pretty good position against Nata here. It's much easier to execute the Kai'Sa side of this matchup than it is to execute the Zeri side of it. So long as you maintain the knowledge of where support jungle is, you enable
CC chain so far is good. That is a very good CC chain. Simpy able to get one ability off before he dies to Alex. Alaric though,
come on.
A light the next target. The last auto will seal it now.
2.
It is Fearcax who's so low.
Three,
able to get down one
three,
before. Alex flash available. Will try and get out. Has claimed himself a double kill. Won't make it more. Another 2 for 2 as this game is neck and neck so far.
2 for 2, but winning mid, and bot lane is able to get some kind of an advantage off that. Look at the way that Nat is playing. He's playing very, very patiently. I wish we could see that wave, because I really do want to know if this is turning into anything on bot side. I don't know yet. But it's entirely possible that it is, as Lenny picks his top side in his favor. Fierce picks his mid in his favor, and bot, it looks like Nata is in a fairly comfortable position. He won't be on the next set of rotations, but Leona is leaning down right now, so Leona will be able to escort this wave out for Nata. Looks like Nata was able to get into a comfortable pocket in that bot lane, so they weren't able to get something huge for Lingard on bot there, but being able to fix double lanes there and go more even in these fights and be able to claim, again, more neutral objectives for Venomcrest. None of the grubs have gone over towards Ruddy as of yet. I think Venomcrest is still gonna take these incremental wins. Ruddy are the ones that want some kind of big swinging win right now to get their heads back into the game. Venomcrest, they want to maintain the momentum that they got in the last part of last game. The fact that they won last game while things were going so bad, they can surely tell themselves that them being in a good position early game on this one puts them in a better position overall to potentially take game 2.
One thing though that's for sure that we've learned so far this series is that it is not gonna be a stop for Ruddy. That's for sure, as Venomcrest are fighting tooth and nail this series, certainly delivering as you would want in your final. The biggest stage the North has to offer in terms of League of Legends. Both of these teams, worth mentioning, qualified for the main stage of EMEA Masters seeding. The only real difference as EMEA Masters no longer consisting of group stages, but instead of a long Swiss stage, which both of these teams have qualified to, and their opponents have already been drawn. It is simply depending on seeding that will decide who they'll play against.
I think the less we talk about the Swiss stage seeding, the better for all involved. But
is it bad?
But wow. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Sorry. Nothing, guys. I also apologize on behalf. Is unaware of the discourse. It's all good, guys. It's all good. But Lenny, getting a good wave on top side again. Not going aggressive when it would be done to.
Yeah, no more overstaying.
No more over aggression.
I think
you'll take the win to can.
Looking at the matchup here, right? Obviously, both of these top laners, as we discussed earlier, have built up a huge name for them throughout this year in the NLC, coming in unknown in strength, both now being, I would say, 2 of our top laners here. And normally the one to have been more aggressive and make these mistakes of being maybe a bit too aggressive has been built. But this time, you know, as you said, it was Lenny who was too overeager. Someone who I've always seen as more reliable and consistent. It hasn't quite been the case this game, as he seems to have learned from his mistakes. Though, that was a very accurate TP.
was aggro TP, but he already has his support jungle playing shallow there. They want to contest this, make sure at least make sure it's a reset, because what is coming up, it is a fart break, right? And many players still enjoy contesting that if they can. Venomcrest, they want a decisive win.
BO5 could get in the pit,
So
but
Ruddy.
the bandage toss goes wide. The Chemtrack Drake secured, and with that, Venomcrest give up the hope of getting any kills in return. Instead, they'll turn their attention towards the mid lane, as Alex is quite far away, so they want to slow down their way of getting there. I think it's just will just be a play for Fierce. It is worth mentioning, right? Early on, BO5 took that one void grab. That hasn't been taken anymore since. Like, this will likely be a very low void grab game. Only 3, I think, will spawn with the time we have left before the Herald comes.
Yep, but 4 grubs is still something that you can work with. I also want to point out Lenny proxied Mundo topside while all of that was happening and has gotten 3 plates
Alex
for 0 so far.
could have been in trouble, but the W
But
went
still.
wide for Simpy.
Yep,
Safe to
definitely
step
definitely diminishes Alex's ability to just go straight all in. Fierce can take a bad trade, just can't necessarily take a straight all in from Alex if led of any kind of CC whatsoever.
Look
But
at Lenny's build here, right?
Yep.
He's gone for the bit of the ring. He discussed on the desk as well.
Yep.
Would it be the right decision? Was it meaning that he would only have to be in that 1v1 and he would have diminishing returns in the team fights instead? Because he spent this much gold on an item that is mainly meant for this 1v1. The answer is when I find out as this game continues to unfold. Ruddy, however, investing heavily in the bot side of these void grubs, will be taken up top. So a tower for void grubs, I assume here, or will they try and get the tower back Venomcrest in the top side?
I do think that honestly it's in Ruddy's best interest to just maintain the swap scenario as is. I think they are actually ahead right now. Nata does seem to be pressing on towards that tier 1 on bot side. Venomcrest, they're happy to continue on top there, but I actually don't think they're doing as well as they think they are. Crucially, I do want to point out, Ruddy are emphasizing the solo plates and the solo XP on towards Nata. That's absolutely going to count for something. Bill is going to be able to catch it. There's so much HP present on top side right now. It's a big porker and it's a big what is Mundo? Actually, is he a certain species or?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd be happy to give you an answer if I read the lore, but sadly I do not.
You have a life, don't you?
I did actually buy the book about the lore, but I've read it out to a
Wow,
friend
I
who
take
has
that
no
back.
life and wanted to read it. And I haven't seen it for a year now, so who knows what happened to that book. Rest
who
in
knows?
peace. Tales from Runeterra. The Herald though,
Rest in peace.
to go back to the grand final, how we're sitting, just a reminder. The Herald has spawned. And it will be taken down instantly by Ruddy. 2 for 2 so far in this series of getting Heralds. 0 for 1 in terms of winning games, but maybe that'll change here.
Maybe. The Herald is going to be a pretty big play for them though, and Nata with solo plates on bot side able to catch up somewhat economically towards the Kaiser. Still 400 gold behind, but no significant lead on Venomcrest yet. This Herald could therefore still give Ruddy a major advantage going into the game. Both sides kind of meeting each other very evenly right now. And we're still really waiting for that one huge contest to happen, right? And it took a while for that to start happening last game. Even though last kill was a relatively high kill game compared to this one, there was still like that really long 7-minute period where the game very, very much slowed down. We didn't see anything big until like second, maybe even third Baron. I believe it was second Baron. Feels like this game's kind of begun that way. We've got a couple of skirmishes, but nothing too decisive. Nata, he's not dumb. He's not going to keep walking up there, eat the passive, and actually try to challenge the Kaiser while she still has her R and all abilities up. He's going to back off there, but, you know, with his terrain scaling, he's going to be able to jump into any kind of a fight, any kind of a point. But obviously, Kaiser can do similar, depending on the setup of the team. Kaiser's a real passenger AD carry. Huh?
Both very mobile AD carries, I think it's fair to say.
Kaiser's as mobile as her opponents are. That's how I like to think.
That's true, but I mean, the E movement will certainly add a little bit extra spice to the mix. As we fit that 15-minute mark, I should say, a very slow game. This is very non-Ruddy. They discussed it on the desk as well, heading into the first game, right? Ruddy were all about, I want to call it control chaos, where, you know, they're able to just push their luck at every chance. They know exactly when their windows are, and they push that to the maximum. Once that snowball starts rolling, they just keep pushing until they will win the game within 25 minutes.
I actually
been the
do.
case so far.
I actually do think they're very macro heavy, by the way. I do want to say, I think they're very macro heavy. They just have high kill games.
Let's see here, though. Talking about kills, this will certainly be
you.
another one. I don't think Lenny has a way out of this. Yeah, the ultimate yet to be used by Build. Could come in at any second. There, the kill is claimed. And I think it's a discussion you're opening up, right? It's not that Ruddy aren't macro unity. It's just that on the surface level, when you only look into it, it just seems like they just constantly fight. Obviously, they have reason behind that fight. And that's why I wanted to call it control chaos, because they know exactly what they're doing, but at first glance, it very much looks
Ruddy just don't typically give up neutrals. They're on timings for these neutrals, and they're happy to take those neutral skirmishes. And when Ruddy have a advantage economically, they're not scared to push that advantage into further things.
Let's see what happens in mid lane. Simply should be able to get out with the help of the flash as well, but I certainly undervalued how much that solo can kill, but they can't get with the top men. That Herald, got another turn, another charge there. The gold lead now back to even. What had slowly built up to a 2.5k gold lead for the side of Venomcrest. And that plays really within just that one play. This Renekton, I think Hipbrain is very happy right now seeing Renekton's fail as Lingard. Taking quite low already. Good burst from Nata. Lingard though dancing around the damage from Alex. Able to survive thanks to the killer instinct. Ooh, this game is
able to survive.
Spicier.
Able to survive thanks to his ultimate, but he's not able to thrive in that fight. Began as a 2v1, he had to back off. He couldn't really do that much straight into Nata and Alex, and now he's going to be off the map, so the game will slow down again in favor of Ruddy here. Decisive play by Ruddy. They weren't able to kill Kai'Sa, but they have stifled Venomcrest's ability to play map here, particularly off of that Herald that Ruddy were able to pull on top side. I think Ruddy are going to feel much more comfortable about their position now than they have been at any other point in the game. But this is, again, they will just contest when they see their opponents willing to contest in a situation where they can't really fight. Lingard shouldn't really be stepping up on that mid wave there. There is no follow-up available for him. Ruddy know that, so they go and contest him on that mid wave immediately. That, for me, is still a good macro play, even if it does lead to more contests, more fights. I don't necessarily think these two things are opposed to each other.
Simpy, CC coming through, but no real damage as the damage dealers just a bit too far away. Now Fierce, though, could be in for a whole lot of a worse situation. This time, the damages. There are 5 members of Ruddy. Take down Fierce. A good pick, but no neutral objectives on the map to make that into a bigger play.
Yeah, I mean, it's still really good to keep removing Venomcrest players from the map there. They removed Kai'Sa before. They've definitively removed Fierce here despite the TP, which gives Venomcrest less freedom. Lenny going very aggressive despite that midsection contest again, and going to get punished very similarly to how he got punished in the opening phases.
I think he might be dead here.
He should be dead. It's very illegal that he did that.
I mean, Slice and Dice is now back up and available, but I'm not sure it will lead to an escape as it's a 3v1 scenario. Lenny is not having the best of times here in game number 2. He has had his fun in the Mundo. Now he's in the Renekton. The other side of the coin, and it's turning out exactly like we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, this was just another extension that he made, even though he knew his team had been contested really heavily on the midsection. You can't really extend on sides there. You're looking to just reset the map and try to get out ahead of your opponents on resets. That's really what you have to do there. He just gave his life to proc a demolish on bot tower, and he got summarily punished for it. Hopefully it's the last time you see that from Venomcrest, because that means that if Ruddy are able to successfully contest Venomcrest on only one part of the map, they know that if Lenny is a part of the second part of the map, they can always extend that play elsewhere. And hopefully that's not the consistent story of this game, because Lenny, I think he got voted on as MVP for game 1 there. He doesn't want to move from that into being the potential liability of his team in game 2, which is honestly what he has been so far.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good game, to say the slightest. And it feels like it's not just they've put attention towards it. It feels like he has had some crucial missteps here, right? He's made his own situation worse, which isn't the position you want to be in. It is clear that while these players can thrive under pressure, they can also sometimes maybe crumble a little bit and make some mistakes. It is in terms of you know, some of these players have had some final appearances, but not many wins in terms of finals. The Theocax finds Alaric. Now though, Theocax is locked up. Turn on Nata though! That's found the target. The Flash is able to get him out. Both summoners use. It's 1 kill now, as they want more. Lenny has rotated up, but they can't quite find it. Could have been so much more had Nata died, but the Flash, the cleanse, coming in clutch.
Oh my lord, yeah, Nata getting the move there from the fight as well. So lucky to be alive. That combo from Theocax on Simpy from Lingard really coming in clutch there. You're able to see the amount of damage that they have and the ability of Kazul to follow up very simply onto any of these kinds of plays. So good composition there. Venomcrest, they will immediately look to force Ruddy off of that Baron or the other way around. I can't actually quite tell what happened there. People are just looking at Baron, but Venomcrest able to get the mid tower down immediately. That's a really good objective to get. And now the next big contest is going to be that Cloud Drake.
Lily build, what is happening down here?
God.
Can he find the solo
Oh my
kill?
god!
The anti-heal, the build just for this matchup, but it is still so close. Slivers of health as they both are able to make it out.
Cloud Drake.
Now it's now on the map, as you say, the Drake soul point for Venomcrest.
Yep.
Ultimates on cooldowns though. That's the fight. Recent in our memory still, where Alaric died. It seems like it is Ruddy that wants to start it up. Yeah, it started by Katorikan, but he might be able to back off of it here. No, he's back on it. Cooldown, Steelcax, Curse of the Sad Mummy. Not there. The Grand Entrance isn't there either for Simpy. There comes the Solar Flare. Doesn't find anyone initially. Can Alex find the engage? The Fang Shield! He finds 3! That is exactly what they wanted, but they haven't quite killed the carry yet. Now the re-engage. Lingard trying to do what he can alongside Fierce. Steelcax in the pit, but he can't steal the Drake. But instead, a brilliant Curse of the Sad Mummy. Nata though, Lightning cracks the damage. Close, but not enough to fight. Goes over to Venomcrest. They all make it out. And a sliver HP, but right to get the Drake.
Inches, but those inches are turning into miles. Venomcrest, they were able to make it out the fight. Built is putting on a... Is it a Lenny cosplay, or is it just Mundo, right? He's doing his best Mundo here, running up in full HP and towards his sliver of HP opponents, really flexing in that regard. And Theocax Fierce, they're not quite able to get the resets that they want. They're going to have to settle for recalling a bit later. Built doing his job, and now the next rotations, as Venomcrest come out on the map, Ruddy, they're only going to be a couple of seconds behind, despite Nerly being aced. So, Built, he's actually done a really good job there, getting the map state in a much better position for Ruddy than it otherwise would have been had he not gone forward on that really powerful Mundo. And it does raise that question, right? Yes, you can deal with the rest of the team as Venomcrest, but can you deal with that Mundo? Will Mundo turn out to be the defining pick of the series? Because we've been here before. You've been here before, Duckling. I feel like I've seen this kind of an effect already, and I wonder if this game extends to 30 minutes like it did last game, if we're going to see a repeat performance from another Mundo.
And the Mundo so far really turning out to be defining, just as you said, could become defining of the whole series. Might just be put on the ban poll in game number 3 for either of these teams, to be honest. After this game, I think they both know exactly what it can do, both for and against your team. And what really interests me here is, right, this time Lenny, or before we saw build for the team fight, right, on the Renaissance. Lenny's building full on for the 1v1 against Build, and he still hasn't been able to find a solo kill. Hasn't been able to shut down this Mundo, who, shockingly, despite being 4-0, only has a 200 gold bounty on him. Or maybe that's fair enough, to be honest. Regardless, though, like, Build is offering so much both in the side lane and in the team fights, and the Renekton nowhere near that same amount of power.
Nowhere near, actually. Hitbrain will love to hear you say that. He's been a very anti-Renekton player all game. Maybe that's why Lenny is sabotaging the overall stats of the champion right now. Maybe he's just mates with Hitbrain. Who knows? But Build, he's certainly feeling himself right.
Okay, wow! Okay, yeah, okay, that is not okay. Build, man! What am I watching? On in the top lane around the Baron. Alaric has been caught instead. The TP's in from Build. Alaric goes back in. He wants to fight. As Fierce is dead, it is all on Lingard. Keep your eyes on him. He's been in this situation before, and he has to carry as Lenny cut to a million pieces within seconds. As Ruddy turned their attention to the Baron, Build was the one to find the moment as Mundo continues to shine.
It looks like we are in a Mundo Fiesta again. Lingard, he still has the...
Oh, they found Lingard! They found Lingard! He sees it, Chain! He's down! He's dead! This is all Ruddy! This is their Baron! This is their game to lose now! As momentum swings, the Mundo decides the outcome. Ruddy, they're back in it.
Yeah, Ruddy are back in it as well, and Mundo may actually be him, may actually be that big defining pick. Still able to translate a play on bot side into an immediate play around Baron, and Venomcrest had absolutely no response whatsoever. And that Alex has honestly had some really good engages this game overall. That match, that time right there, he was able to make it count for an absolute ton. And Ruddy, they now have a very solid lead on the map, in objectives, in gold, in everything. And with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go until the Drake is up, they're in a really good position to turn this into a Drake point, soul point for them.
You know, they say history often repeats itself, but Ruddy are determined to not make it happen this time around. Members of Venomcrest not wanting to repeat histories or failures of their own career in the past. Final losses on both of these sides individually. And for Ruddy as a team, just last year, Alex and Bill remember it all too well, but they are stepping up here. After a disappointing game 1 where they thought they would have had it, they now sit with the game in their hand, and as you say, Soul Point maybe just 30 seconds away. What does it take for Venomcrest to bounce back here?
If they kill Ruddy's Nexus, I think they're on the
That's
right
a good
track.
point. Maybe a kill on Alex would help as well. Lenny might be caught up, but does have good damage in the 1v1s. Katurkan is here as well, though, and now there is no chance for this Crocodile to find a kill. 0-6, man. Why are we playing it?
Note that they're not even vaguely attempting to do the same thing for Mundo, because I think they know what happens if they try. Ruddy, though, they're basically playing two sides of the map at the same time. Very aggressive on top.
no.
Maybe Venomcrest go even on top. If
I
they're
wanna
doing
look
that,
bottom
they're
now.
not dealing with bot.
Like, let's see what Bill does when he reaches his third. Maybe that lets a fight around the top side. But look at
Just
the
gonna
damage.
press E now.
Oh, that's a tank! As the fight goes on in the jungle, Venomcrest are losing their base. They will have to win this if they want any hope of winning game number 2. But they aren't. Ruddy dashing forward. The damage is there. They're scaling as well. The inhibitor goes down. Ban Mundo, man. What are we witnessing? Ruddy. They say pressure make diamonds, and so far they're shining in game number 2. Bill having a monstrous game here. As now Simpy tries to stop this beast of a build, but oh my god, it is absolutely disgusting. And how is he only on a 450 gold bounty? No way. You're kidding, right? He should be dead here. No, okay. Nah, yeah, okay. He's alive. He's actually dealing more damage than he's taking. Fierce now forward. It is a shutdown. They really want this, and they get it. That is 750 gold. Very important gold as well. As Alex is dead, this is the window maybe Venomcrest have to get the soul point off their own. Alaric is here, Katurkan is here, Nada's on his way down. The Venomcrest health bars aren't full. Lenny and Lingard down to half. They don't have that many cooldowns to play around, so it's a fight that they could still win. They might be 3v4, but they fancy their chances. Alex can TP in despite spawning in 2 seconds. TP in now from Lenny. The fight goes on as well. The double knockout. They found Nata. They found Alaric. The Baron is wiped out. The Drake is secured, and Venomcrest have found a footing in this game once again.
No ultimate for Lingard, but his team is able to kill well enough that Lingard could just walk in and delete Nata regardless. That Kaiser pick that could have been Ruddy's, paying absolute dividends for Venomcrest, but it all began because Built could not be there in that fight. It took 5 of them about 50 years to kill him, but kill him they did. Instant translation in towards a neutral objective. Looks to me like, you know, Ruddy, they got caught slipping. So much of Ruddy's power is just in this singular Mundo pick. I imagine this is the last Mundo pick we see of the entire series, by the way. I was saying it's not series. It has to be.
The turret damage was disgusting as well. This is just, he's a split pusher as well. You know, the Cassante spam or Cassante copper pasta, it's pretty much can be applied to Mundo right now. Except for the fact that he also kills towers within 1.5 seconds and heals up the entire damage he takes from 5 members in 2 seconds. Like, it's absolutely disgusting. I don't want to see any of these top lane champions anymore in this series.
There's a pattern here, right? Like, imagine if the next game, Ruddy lock in both Mundo and Ziggs.
Yeah, the turrets are not going to stand half a second.
Every
it's going to be a new
tower's
Olympic record, I'll be pretty honest. That will be crazy. As the
you know what's
pressure is
really
on.
good in this meta, and
go
is
on.
completely underrated, and would go really well with this ridiculous turret-taking composition we're thinking.
Where's the dash there? He sees it again, cancelled twice, thrice, and he's down. 45 now for 40 seconds. Game number 2 might just be over here, let's be honest. Ruddy. Can they pull it off? They've been in the lead before. The goal is only 2,000. None of it sitting on Bill. So if he dies, Venomcrest very much still able to win a team fight. But their base is broken open. Ruddy just one step away from evening out the series. And making sure we have a series on our hand. Fierce, good dodge. Oh, it's a 4-man curse on the Sad Mummy. But they can't get to the carriage in time. Lenny is exploded. As Nata dashes forward, Theokex goes back in. But to no avail. Bill running down the remaining carries. As even Lingard deals 0 damage to this Mundo. It is absolutely disgusting. As Ruddy step up, they make sure they show why they're favorites as they take game 2.
So, look, Phil has 5,000 gold lead. I absolutely refuse to give any Mundo picker MVP. It's not your gameplay, alright? Nata, I am impressed that he only died twice against the Goblins that he was in. Especially, there were loads of scenarios where Mundo couldn't even be a big deal there whatsoever. But this pick, we gotta do something about it, right? So each series ends up having its own internal meta. I'm being flashback right now to Season 5 TSM, where Mundo Tristana was the defining matchup of that series. One side picked Mundo, one side picked Tristana, and the Game 5 versus LMQ was won by TSM being like, hang on, will we just pick both Mundo and Tristana first rotation? Bam! They go on to win the series. Recognizing these individual series metas is a big thing. I want to see this Mundo removed from the board by red, or just early pick by blue. Because yes, maybe you can think of some hypothetical counters to it, but I highly doubt you can scrim into Mundo every single time. Alright, just slam this in or ban it. This has to be the case next game.
It is absolutely crazy. Hopefully no more Mundo or Renekton in the series, but we'll find out as we have at the very least 2 more games coming up right after this break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
I've seen this before. I've seen this before. Whoever picks Mundo is gonna win in the series. I don't like this timeline. I'm kidding. Well, Ruddy are going to tie up on a 1-1. So at this point, we need to understand how Ruddy actually dominated the game. You started something, saying, and maybe I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to reveal it to everyone. Ruddy played Mundo better than Venomcrest did. Why is that?
I think it's just the fact that everyone on the team understood that, you know what, we have a Mundo, we're gonna let him do his thing on side, make him, you know, actually pressure so that enemies have to respond to him, and then you can actually force objectives. And they did this pretty well.
Yeah, I also think there's a major issue with the Mundo. And here it is. It's not the Mundo. It's the Renekton. Stop picking Renekton. It is not working. Ban the champion. It's gone. It's done. No one can win this side of the matchup. Maybe pick something that can handle the Mundo. Maybe, I mean, you can ban it. Just take the goddamn crocodile out of the picture because none of these top laners is doing Renekton any justice. I've said my piece. I'm done.
That was great. You said your piece. Ironically, there was a lot of hate in that, not a lot of peace at all. Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Mundo's been last picked both these games, right? So we're not having teams pick Renekton into Mundo, but I agree. Like, if you're picking Renekton as a blind pick, which does sound kind of like sus, but I actually think it's okay to pick Renekton blind because he is quite malleable and he still gives you a potential like pressure point in that top line, potentially depending on the matchup, and I think that's why teams pick him. But yeah, like obviously something's not working here, right, between Renekton and Mundo. We even saw in this game specifically, Renekton tried to itemize to beat Mundo, to deal with Mundo in the side lane with that Blade Throwing King into Black Cleaver, and it just did not work. And so at that point, when you've built Glass Cannon Renekton, you can't team fight unless you can get a flank, get a backline, and one ding these guys in the backside.
You want to rewind that for a second there, buddy?
I got passionate. These guys just that's the plan in team fights, right? And the thing is, that doesn't happen either. So yeah, there's something that needs to be done. If I'm not gonna lie, for this series, if you can't secure the Mundo because it's quite a new novel thing, just ban it away. And I've already said too much, so I'll leave it at that.
Foxy saying the words I wish I could say about the Renekton.
Redacted.
But it's also the idea that the jungler protected the Mundo. It looked like Theocax could have protected the Renekton as well if you're going to build that way. I'm not justified the Renekton. Come down here, pray. We're way too close to each other, so you might attack me. You might break the fourth wall because we're all in the same studio, by the way.
Yeah.
No, we are all in the same studio. We're just making it look like we're at our own places because Kasing.
Let's go for the high five.
Yeah, it's on the side. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Bam. You felt it?
There we go. Lovely. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, felt that was real. That was.
Come on.
It's weird. I've got a backdrop. Everyone else is.
I'll do it from this side. Yeah? I got Foxdrop's head.
We're doing Wi-Fi.
Oh no, this side.
What we need to practice is we need to practice like if I can reach over Foxdrop's camera and then high five Kasing.
Wait, how would that?
That would be pretty impressive.
He basically puts his arm up like that or something, and then.
Can you do it again? But from my side, like you would.
There you go. Yeah, like that.
No, I'm like.
Oh my God.
So they're going to change side yet again. No, Ruddy are going to take the red side, and Venomcrest will take the blue side. So yet again, we're gonna get the B1 in favor of Venomcrest, which means Ruddy can take the counter pick to the top sides.
It's gonna be Mundo.
The meta that is building up. Is anything else available or valuable? Because I think Yone, like, even though we're talking about Mundo and the Mundo era and all that, I think Yone was the undercover boss. We got to see an episode of this show, the undercover boss, because he was doing a lot of work, but Mundo was the spotlight. But Yone is Yone, and Alex is Alex.
Alex is very good at the Mundo, not the Mundo, the Yone. My brain is
might be.
Now, apparently.
We don't know.
Yeah, Alex is just very, very good at the Yone. There was some really good setup from the rest of the team as well, which enabled that. My interest point is if they are going to ban something like a Mundo, and I don't want to talk about it too much more, but if they are going to ban it, what goes out and what then gets left open through that? Because you do not want to be leaving something like, let's take a Rumble up and then giving that as the counter pick over to it. You know, there's a bunch of very strong things. I was also Kasing talked about it in the game in the green room while we were watching, but like Simpy on this Rakan also needs to be addressed. Like, sure, they lost this game, but like that guy is playing very, very well on Rakan.
Yeah. It's comfort in it, and that's the thing. There's so much strength and comfort here in this series, especially. Theocax is drafting solely for comfort. Simpy is doing work on his comfort pick. Yeah, just throw him off a little bit. Just do it. And I think Ruddy have already started to do it, like I say, with the Theo situation. But why not? You know, Simpy. The thing is, and this is where I put my asterisk, and I'd like to hear Kasing's input on this as well. If he doesn't pick Rakan and that gets banned away, he's gonna pick Nautilus, Rel, or Leona, right?
Yeah.
And anyone can play Nautilus, Rel, and Leona. Like, how much does that really impact Simpy's impact in the game?
I mean, to be honest, it's like on paper, yes, Nautilus, Leona, and Rel are like technically the next three, I guess, strong tanks that people play right now. But I actually think in terms of Simpy's champion pool and just overall playstyle, I feel like he will be better suited for more disengaged champions. When I say that, it's champions like Rakan, Braum, Rel. When I say Rel, it's because the fact that you can still play, you know, to re-engage back in, you know, after, let's say, they've engaged or whatever. I think it will fit his style more. I think if he was to go for more, I guess, Nautilus and stuff, I don't feel like he'll have a great time just because of the fact that their comps generally are much more like, okay, we want a team fight, but it's not like you just go in and done. Most of the fights, it's just they go in and they kite back. And every single time, if let's say he's a Nautilus, once he's in, he's in. You know, he's not getting out. And you saw that probably from Alaric's Leona. You know, once he went in, he's either gonna die or you're gonna win the fight. And as you saw, he did win a lot of the fights. And you know what, his pick was good. But I think in terms of Venomcrest's overall playstyle and you know what they want, they just want to go in, play fight slow, and just win the game with their Kai'Sa. But obviously, Kai'Sa didn't get to that point, sadly.
So they could have adaptation. We could have an adaptation towards Simpy support pool. But on the side of Ruddy, is everything going smoothly on this second game, at least in terms of picks, or any adaptation that we should be on the lookout for as well? I'm just trying to set up some stakes as we're going to go into Champion Select in a minute, by the way, just to set up everything. So April was talking about, hey, we might need to remove one of the bans and adapt towards the Mundo. There should be a Venomcrest ban because they are the blue team. So what can you remove from the bans in order to take out the Mundo?
They've got the Zac ban, which is they're throwing that out. That's actually targeted at Alaric.
Yeah.
So you could potentially free that up, but you do have to keep in mind this Zac was a major factor in what made the last time they played versus each other such a close series. Like, that Zac absolutely ruined the day of Venomcrest, and it was Alaric who was picking it up in the bot lane. So do you ban that? This is what I'm saying. I don't think there is a right answer. It's just make sure you look at like what you've been banning and saying what do you want to play into over something else. And maybe it's that Karthus. Karthus still very strong, but not as strong as before. So there's a world where you could just look to ban that and, free that up. And, I think I'd, at this point, rather play into a Karthus than like a Brand or a Lilia or something in the current state of the game. So maybe, but it's a very tough order. And, I can't give you the answers to that. These are just ideas. But I think Zac is potentially the flex.
Leave the Ziggs open? Was Ziggs that powerful in the first game that you had to ban it on the B side?
It was trash.
That's the way to put it.
Yeah.
It was too OP, guys. You just don't know. The Ziggs the tank killer.
Straight face. That lasted like half a second. That's fun.
Because the misfortune is a priority to remove as well. I'm also curious why teams are not picking it on the B side. I don't think it was banned straight up from Venomcrest or even Ruddy. It was on the second rotation, if I'm not mistaken. And the misfortune is at least
the first game.
Venomcrest in the first game banned away the misfortune, but on the second game, I think it was in the second rotation now.
Yeah, I don't remember actually, but yeah, it has seen some priority as well. To be honest, I think the whole bot lane draft situation has been kind of interesting actually for all of us. I think all of us have had certain ideas of what we expect for bot lane that just hasn't really manifested yet, right? Like, I think the priority on Ziggs has been a bit surprising. I think the lack of priority on the Kai'Sa has also been a bit surprising as well. So definitely these two teams have different outlooks compared to us on how they see their bot lane drafts rounding out and moving forward. Will they start to conform more to what we expect of them, or are they going to keep throwing these curveballs out?
I mean, the biggest surprise that I'm kind of like unsure about is where is the priority on Ashe? Like, did both of these teams just not like Ashe at all? because I feel like
know.
it will fit everything
That's
that
his
they're trying to
league,
do.
mate.
Because at the
That's
moment
his
it's like,
league.
if you want to play Brand, Zyra, Lilia, these champions, Ashe is amazing for that. You know, you literally have a champion that can literally give you prow, can give you the CC that you need. It will even help your support, whether you want to even go Braum, because Ashe Braum is still a strong lane. You know, it just fits a lot of comps at the moment, which they also like to play, you know, skirmishing mids. Let's say they go Yon or whatever, right? Like, all of this fits well with a utility AD carry. But I just don't see it. Even Jhin could be a priority. But I just feel like all these other picks, you know, Kai'Sa is obviously good if you have a comp that actually works with it. But they haven't really been doing that, you know? So.
It's this league. It's crazy. This league is like, I don't know why people are so averse to the Ashe down here. But it is weird because you look elsewhere in the league, elsewhere in the world on like metas, and like Braum Ashe is a very solid go-to lane as an answer to Leona. Like you said, it enables so much, but for some reason, a lot of the players in the NLC are particularly fussed by this Ashe. I would like to see some of them start to pick it up because I feel like it suits both Lingard and Nata's champion pools in their kind of wheelhouses. It allows them to be carries, but also brings that utility you need to the team. Because I remember in the last champs that we were talking about like the 3 types of CC. Ashe is one of those 3, and it's a really, really potent amount of CC as well because you've got the slows, and then you've also just got the power of the non-committal ult in the Enchanted Crystal Arrow because that hits or lands and that misses or hits, and it's basically you say, okay, we're going to go or not off the back of this. But we're into picks and bans. So far, nothing has changed. Yeah, pretty much the standard stuff. So do Venomcrest look to flex out the Mundo, or are they just going to pick it themselves?
Misfortune should be the priority right now, I think.
I mean, they'll leave open a Sejuani and then give them Sejuani, and then they could pick something like, you know, the whole AP jungler plus AD mid combo, which what Ruddy want to do. But then the question is, what will Fierce play? Is it going to be the Corgi again? Probably. He's been having a good performance so far, from what I've seen.
Theocax could go default, and there you go. Sejuani is locked in, but you have the possibility to give Nata the Misfortune, and apparently just a fast rotation. Everybody ignoring that one. Okay.
All right, now
mid AP jungle.
It's
Corki.
It's Corki Kai'Sa, isn't it?
Dude, how many times have we
or
said?
Rakan.
Oh, yeah,
Corki
let's go
Rakan,
with
no?
Kai'Sa, Sam.
It's Corki Rakan. GG.
It's the Corki. You're halfway
I can just
there.
close my eyes.
There's a
You guys see what we
Rakan
pick.
for Simpy.
Kai'Sa
Yeah.
Rakan. He
Do
thinks
it.
it's the Rakan. He's not looking.
Guys, which one is it?
Oh, nothing yet.
Wait, they picked
Nothing,
Mundo
nothing
Kasing. No, kidding.
It is
It's
Rakan.
Rakan.
Oh
It's Rakan.
no! What a
I wanted
surprise!
to-
Back to comfort.
This is the thing which is interesting about how Mundo's been like the biggest impact, I guess I'd say, in this series. He's not a champion you pick early. Let's be real. So it's I think this is the point of the draft now where you start maybe thinking a little bit about it here. I'm not surprised for Ruddy though to ban away APs that can play bot. I would not be surprised to see like a Ziggs go here as well, because you know Venomcrest, they've got that AD mid and Corki. Lingard will almost guaranteed not be playing that. Not a flex. So they'll stick an AP in bot side, right, most likely. And Ruddy want to limit that, especially when it's Lingard, and Lingard can do those things. Malphite ban coming through though instead. Okay. Maybe that's like a consolate, or like, not consolation, what's the word? Insurance policy type thing, where if Venomcrest can't get a great like AP bot, there goes the Ziggs, then at least Ruddy can't play Malphite into it, right? So
surely you
maybe
take the
Venomcrest
Mundo
is
though.
thinking ahead.
Wouldn't they just look for
Sure.
Seraphine? Isn't Lingard a Seraphine player, if I remember? Like, if I was to look for AP options.
There is
sure.
a world. There's also another
mean-
champion who
I mean-
I don't know if it's going to show up because it's not
Yeah.
actually.
Does it begin with a
from-
K and
from
end
his
with a
team.
Kai'Sa?
No. This is actually one of.
There it is.
Oh.
There
That's
they
the
Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa.
That's a great takeaway because
Is
he's
it?
kind Lingard's forced to basically pick Zeri here. I think Lingard has to slam Zeri in because like you say Seraphine, Lingard hasn't played Seraphine at all this split regular season or.
There's a fruity fresh pick in here though.
Oh, the
Aesop.
Aurelian.
Dragon.
You got the
Oh, the
Aesol
Aesol,
or
okay.
the Smolder. Like those are two
Oh.
fruity picks. But
The
he does.
Smolder.
But, like you could
can
pull
see
out. Lingard hasn't played the Aesol by the way. But I just know that if you're looking for an AP bot laner, that is another AP bot laner who has been getting played in the league. I think this is a fine pick. And again, if you do find yourself obviously up versus something like the Renekton, it can handle that lane a lot better. Now moving over to Venomcrest.
Yeah.
One of the
It
dragons.
is the dragon.
No.
Oh, I just wanted to show
See,
you the
this is
So
dragon.
disappointed. So disappointed.
Yeah, I think it's really smart, honestly, for Venomcrest to ban that Malphite, because I think they realise, like, crap, Hui's going down here, probably Ziggs as well. Then they get the first pick, which they can take away the Kai'Sa, who's heavy magic damage. We don't want to play Malphite into that. So
Have you
Wait,
just
that's
not
locked
seen the
in?
top lane?
yeah, so there it is. Vayne
Oh
is
my
getting slammed
God.
down instead for Ruddy.
Dylan.
Is this
3
tank Vayne?
ADCs.
Dylan, we have
by
to
the
pick
way.
Vayne.
Uh,
Oh my god.
3 ADCs versus 2. That's just.
I mean,
you just beat them at the meta.
This is the current meta. Whoever has more AD carries, guys, will win the
Yeah,
game.
there
And you
is.
know what? There's 3 on Ruddy's.
Hey, hold on. Ziggs is half an AD carry. They got 2.5 on the side of Venomcrest.
Ziggs.
Where's
No,
Ziggs?
no,
Nard.
Ziggs.
Okay,
No,
Nard.
other
Yeah,
Yordle.
yeah.
My brain, like, it is very.
Oh,
hot.
no, okay,
I am
okay.
He's
What
gonna
did
throw
I
the bombs
say?
at them.
Ziggs.
I
You
just-
said Ziggs.
Right, I'm just gonna
Okay, so
turn my camera off. You guys
Bringing
finish
it
this up for me.
back, bringing it back into the Champion Select. It is completed from what we've seen. What are the winning conditions for both teams? Let's start by you, kissing. Hiprain is gone. So tell me, where do you
It's a
believe
void.
the winning conditions rely on both teams? Because they have 3 AD carries, but tell.
The thing is, right, I actually haven't seen much Vayne top, like, apart from in solo queue, right? So
Really?
like, just in solo queue, you know? So, I mean, I don't know how good build is on Vayne, but on paper, they have Prowl mid, I think, and I think they also have Prowl bot. So, on paper, they should be the ones with the momentum.
Okay, Fox.
I personally don't really like. I don't really like the Vayne top at all because into Gnar it seems strange. Like it's usually like you beat melee champions with it. Gnar's not really like that, so I feel like that's interesting. You're also not lacking a carry or anything like that you want to put in there. So I think that's odd, but I'm not really a huge fan of Venomcrest's comp either. I'd say I think I'm leaning more towards Venomcrest though. I quite like it.
Okay.
I think they've got a nice kind of front to back, pretty simple team comp to play.
Hiprain, even though they have Ziggs on top, so who do you think is gonna win?
Literally everything I say is wrong. Like champions, predictions. It's just it's
So tell
eternal
me,
sadness.
and
There's
we'll know
nothing.
who's gonna win. Who do you think is gonna win?
Light side win. I don't know at this point.
So with
Light
that in mind, it
side?
seems like
Oh,
Blue
wow.
White is going to take this game, even though they're not playing. Venomcrest versus Red. This is going to be the 3rd game. This is the best of 5. Keep that in mind to take control of the throne of the Northern League of Legends Championship. Not take control of the cast, Duckling and Veteran.
You guess it.
There is one thing that that Hiprain has been right in today, and it's that Renekton sucks. Screw Renekton, that's such a bad champion.
I don't care. Vayne
no.
has been picked. Vayne
Yeah,
top
you got
has
very
been
excited
picked.
about that in the green. Do you want to elaborate on why it is so perfect in this game, Veteran?
Vayne in the meta for 2 years has been extremely strong as a top lane and as a bot lane pick. But if you're into melee support, melee top, you're generally a good Vayne situation. No, this is not melee top, but this is Vayne into a low mid-range composition and a Zeri. Zeris have to position themselves in a lot of fights relative to walls or come in relative to walls. Vayne has her condemn really, really easy. Vayne also really good into skill shot based champs, really easy. Everything I just described, everything. Skill shots, wall positioning, range, all of that stuff is present on the team that Vayne just got picked into. This is a brilliant Vayne situation. If Built pulls this off, this could be an incredible Built game, and I'd actually be willing to give MVP to a top laner for that. Let's see what happens.
Let's see as we head into game number 3. And on to the Rift we go for game number 3. Not the final one. At least one more after this, maybe even 2. So far this series has delivered on all fronts. Not just wins for both teams, but also in close fashion, both games being decided by some better play, but also Mundo. And this time Mundo's removed, so anything can happen.
Yep, anything can indeed happen. Almost anything. All that we know is that one of these nexuses will be taken down, and whoever's nexus goes down, they will find themselves 1-2 down to a team that has taken the lead in this series. One of these two guys. This has been a really back and forth game for both of these games so far. Those leads have taken a while to actually accumulate, to actually coalesce. And the series itself is telling the same story.
what is Venomcrest doing here, by the way? Just if we look up to the top lane, we see both Lingard and Simbi waiting for something. Are they going to try and make a play level 1 on build, or now they're going in as well? So they haven't been spotted yet. Katurkan now sees them, of course. Build is rotating down. Alex and Alaric and Nata all here as well. Theogex.
This isn't as good as they think it's gonna be, by the way.
For
So
Venomcrest.
even if they do make make an immediate play on towards build, if you have AD carry top and you have your typical bot lane, yeah, I mean they'll burn this flash here, but hello, that's a bit far.
So they
That's
got
a
the
bit
kills as
far,
well.
mate.
Okay,
That's a bit
so
far.
yeah, very heavy commitment there.
Anyway, yeah, so the wave is moving in towards Built, so Built does feel fine recalling and walking back in towards the lane itself, but crucially, there you go. If Alaric recalls on first wave there, he's going to be able to make it on top side on the next wave, and all you then have is support ADC v support ADC. So it's actually very easy to match this and then give Nata solo gold solo XP on the other side of the lane if you're running these double ADC setups. This is something I've been advocating for ever since lane swaps came back in towards the meta, because I just think Fane is a really strong champ and I want to see people play it. I think the idea that you can just swap on these range matchups and put them behind is so outdated. Once you recognize that you just move your support the way that Ruddy have very intelligently done so themselves. So once you have this match here, you can then maintain Alaric up here and you just have a standard bot lane to standard bot lane, but just on top side. So Nata's really appreciating all of this, getting the solo gold solo XP on bot lane here. And you know how to play this now as Alaric. This is a standard matchup, except it's Vayne into a melee support, Vayne in towards the Zeri. This is actually a really good 2v2 matchup that Ruddy have got in the top side, even though it's top lane plus support. They actually have the better 2v2 here, so I think they're going to be really comfortable with it. And which side has advantage top lane? It's going to be red side now with the way that terrain is done, so it's really easy for Alaric to get them into this position where Built is happy again. Not that much happening from the really early Venomcrest commitment, because Ruddy understand these dynamics of a lane swap. Fierce, not going to go too fierce here, he's going to be fine. A lot of defensive players this. Exchange happens back towards bot side. Cover the Lilia. Looks like we're going to just get matched up into the 1v1 2v2s that we were intending at the start of the game. Venomcrest already halfway down the sum and the timings to build. If they want to make something happen off of their initial play, they're on a really strict time, but they have to do it on the next rotation, or they may as well not have done anything at all.
So, what I was wondering most was Lenny came top to at the third member, TP, but was that just a misjudgment of what was going to happen, or?
Yeah, it was. They didn't expect the one wave move from Alaric. Built
now, no flash, no cleanse. This can't lead to anything. Theogex wasn't in range to get a few
Yep, and honestly, like, more aggro being taken from the red minions by Lenny means the wave is in a bit of a better position for Built than it was before, and Built's definitely going to be able to hold here until Katurkan is on the top side of the map, at which point he'll escort Vayne out. And yeah, you pointed out how Gnar took the grouped play on top side from Venomcrest that didn't turn into anything, and that's put him significantly behind Built here. So if that play was done with the intention of getting Built behind, they don't understand the dynamics of these swaps, and at the same time, they've just put their own top lane significantly far behind. This isn't even one of Vayne's better matchups on the top lane. Turkin's up here.
Still no sums, by the way. Q connection 2v2, but Built is chain CC. One more auto. This will be first blood for Lenny. And
I mean, you want the escort on top lane by the Lilia, but the Lilia went for the two camps on top side instead of maybe playing for escort top lane and retreating into the two camps with the Tristana priority defending bot side entrances.
Now pays a visit to the mid lane. Alex has the flash. No? W shoots them. No, it's on cooldown. It's on cooldown. He's dead here. I thought for sure he would W you out, but I saw it was on cooldown. I don't know when it was used, but it was on a 3-second cooldown. He must have went in for a trade before, and
no, disaster for the two.
That is very, very bad.
It really sucks because they have really intelligent movements in the early phase to counter what Venomcrest are trying to do, but now the individual execution, they're going a bit too aggressive. They're not quite in the swing of things that we're used to from Ruddy, but let's bear in mind, they have had some messy games. I still do believe they're macro-oriented games, but the games are still quite messy, so Hopefully, though, these solo lane performances by both Bill and Alex aren't going to turn into any more than what's occurred already. I do still think Turkan maybe could have just escorted topside out before going back to his camps, because his camps weren't quite at risk, and you do need to have those lanes doing well early, and Bill didn't really have a say in when he would be exposed on top lane there, but you did have a say about how you played about that as Turkan, so a lot to work on those opening salvos. But have these games been decided by the opening salvos so far, Duckling? No, they have not been. So I do think we're still in this for the long haul. The composition is still strong from Ruddy. The individual mechanics and displays are still strong from Ruddy overall, especially once you get towards these team fights. So still everything to play for in Game 3 of the NLC Grand Finals.
Mistakes have been made. I think that's really crucial, right? The pressure can certainly be felt. It is, history on the line here for both of these teams. Ready? Here, just last split for Venomcrest, though. I think like it is so insane how this organization within the past 2 years have gone from joining Division 2 to having a decent first split there to then winning it, playoffs first split in NLC Div 1, and now in a final, having won a game. Very much still up for grabs if they take this title. It will be one of the quickest rises, I will say, through the NLC ecosystem. And yeah, that's a sign of a strong org that has continued to take the steps in the right direction. And yeah, very, very impressed by them if they manage to pull this through. Oh, Simpy. Able to get out. You do get a bit worried, right? He has been caught out once so far in the Rakan this series, but is obviously normally able to get out as the Rakan. Very slippery for champion.
When do you think Ruddy will realise Simpy's just slammed Rakan in all 3 games?
The thing is, I think they realized, but with so many strong picks being in the West and things needing to be banned, it's more so do they think it's the reason they're losing, or?
Yeah.
Alright, let's see here. I mean, they constantly spot the Rakan for sure, so they should be aware it has been locked in 3 games in a row. A familiar face all throughout. Simpy, a familiar face in the ERL scene, having played competitive for so many years now, still yet to have that first big trophy in his cabinet. I may be arguing if NLC is a big trophy, but obviously we are, right? We're the best ERL in the world, veteran. You watch all the ERLs, we're on the level of LPL LCK, right?
Did you just say you watch all the ERLs?
And then I say, yeah, and then I thought big as scope. I realized we're not just the best ERL, we're the best league in the world.
But LPL LCK aren't ERLs. How would I know if we're that good?
No, but the thing is, right?
I actually know.
Hold on, he's dead.
Yeah, Alex is dead.
Yeah,
Thank you for dying fast enough that I can continue my sentence without to remind the audience what we're talking about. Thank you, Alex.
Are we a top League of Legends league in the world then? Because
you know what we are? Right? Because I people don't really understand this. I have watched LCKCL lately. Oh.
And we're better than that, of course.
Honestly, yes, by the way. Like, top ERLs are better, for sure.
Let's see here, though. Good to see Alaric. A nice way to get up, but the slow from the exhaust is massive. Now, though, the flash forced out. Good trade back damage from that. He wants Simpy! That is absolutely brilliantly executed. And they could get even more here.
Oh, no!
Flash forward from Lingard, though, stops it from happening. But it's a play in favor of Ruddy. And it's Venomcrest to pull the trigger.
And it looks like you're getting a lot of focus fire from those 3 minions onto that 1 melee as well. So I think the wave is actually not in a bad position for Nata either. Able to nab those kills. Actually, I even got 1 of those kills. But able to secure the double deaths on enemy bot lane and probably coming back to a decentish lane for himself. Gonna need an escort regardless at a point. But I think Ruddy will take that for sure. Again, the opening salvo is going quite even. Yes, 2 additional kills for Venomcrest. Yes, that gold lead does look quite scary. But honestly, Ruddy have a lot to work with off of that now. And they do have a win condition opening up in this game 3.
And tense game so far. Both teams have made some mistakes here and really tried to push their luck in there. And yeah, capitalize on their opponent's mistakes. 3 Void Grubs have gone down, 3 more will spawn soon. The first Drake has gone over to Ruddy, next one up in a minute's time. The top side has slowed down in terms of action, and we've looked more towards the bottom side, right? And if there's anyone who knows what it takes to win the NLC, well, it's not, and he has performed well so far. He is a very consistent carry, and he has been on a team that has had, generally a very strong split and can look phenomenal at times. He's always been the consistent player who's been able to I can't remember bad Nazi game. That's what I'm trying to say here.
I get you, Josh. I get you. Somewhat.
Yeah, he's so consistent, right?
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it's okay. This is a difficult one to call. I think it's really consistent within the singular split. And then there's always something that happens whenever we get into split 2, right? The performances stop really being so consistent. They really do stop being there. But I think within an individual split, I feel like he sprints. He sprints, but he does the 400 meters, you know? But he doesn't do the marathon. He does the sprint for a lot longer than most, but he doesn't quite do the marathon. But all you need is that 400 meters in the summer split of the ERLs. He's moving up to Lingard as we speak. I do favor this matchup. I know a lot of AD carries, for some weird reason, believe that Zeri is going to be better off in the matchup versus Kai'Sa, but I think Zeri is so much more dependent on specific fundamentals that Kai'Sa can honestly just ignore entirely. A comparison I like to make is the state of action games in the past versus state of action games now. Action games used to be all about, you know, spacing, you could say skill shots, all this kind of stuff. And action games now are all about states, parries, blah, blah, blah.
Engage from Venomcrest focuses on Nata and also Alaric as Kiturikan now comes in with a sleep. This could be bad though, there is no summoners on Lingard. First kill claim, but Nata falls on the end, TP's in as well. As Alex joins the fight, he wants something here to get back into the game, but he doesn't get the reset until Kiturikan cleans it up. The engage, the auto attacks, everything is there for Ruddy. Alex gets out, everyone escapes except for Nata. A massive win here for Ruddy as they claim 3 but only lose 1.
And right there you can see the comparison I was talking about. Lingard playing the old action game, trying to get his good spacing and trying to hit his skill shots in.
Now is available, final hour has been popped.
This is a death. This is a death.
Flash is available for both of these, so they just just get out.
Yep. Thanks to no vision on the brush. But yeah, you see Lingard there on the Zeri, trying to hit all of his, trying to get his spacing proper, trying to hit all his skill shots, trying to get everything there. Whereas with Kai'Sa, oh, I can get my passive now. Press R, proc passive, GG, the end. The modern action game player over there. Why bother with spacing? You can just hit parry or dodge. Job done.
And after that win,
are you old enough to get that?
No.
No, you're not.
After that win,
God.
After that win in the bot lane, they also managed to take that tier, or their second Drake off the game. So obviously early Drake stacking is in their favor. 6 grubs worth mentioning for Venomcrest. So when they push, you can really feel it. But in terms of the consistent Nata competition here, but I feel like it's in these games where someone like Alex and Bill have made a few mistakes early. You, at the very least, think, we're very much still in the game because we've had Nata make a few outplays. I know his score isn't looking the best anymore because he just died again down on the bot lane, but he has had a very, very solid game. And now, you know, Alex, after on the back of that play, is back into the game and Build is you know, still scaling up. It is a Vayne, so he will be relevant later on, pretty much regardless of how badly he plays it.
Yeah, that Vayne will be the bane of Venomcrest's entire existence. She has a lot of side lanes she can play for later on, and she can even play the mid section. What do you do? If they had ultimate up on Build, which they will soon, honestly, if they delay this fight for just a little bit longer, then this is a good scenario.
Almost up in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
All the ultimates are back for Ruddy, so they're buying time. Alaric goes in. The ultimate's not ready yet. In a few more seconds, it will be. As they back off, now simply looking for the re-engage. He finds 3. That is massive build. There, Nata next on the menu. Flashes away to buy the space, but a double kill already claimed for Lingard. The lilting lullabies come through, but to no avail. Triple kill for the Prince. Oh my god, what an engage by Simbi.
Wow. Again, do you think they'll realize at some point Cynthia slammed the Rakan in 3 games in a row? Like, I know there are a lot of powerful picks right now, but I do wonder how strong Simpy is if you get him off of the Rakan. Does he have this much impact? Because even in that game 1 where teamfights weren't going that well for them until the 32-minute mark when Mundo scaled in, that Simpy was landing these 3-man ultimates, these 4-man ultimates. He was landing all of this, even the composition was the best. And he's continuing to do that in game 3 where the drafts are a bit more even. And despite the fact that Ruddy, they had an advantage of build coming in, they had their cooldowns coming up on the ultimates, they weren't able to close it because Simpy is able to counter. And now Venomcrest, 6 scrubs, Herald, 8 kills, 2k gold lead. They're looking to extend all of that.
Yeah, momentum swingers back and forth, something we've gotten very used to, I will say, in this series, Veteran. As the games, a small lead is not enough. That's probably the way to put it, because just before, but like, Ruddy got a pretty important fight, right? They got 3 kills in the bot lane, got a second Drake. Things were going their way, now got overstepped. And good punch from Venomcrest. Now the gold is back in their favor. They have 6 Void Drops, 3 kills on their carry in Lingard, and and things are looking good. So these teams are able to capitalize on each other's mistakes, but so far not really a flawless game like we saw in game 1 when these teams first met. We already just cleaned house with Venomcrest, and maybe it's the pressure of the final. The tension is high, and pretty much every one of these players knows the pain and misery it is to lose a final like this. So maybe the nerves are coming into play.
Maybe. It's a hard one. Oh wow, this is a really good help. Because like there was an advantage Ruddy were just about to start getting on the side lanes, but Venomcrest responded there by just slamming themselves straight through mid.
I don't know if
they're making plays off of it. Yeah.
I think he might just be dead. He doesn't have a flash. Yeah, he's just dead.
Alex needs to back off as well. He needs to just recall under that tier 1 or solid snake his way back to tier 2. This is a Venomcrest map. This is looking like a Venomcrest game 3 so far. This is an earlier advantage than we've seen. Map-wise, fight-wise, than in any of the other games. This could be one of the most decisive games of the series so far. And it's in Venomcrest's favor. For people like me who predicted a 3-2, that's looking good, so long as Ruddy bring it back in game 4.
This feels like it is the big decider in the series, right? Game number 3 when it's 1-1. This feels we'll get the momentum coming into what could be a do-or-die game. Lenny, too far forward here. Good response from Ruddy as they force the flash out of him, and within a moment's notice, you know this game could have exploded. 70 minutes on the clock, no big neutral objectives of 30 more seconds, but Lenny is slowly snaring out, but he does never flash. 4 members of Ruddy, and it seems like they are not willing to commit to this. Venomcrest should be able to get one. Katurkan though survives. This is 2 kills for Ruddy. How do they get away with this, losing absolutely nothing, because that wasn't perfectly executed?
Yep, and not only did they get that 4-man on top side, that 4 versus 2 on top side, but Tristana was belting bot side the whole time. Look at where Corky is there. He's only just getting past Creek. So tempo that entire time was in Ruddy's favor. That was a no-risk play on top side, because no matter what, Ruddy would have a winning map.
Drake now on the map as well. This is the soul point for Ruddy. Fears us to recall. Yes, the TP to rejoin, but then he could also join in. But look where Ruddy is on the map. They're running towards this objective they wanted.
Yep.
They know this will put them on that soul point and get them that step closer, really boosting their chances of winning the game. The gold is pretty much dead. Even execution is what matters, and under the highest amount of pressure this league can offer.
They could be Alex top.
So they're giving it up.
Yeah.
So they're trading it to try and push top.
Yes, they're trading the Drake for tempo on the map there, and I think that's a good decision, because I was thinking as you're talking about that soul point, how valuable is this bot soul really? I think happily, you're happy to trade this Drake to try to get further ahead on the map than you have been at any other point in the game, and now Alex is able to hit that tier 2 on top side. He's being escorted by the rest of Ruddy, and Venomcrest are very, very delayed on being able to counter this.
Lukacs, that snipe is good. He had the damage to lock down Alex. He's able to jump away. That blast cone was crucial. Alaric having the same treatment. What? How do you survive that? Absolutely incredible. He might still be chased down if I simply know he's out. How do you get out of that one? What's a blast cone?
Yep, sometimes God just wills it. Simpy, not quite done, but I doubt they're gonna be able to commit so hard for Alaric. Are they going for this?
Yeah, they want him.
They are! They delayed
I mean,
the
Fear is coming in with the wave as well. This could be way bigger than just the 1 kill. And Build and Lenny both in the bot side. They can't join, so it's a 4v4 as in comes Nata. The damage on towards Simbi, but his support, they're focusing Theocax, and now the rest of Venom just running as the resets. Oh, they're not coming through! Now Lingard survives on a sliver of HP. Fear's the one who has to do the damage. He's the only one with HP left on the side of Venom because it's Ruddy stepping forward, feeling confident. They know they've won this fight, and they want to get the resets. Here comes Alex. He's about to try and right his wrongs. Remembering what happened in spring. Not again, he says, as he claims the double. Resets out, wants the triple, but Theocax makes it out this game. Still well and truly alive.
And as fast as this wins in Venomcrest's favor, it moves even faster into Ruddy. They now have the gold lead. They were ahead on 3 separate map rotations, and right there again, that was a no-risk play on top side because Vayne was pelting it in towards the tier 2 on bot side, and Ruddy able to get a decisive fight win, extend that into a chase, and extend that further.
They got the Baron! I cannot believe they got the Baron of that Justice. It spawns absolutely monumental. Play there from Ruddy.
This could be a decisive win, but it'll in fact be in Ruddy's favor instead of Venomcrest. Yep. Venomcrest, they had their number in the early game, they had the number in the mid game, but the late game has opened with an instant Baron for Ruddy. And the game certainly feels like it's theirs to lose right now. The mid tower, that mid tier 1 needs to fall.
One more
then he being run down like a dog.
Flashes forward,
Like a
Porter
dog.
will get it. Surely he's dead here though. Running for the hills, but the auto
what
comes
cost?
through. Fierce will get the kill. Surely, right?
I love this
Yeah,
champ.
it is. It is.
I love this champ. I love this champ. I love this
What
champ.
is Lingard? They're losing towers in the middle. Look at the time he's wasting. Now Lingard has to defend
Yeah.
the middle alone. That's
Yeah.
one. That's 2 turrets gone.
Yeah, yeah. Like, he did his job there. He did his job absolutely
Yeah,
there. Like,
absolute
you can
perfection.
see Ruddy looping straight up on mid lane for that mid tier 1. And he delayed them for so long that Ruddy were able to get both tier 1 and tier 2 down. And now, Alex draws his attention to that top wave. These tier 2s have been being threatened by Ruddy at multiple points on both top and on bot. Now they're looking to secure them. This was the position that we were in game 1, that Venomcrest were able to stall out on for a significant amount of time, until eventually Venomcrest were able to win. But so far, it doesn't look like this game's going to go the same route. There is no Mundo present. There is just the Kai'Sa, which has been favored as well, and that Kai'Sa is in favor of Ruddy. The scaling on the Lilia, the scaling on the Tristana, the scaling on the Vayne, you have to assume if Venomcrest stall out, they just stall out to a more powerful Ruddy later on.
These games, man, they're delivering so back and forth. When you feel like one team has got the upper hand, it flip-flops back in the other team's favor. Now it's Ruddy with the upper hand, but I'm not gonna say they've got the game in their hands, because we've seen games in the series thrown back and forth. A 3k goal is something to work with, but far from insurmountable. 2 item spikes have come through from pretty much every carry on the Rift. 3 item spikes getting close on those who are ahead. You can see Lingard not too far off. Same goes for Alex, who can feel that, I believe, Infinity Edge coming up. That's a massive power spike for the Tristana. He's 1v3 here. I initially thought it's a 1v.
But look at bot, but look at bot.
But what are they losing, right? So he's there.
Yeah, just...
It's 4 actually. Lingard is here as well. I mean, Fierce
Yeah.
has to defend alone against the Baron for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Surely that's one
I
of the
mean,
good church going.
But this is, yeah, I mean, they're just so far ahead on the map that at the end of whatever play Venomcrest do on top side, they then have to recall. They have to recall and they have to match Ruddy, because they have to play defense, because if they just try to match tower takens on top side, they'll just lose the base straight up. So long as Ruddy are ahead on the other side of the map that Venomcrest are making a play on, Ruddy feel confident to just keep playing the map as is. You want to waste 4 people on built? By all means, he's not playing for KDA, he's playing for the win.
Break in 10 seconds here, spawning right as I finish that sentence actually. So a little bit less, you could say. Soul point for Ruddy. We've seen them give up the last one. This time though, their intentions are clear. The pings are coming down towards it. And maybe it's Venomcrest who wants to give it up this time. They're TPing top to try and push it out. They just got the turret before after their play up towards Alex. They're rotating up there as well. Maybe they think it's just Lenny. Alex is on his way. Can they catch him out? The Baron has run out, so yeah, that's gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Holding my breath.
Yeah,
What will
they
happen?
are
What will
a-
happen?
At this exact moment, they are ahead on the map, but, you know, they think they're Ruddy. The real Ruddy might have something to say about that. All critical cooldowns are up, with the sole exception of Alex's ultimate.
Oh, they're able
Ruddy,
to
they
shoot
probably
him.
feel confident about fighting their way through this, about fighting their way through whatever Venomcrest tried to do to extend the lead here. But Ruddy, they are in the position where they do have to hunt for that kill. Is that Hunter Killer, that W from Kai'Sa?
Preyseeker?
I don't know. Doesn't she have like a hunt thing on her thing?
You're thinking Killer Instinct, maybe?
Maybe, in which case she has nothing to do with hunt. I don't know.
I mean, Killer Instinct, right?
Hunt
You're
was
looking for a
knocked
kill.
out
You're
in
pretty
third.
much hunting, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
True. We'll go with that.
Let's go with that.
Isn't she clearly like a Metroid reference?
I think there's certainly a Metroid reference in the Bullet Kaiser
Yeah.
skin. That is for sure, right? I mean, there are quite a lot of references to Samus.
But like she develops her kit over time, like Samus Aran develops her abilities over the course of the game
I've
by
never played
getting new
Metroid,
armors
but
and
you are
upgrades and stuff.
very likely right. I'll say that. With what I know about the series, you are very likely right. And you can also take your helmet on and off, right? So put up Zero Suit Samus in there as we jump back into the game. Remember, 25 minutes, and this could be decided any minute. Yes, we still need the next neutral objective to be up, but we've seen pics around the map before, and simply still looking for them.
Indeed. But Ruddy, once again, they're playing through all 3 lanes. They haven't taken the fight, but they have taken the map back in their favor. If they make a play, if Venomcrest make a play on top of built right now, Tristana's just going to respond on bot side. if Tristan is allowed to get this next wave through without Venomcrest making a decisive play, then Venomcrest are not really going to have any good singular options for the remainder of this map rotation. I'm saying that I'm watching Vayne literally just press B as we speak, but whatever. I'm just going to keep yapping anyway. No one knows the significance of that. It's fine.
Just keep yapping, keep yapping. I do want to see when the Baron is up. We can't go see it on the timer, but I do believe it's the Great. So it means less than a minute with this thing, right? And that really has the next mutual objective. We saw the first one, yeah, there he comes. Sneaking in through the rift. We saw the first one be taken away after Venomcrest were over-eager on the top side. There's a few kills and Ruddy saw their opportunity to pounce. Now, Venomcrest though, very well aware that the Baron is up and don't want to lose it. The game pretty much at an even state. 1.6k separating these two teams. As 3 item spikes have been hit. Who are we looking for to step up and carry this next fight?
Honestly, Built. If you're Ruddy, you're looking for Built. You're looking for Nata to get that one big, oh, this guy's isolated with passive, I'm just going to press R now and insta win the game and everyone will love me. But Built is the guy that you're looking to make the fundamental plays. He's in a really good composition to do so. He's against a really good composition for his champion. On the other side, can Theocax land the engage? Can Lenny land the follow-up? Can these guys be the big engage tools to get the fight going in their favor? Because every member of Ruddy is squishy. You can engage on them and you can immediately make the fight a numbers advantage for you if one of these guys land it. But let's be real, it's Simpy who's been finding every single one of those so far from Venomcrest. And odds on, if Venomcrest do find another, it'll be Simpy that delivers.
Big fight coming up. You have to feel that both teams position around the Baron. Yes, they're taking care of the side lanes. Red buff being claimed as well, so they have that red buff of every single member on the Rift. Pings towards the Baron. It has now been started. And it goes down pretty quickly. The engage from Malagno. They want the fight instead. Can they get the good sleep? Alex forced to flash out. The exhaust comes through Turgan. Can he find them all? It's a 4-man sleep, but they haven't quite got Lingard. Lenny though, the target in the front line. He's cut down. Lingard, one more auto to take him, and they do. It's all on Fierce, but he can't do it. Ruddy are running down Venomcrest to put themselves on match point. Fierce, the last real member they need, but he's trying to turn it around. Alex is low as well. Fierce!
That's why they call him Fierce!
Simpy now on the run to buy the time. I don't think they can end the game. The death timers are long. And his 280 carries, they might have enough of the tank, but Simpy can buy the time.
Alaric coming back out on towards the map. You do have double AD carrier. One of those is Kaiser. Do they feel like they have enough time to just slam this Baron? They do feel that. Fierce is in 30 seconds. Lenny is in 13 though with teleport, but he obviously won't have Mega now. I think they just take this. Simpy,
oh my god,
he has his HP. He's actually looking for it.
I mean, it's a complete 50-50. He could steal. Nah, he can't get in the pit. Oh, so on the back of that, which could have been, it felt like the game-deciding team fight. Instead, Ruddy walk away with the Baron. They're happy with that, but they know what they could have gotten. Fierce holds on for dear life. If there's anyone who knows how to win a fight, it's him. But there's a big difference between Hitpoint Master 2nd Division and playing in the NLC finals. But regardless, he steps up.
I thought he was going to try hitting that for a second there. Yeah, like Nata was like 100, 200 HP right there.
So, oh wait, Drake is better. Yeah, this is the soul.
Yeah,
Ruddy, but I don't think they're gonna get it. They're gonna go for the game, Alex. He has the Baron in his side. He has the wave with him. Can they stop the recalls for 8 seconds? Then he should be able to TP back in to the base. But Fierce is all. He's not. They shouldn't be able to control the game unless Alaric stops all the recalls. And it seems like that's what they're doing at the moment. They're forced to run back. The TP now coming through from Lenny. They can't stop that, but they can break open the base in 2 different lanes. All to give over the soul build. Now rooted up. Should be taken down here. Doesn't have the flash of the last fight. Lingard in the front line wanting to hold on. The sleep is on 3. It's phenomenal. As in comes Nata. He tries to clean them up, and he will do just that. Ruddy will move up to match point here. You have to feel as Fierce will have to make another miracle happen alongside Simpy. But Alaric says no. Ruddy are on match point and 1 step away from crowning themselves champions of the NLC.
This is the Ruddy we know, the map-based Ruddy, the Ruddy that's willing to give you Drakes to take the map back over and over again, the Ruddy that, whenever they were put on the back first, bloodlessly took back control of the map. Control, 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 all the way into a Nexus explosion, and now we're 2-1. Ruddy are in control of the series.
That was certainly League of Legends. Let's leave it at that, right? I need a break. I need to get some water there for my throat because what 3 bangers so far. Not much else to say. Hopefully
bangers.
5 as Venomcrest have their backs against the wall already. Are that one step away from crowning themselves champions of the NLC for the first time in the organization's history. Can they do it? We'll find out right after this break.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Match point for Ruddy. They are one step away from becoming the winners of NLC Summer Split. Obviously, 3 AD carries lead into victory, but was that the reality of it? We have to talk about a lot of things. Let's start with the beginning. The way the Venomcrest were trying their best to get a lot of objectives. They got the 6 scrubs, they got a few dragons, but I believe Ruddy is putting a lot of pressure in with a lot of chaos. Again, it's chaos, but let's talk about chaos later on, okay? Because I can see it in your eyes. But let's talk about the beginning of the game. How did Ruddy actually control the game from the beginning, even though some objectives were going towards Venomcrest?
Were they controlling the beginning of the game? Like, I felt like that game was quite up in the air. I think, honestly, this game, and I know you don't want me to kind of just put a big, neat bow on the whole thing, but I just felt like Venomcrest mishandled quite a lot here. they actually played really well in the earlier stages of the game. They won some fights pretty convincingly. Maybe they gave up the odd objective here and there, and that kind of gave Ruddy the soul win condition, but it's also a Chemtech soul, so like it's not really that big of a deal of a soul. I think honestly Venomcrest just mishandled this game, and Ruddy punished them very well for it.
I think that's a fair assessment, to be honest. This is more what we expect from Ruddy as well. Just you can kind of see the skill discrepancy between the two teams. Not that Venomcrest are just a bunch of like unskilled losers or anything like that. It's just like Ruddy just find ways to win these kind of games, right? And it's little things like, for example, Kiruken's 4-man sleep in that team fight Baron, right?
Yes,
Things like
huge.
that, which is perhaps a not so good Lilia player wouldn't find that angle, and that's how Ruddy often find their wins. And they've been able to do some really great stuff. All split long doing that kind of thing, and to be fair to Venomcrest's credit, I think they were honestly quite good. I think they played a pretty solid game overall. Like it wasn't, it was a pretty. I think if this wasn't Ruddy, they would win this game basically. But Ruddy now it's showing us why they're such a class team and why they're one win away from winning the whole thing.
There's actually been a bit of a development from what I've watched from, let's say, the first game to this game now. I think people are much more comfortable actually playing the fights in a correct way. And as you notice, even from the early to mid game, even the early skirmishes, I felt like they were playing with confidence on the Ruddy side, for example. And I just felt like, there were some fights that they had gone in too quick, and they got punished for it, which is normal, right? If you obviously pull the trigger too fast, you probably aren't going to get any follow-up. But at one point, obviously, guys, I know I'm going to say it again, the Kai'Sa just got to the point where she can just come in, Lilia did her sleep, like she got the follow-up from Rel, Kai'Sa just comes in, cleans up, everyone's happy. But this is what I believe fits how Ruddy wants to play, they love to brawl, they love to scrap. Kai'Sa's perfect jump for that, because she can always follow up.
So it seems like we're
It was
getting...
definitely...
Yeah.
It was definitely a redemption arc for Kit Rukin, because I don't think he's been playing that great this series at all. And that 5-man sleep that forced the cleanse out of the Zeri at the Baron Pit was a really, really defining moment. I don't really want to get overly mean, but I do want to kind of hit on the fact that I don't think Ruddy have really been on form this series. This isn't the Ruddy we're used to. I was very confident in my 3-0 prediction for Ruddy, and Venomcrest won, game 1? They looked very, very good in game 1. I don't think Venomcrest have even looked that amazing right now. Like, they've been making a lot of mistakes, and we were saying at the beginning of the day that Ruddy are a team who thrive in the chaos, but I feel like all of these games have been not even chaotic. They've just been kind of messy across the board, and I want to see a game where Ruddy kind of shore up in this last game, well, potentially last game, and kind of prove to us why they were at the top of the league, because we were so confident in them, and they were consistently amazing all split. And I do think the last 3 games from Ruddy have probably been the weakest of the split, and I think it's fair. You can excuse it to a degree because it is the finals. This is a team who have been so consistently good, so the pressure is very much on them right now. On the side of Venomcrest, the expectations are nowhere near as high as they are for Ruddy, so I'm sure that pressure's probably got to Ruddy, and that's probably why we're seeing this kind of play style from them. But this isn't the Ruddy I remember. I remember a very, very solid and very, very capable team. So I'm excited to see what this next game looks like, because we know there's more potential in Ruddy.
Now this is it, though. What I want to kind of zoom out a little bit and think about, because I agree fully. I don't think Ruddy's looked particularly strong this series, and I also don't think they looked particularly strong in the previous series they played, which was also against Venomcrest in that 4-game series. And with that in mind, we saw Ruddy all throughout the regular season extremely dominant, had a 7-game win streak at one point. We're like our best team in the NLC by far. We thought they were fantastic, brilliant stuff. And now they've reached playoffs. Have they just forgotten how to play League of Legends? Or actually, should we be giving Venomcrest more credit than we kind of are right here? Because actually, it's all been Venomcrest, right? It's the only team they played outside the regular season. And now suddenly they look a little shaky. Maybe actually Venomcrest are just pushing their buttons a little bit. They actually kind of know how to get into Ruddy a tad and actually meet them in the certain ways that Ruddy otherwise have been uncontested. And I think I would chalk a lot of that up to what Venomcrest are able to do, specifically actually in team fights and with their objective set up as well.
I really enjoy the fact that you brought it up because I do believe Venomcrest are trying to trigger the buttons of Ruddy, and now we're getting to see unsung heroes from the entire split because Alex is trying his best just to provide for the team. Kiturukan with those sleeps also providing for the team, for the Kaisa, I know. Like all of those things are being enabled from people that usually were the carries, and now they're taking a step back, allowing the rest of the team to just step up because it seems like Venomcrest is pulling them. And one of those folks is Simpy with Rakan. We were talking about that casing as well. The idea that a support can change the entire game, or at least that was a dream. I don't know. But the idea that Simpy with the Rakan is being so good. So, is this bannable as well, or can he adapt to other things?
I think it's just more about one. Obviously, Simpy's best and current comfort is Rakan. And you can tell, right, just by the way he's playing the fights, playing even in the laning phase, it's like he is confident at knowing, what to do in his role. And I feel like at this point, if people need to realize, how do we punish this? Yes, you can obviously ban. But secondly, I think it's just more about we need to start punishing, I think Ruddy obviously liked to brawl, but it's like you can create slow pushes, you can create conditions to make it good for you to fight. And I feel like this is kind of missing at the moment. Maybe this is where it comes down to, maybe Ruddy aren't playing as proactive, or maybe it's Venomcrest actually adapting faster. Because on one hand, I feel like from the games that I've seen from Venomcrest today, actually, they're not even looking that bad. And when I say not that bad, it's like they're actually able to still step up to Ruddy and still contest them on objectives that they want to just, I guess, think, oh, you know what, they're just going to roll over and die. But actually, no, Venomcrest are there. They are there to fight as well. And yeah, I think Simpy for sure has been showing like a exemplar performance from Rakan.
They've been playing very well. I would almost put an argument in for Simpy being one of the top players in this entire series. Even if the scoreline hasn't fully reflected that, they have been consistently very, very good. But, unfortunately, it hasn't been enough. So maybe there's a world where, while it is a good comfort and Simpy has looked very good on it, maybe there's a world where maybe they have to look at things like the Leona themselves, these more meta supports you can kind of set up the team off that. Because, the Rakan the last two games hasn't actually been able to do enough for them.
And now they're going to switch sides, by the way. Game 4, Ruddy will take on the blue. Venomcrest finally going on to the red. So we will be able to see a few counter picks. Both games on the red side for Ruddy. Do we believe the Mundo and Vayne were game-changing? I know Mundo is Mundo, but the Vayne was capable of doing anything relevant, or was built just, following the journey of a Kaisa, and now switching it up for Venomcrest to take the red side. Is this going to be better for Venomcrest?
The weird...
Sorry, yeah. No, because I wanted to pick your brain, so the fact that the brain's already churning, let it go. That's fine. I want to hear what you're saying.
Churning brain is horrible.
It's more like it's more like when you think about it more and more, right? It's like, sure, we can, I guess, still opt in for the same kind of win con, right, in terms of front to back. And you know what? Venomcrest have shown every game front to back is their style. So,
Continue.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Don't worry, mate. That's
that's
planned.
I just got cut off. But no. In terms of
trying to break because things chatting bollocks.
I'm just saying, in terms of team fight style, team compositions, I feel like they just need to stick to what they know. And when I say that, it's they need to still perform on their champions, right? Zeri, Kaiser, or just picking champions that just facilitate that, right? And I think, even though Ivan, Maokai, and technically Sejuani was open, but I feel like there's a lot of more room to work with, especially with the top picks. And obviously, I think even there's a world that they can even just pick Mundo. I'm not even joking. Because right now, I feel like both teams play very similar, but the thing is they're not punishing the lane phase enough.
Standard ban so far, though, here. Potential solidifying game for Ruddy, championship game they're on here now. They're going back to the tried and true though here for blue side, which is that triple Theocax ban, which may mean we'll get another removal on the side of Venomcrest, which I think Ruddy will be quite satisfied with, to be honest. I do think he's been a little muted so far in this series, and to be fair, if you're eating 3 bans in the first phase of draft, then you have a decent excuse to do so. We've seen this Ezreal first pick come through for Ruddy here, which will probably, there it is, going to be it again. And I love this because I think especially on Ruddy's side, this is such a threat in both Alex and Nata's hand that you've already, you've secured a power pick. It's great in your team, and it's a flex. Like it's just it's a triple wagon at this point.
Or he had again, he played it 8 times in the regular split and he's going to fall back to that one, even though it's a decisive one. Amumu is going to follow it up, and the sleep is available for Kutirukan. Obviously, you pair it with the Rel, and that's an easy take for Ruddy. So I feel like they're really comfortable. They still have something that can flex. For Venomcrest, do you fall back into the Rakan again, or do you adapt? Oh.
Wow. Well, they're actually taking their ADC this early here. Okay, it's not Kai'Sa, unfortunately for Kasing, who
So you ban the Kai'Sa, surely.
You ban the Kai'Sa.
Yes,
You
I would
absolutely
imagine
ban the
so.
Kai'Sa.
Well, if they don't ban Kai'Sa, guys, then they're just very confident, ain't they? I'm just saying.
Dude, I would hate to be on your team when we were losing, because you just seem to have like, I don't think you'd ever choose someone out or cuss someone out. You'd be so friendly, but I'd be like, I know he's talking rubbish.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess we were just overconfident in that game, and maybe we should have played towards somewhere else. Yes, you could sing. I know what that means. I know what you're gonna say.
I'm sorry, I just want to win, guys. I'm sorry.
That's it, though.
Oh,
I
you
mean, there's a
believe
certain
the
amount of
Kai'Sa.
confidence, and Venomcrest, they feel confident.
I mean, obviously, at this point, like, Ezreal is still a flex, right? But obviously, usually people just keep Ezreal mid just because you get prone to pretty much every matchup in terms of, like, even against other AD carries. My question is, which AD carry would Ruddy look for? Because Kai'Sa is open.
Yes. Malphite has been the stable ban on the second rotation for Venomcrest, and they're going to leave this one open. Misfortune was ignored through the entire series. So what priority do you give now? Because probably you give the support. You want the counter pick on the Lenny.
I was gonna mention Lulu, guys. No joke.
Enchanter.
I saw the angle.
Yeah.
But the question
Okay.
is, where's your front line, or what's your front line?
Yeah.
So can you explain a bit about enchantment supports, because they are so rare in the current meta? Like, why would you pick an enchantment support over something?
Honestly,
like Nautilus and...
At this point, it's just comfort. Like, it's literally been the same with Rakan, right? Maybe he feels like, you know what, we've played already 3 games, we've lost 2 games with Rakan, let's try something new. And you know what, I respect that, because Lulu has been always, you know, one of Simpy's, I guess, main champions too.
Bro,
Have you seen Ruddy's ADC?
Yeah.
That's locked in.
I have. I guess they
I've
didn't
seen it.
think Nata won't play Draven, surely, right? He would just pick Kai'Sa.
He's locked in, bro.
No, that's mid. That's Draven mid. It has been used a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of
Nah.
times.
as well, yeah.
Alex
It's
on
such
Draven
an
mid.
AD
Come on,
carry.
guys.
Well, you're...
Draven
Oh,
mid.
mate, that's such an Alex pick, though, isn't it? A
Yeah, like-
psychopath.
Yeah, look at
champion
Hitbrain's
on a
favorite champion
psychopath.
too, right next to it.
Yeah, it's gotta be. That's gotta be.
Karki won't have
Yeah,
fun.
yeah.
I'm just saying this out loud. I've seen the numbers. This is not good for Fierce. Even if you go for steel caps, let
This
him
is,
cook.
this is a 19-minute game. This is. We're not even reaching.
Guys,
19 minute.
Venomcrest
Yeah,
is
yeah,
going to
straight
50
up.
minutes, and if they get to that, it's 1. Actually, maybe not 50, maybe 30 minutes.
Braga stop. We have the AP, so maybe Amumu can go full tank, or maybe they can switch it around. This is an interesting take. Okay, I want to get opinions about this. Let's start with you, Hitbrain. We were really excited about the Draven. So
I don't even know where the Draven's going yet. They're still swapping their
Guys,
lanes
it's AD
about.
carry,
No,
Nata
sure.
plays Draven.
It's got to be ADC, Nata.
Yes,
I feel like the Ezreal is... the thing is like, in any other case, I'd be like, 100% this is Draven bot, but it is Alex, and Alex is a lunatic, so there could have been a world. But I think, yeah, the Ezreal, obviously, bit of safer pick of shoving that mid lane. Bot lane is hella volatile.
You know what's gonna
like,
happen,
if
guys?
this Draven gets snowballing, the game's over.
Right.
If the Draven falls behind and the Lulu Zeri gets going,
Guys.
it's so over.
Let me-
It's so volatile
Let
down
me
there.
just explain what's gonna happen in the first 3 minutes, okay? They're gonna
Okay.
invade in the first
Go,
minute.
go.
They're gonna get 3 wards or 2 wards. They're gonna split the map. They're gonna dive on the second wave. The Rel is gonna die for the Zeri. The wave is gonna push back on the third wave, and the game is over for her. That's what's gonna happen in the first 3 minutes.
Dude,
Right.
honestly, quote that. Quote that.
Yeah.
Well, that's what should happen.
That's it.
That's what
That's
should
it.
happen. If they just want to farm and do that, then they should not pick Draven for the future. That's what I'm gonna say. Because that's what you want to do as Draven.
I get it. Foxtrot, do you have any predictions?
Yeah, I'm
Can you see
loving
the
this.
future?
I'm loving this so much. This is brilliant. Yeah, I think the Lulu lock-in is I mean, it's one less tanky member, right, for Venomcrest, and then you pick Draven, who just loves to cash in on squishy opponents. So, yeah, I think though, to be fair, like if, as Sim was saying, like if we can get to kind of like the 2-3 item point and we can kind of team fight on an even footing, then Venomcrest looks like they're in a pretty solid spot. Like Zeri Lulu as a combo is insane. They've got great engage as well with Gragas and the Mumu and stuff like that. So I kind of like it. I kind of like it if we can survive 30-35 minutes. But up until that point, it's all about Ruddy, and we know what Ruddy can do. So this is going to be an exciting game.
For Ruddy, it's about closing the finals. For Venomcrest, it's about surviving and hit that time where they will be able to out carry them. So without further ado, this is it. Ruddy looking for the trophy. Will they be able to get it? It's up to you, Duckling and Veteran.
We will find out. You think so, Veteran? You seem very confident in that statement. I mean, Kasing didn't predict exactly what will happen in the first 3 minutes, and we'll find out in due course if he's right.
Yeah, because Singh is probably correct here. Like, it would be really surprising for Natter to pick this and not be slamming at his team perpetually that they need to do a map split on bot side. Because you don't do the map split on bot side and you just allow the 2v2 to play out as standard, there is actually a lot that you can do with Lulu to get priorities in the initial waves. But if you're doing that and you're not playing for levelology, you're not playing for Dyson, you're not playing to belt them those double squishies on the tower, why pick Draven at all? You're picking that knowing that you want to set up the map in that way, so you have to map split. You have to map split to be able to get those first 3 waves in and potentially go for a dive. And you also have Ezreal, you also have Rel, you have really, really, really good level 1 champions to do so. And who cares about topside? Gragas is going to queue the wave, EQ the wave on the tower. No one cares. Like the top is going to be very non-interactive. So a full map split topside makes absolutely perfect sense. What they haven't accounted for is the fact that Venomcrest has started 2 games so far with a lane swap. They may just opt out of this entirely and just swap away from the Draven. That's the thing I think Venomcrest are very likely to do to try to counter the Singh situation, because Singh has just played enough games with Natter to know what Natter is screaming at his teammates to do in his head, and no one wants Natter to throw a little bit of a sissy fit in the middle of the game, so they're all going to do it.
And with that, let's throw into game number 4, potentially the final game here today.
Yeah.
Ruddy just needs to take one more step, and the crown is theirs.
Yeah. What's going to be really funny is if Ruddy anticipate the lane swap from Venomcrest and we just see the full 4-on-4 on top side as if it's fucking old school Giants. But I've used my 1F slot. It's just going to be Venomcrest top side, clearly looking to do the same swap scenario. And yes, Ruddy and Kasing both unaware of that possibility.
I'm really holding my breath here for the first 3 minutes. Will it happen, as Kasing described, or will the lane swap come through?
Bro, Simpy is topside with Lingard.
Yeah, of course.
They're swapping.
They can still... All I'm saying is I thought they still have time to go down, and they could still go bot lane, theoretically. I thought they were just holding the entrance. Regardless, though, if they stay top, let's see if they dive top lane instead. So
I just want to say, I just couldn't let Kasing have the full big prediction. I know the response to this. There you go. Imagine they just go bot side now. That would be so strange. Nah. They're securing this for a straight swap. We've seen Venomcrest do swaps on all games. And they are obviously anticipating the match split scenario from the Draven and from the Wells. So yeah, they're starting instead in this straight top side. Very interesting wards, man. This takes me back. This takes me back to 2014, 2015, when this kind of stuff was the mainstay. But they're going to open in lane. It's going to be a 2v0. And Nata Alaric, they're not going to get that dive opportunity on the enemy bot lane that they were so hoping for.
So what's the move now, right? Because I saw build recall. He's now walking back up towards the top lane. Is there any reason for this? Because, I mean, Lenny is with Theocax and not going down to the bot lane at all. What? Veteran, I need your mastermind to tell me what in the world am I watching and this is, like, who does this benefit?
Who does this benefit? Well, since you're not dying to Draven on the tower.
Okay, so as long as you don't die to Draven, you're happy.
But the tempo is in favor of Ruddy right now. And Ruddy ultimately do want that. They ultimately do want to be able to get the tempo in the early laning phase. That's what they have Draven for. Whether they're getting it against nothing or getting it specifically against the 2v2 of Lingard and Simpy, I think they'll take it either way. What they don't want is a situation later on where Venomcrest have the priority on the matches and are able to just get that Amumu on their low mobility carry of the Draven, or get that Gragasol.
Build is level 1. Lenny is level 1. They're diving build. Are they going to be able to get it? Teams are coming in, but he's down. Theokek should be able to just walk it off here. He doesn't have the flash. Lenny has the flash, but it's only level 1. Flash form from Simpy. They're getting 2. Double kill for Lingard. What is happening?
Remember.
Oh
When Kasing's predictions don't got you, the veterans' predictions do got you. So, Venomcrest, they execute the swap on the opening phase, as they have in multiple games this split. Therefore, this was very, very predictable. And Draven, even though he's able to get the plates on bot side, able to get early economy lead for himself, they're able to trade back with Lingard on an exceptional dive on the Renekton on top side in a straight 4v1. Kind of 4v2, but Katurkan was kind of just chilling. But regardless of the conveyor belting that happened on top side, both sides are going to feel like they have a victory of some kind. Ruddy, yes, the kills didn't go their way, but they should still feel confident about the position that they are in. And now they're looking to match 2v2 here. So you have 2 kills on Lingard, you have plates on Draven. It's a 400 gold lead for Lingard. That's going to be an additional dagger. That's going to be the straight tier 1 boots there for him there. So let's see if they're able to pull off anything with it. Draven's certainly not in as commanding a position as he would want to be. But the map, if it breaks open at all, should be in Ruddy's favor, so long as things stay the same. So expect some more salvos coming from Venomcrest and Ruddy.
So still more tension and action early on to be seen. And we might just see it now. Alaric, flash, he knows Simpy has no summoners. Is Simpy able to walk this off? No, who gets the kill? It's crucial that it goes on Nata, but it does not. Oh, I think it's the passive of Lilia. That is actually massive. 125 gold denied.
I would not blame Nata for just disconnecting right now, to be honest.
You wouldn't blame him. In the NLC.
Yeah, just go game 5. Just go game 5. You basically have
another chance, guys.
Just go game 5. We don't care.
We got this though. There's still another opponent they can kill down here. Now though, no flash for Alaric will make the engage harder. Lingard still has the cleanse. Yeah, that is very unfortunate for Ruddy. That would have been some extra gold for Nata. In the end though, the adoration stack still very much there, but they can obviously die at any minute. He is without a flash. The cleanse though will be a nice summoner spell if needed, but with Theokek around, Lingard trades heavily. But no one dies.
No one dies yet, because I see Theokek staying for this push, and it looks like what Ruddy wanted to ideally get early levels. Venomcrest.
Oh! Oh, Nata now all alone though. Damage coming down. Nata
look at the damage!
That's real! Oh, Alex, I thought he would have gotten Lingard, but Katurkan claims Theokek's flash fall. Katurkan, that's too far! That's too far, buddy! The action continues, and it's so back and forth.
Yep, old school action game champion Zeri actually able to play the fundamentals properly and get that kill onto a Katurkan who, I mean, it's your birthday, but it's not your lucky day, Katurkan, by any stretch of the imagination. As he goes in there and gives Lingard... Are you seeing this FPS as well? As he gives Lingard the 3rd kill of the game. Still down in CS. We've got some CS to absorb on the tower. Very low. I mean, it's really fully worth if Nata dies to kill him. Yeah. As long as he gets the kill first.
There's pretty much 200 gold in adoration stack if you have the 25 that he gets from just getting the kill. So
that red buff doing work, by the way. Yeah, look at the HP of Lingard now.
Yeah, that is true. Katurkan meets Theokek. We'll likely also meet Build soon. Lenny here as well. Level 5 on the top, and there's no ultimates to be used. Build is slow, but same goes for Theokek. How does those both abilities go wide? What did I just witness? As both Lenny and Theokek's misplay, and that is to Katurkan's pleasure. The MVP picks up 2 more kills.
Yep, okay, and Ruddy, certainly not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe the bot lane didn't go the way they wanted to, but the adoration stacks are still coming up on the Draven, and now Katurkan being 4-2-0 in this game 4? Yeah, in this game 4. I can count 1 to 5, guys. I can count 1 to 5. He's definitely in a position to be able to get Draven that initial kill, that initial set of cash-ins that he needs to get snowballing ahead. And best thing yet, if you itemize to try to prevent the Lilia getting that, then you're not itemizing for the Draven that really wants to be getting that damage.
Oh, this game is delivering on pretty much every parameter that you could have possibly wanted. A slight steal away there. to give something back for Theo. Cax says, one thing that is worth mentioning, right? While they haven't had the success with the Draven yet on that, so he's sitting on 220 iteration stacks. They haven't killed him. He's still sitting on a whole lot of gold. He just needs to cash in. And if that happens, yeah, he will be a very happy man. He'll claim around 500, 600 gold in total, depending on who he kills. So, yeah, so far, just delaying the inevitable. If they get a kill, though, the inevitable becomes, you know, a thing of the past. It won't be happening, and yeah, it is a do-or-die game for Venomcrest here. The championship on the line. Both these organizations wanting to get that first victory, or first championship under their belt in NLC Division 1.
Ruddy would like a decisive one. They work. This prediction at the start of this game was on. They want to make sure that this time around, it's not a close run thing. It's not a, well, maybe if Lionspeed were here might be a different thing. They want that decisive victory. And so far, they're in a position to give it as Katurikan tries to deliver Nata his first kill of the game.
Cax is also around, so it could be a 3-on-3. The cooldowns are there, but the supports don't have their ultimate. So no Wild Growth, no Metal Stormers. They back off, retreat. There are neutral objectives on the map. Guys, and the Drake will be started by Venomcrest. I would assume Katurikan to run top side, claim those 3 void drops that weren't taken down after they fought over them earlier. First Drake picked up by Venomcrest.
Yeah, but it's just a fart Drake. And we don't call it that because it's anything but disappointing. The stats here, not really going to do that much with the chances of Drake. Actually, you know what? I can't take that back. With a Lulu Zeri, it's actually kind of useful. With a Gragas, it's actually kind of, Okay, that individual Drake is actually not that bad for that team this time around. That is going to pay some dividends later. But Ruddy are still not going to be that worried about it, right? They're still in a good position here so long as Katurikan's still in the game and Draven hasn't died yet. As a Ruddy fan, you can still be confident about your chances, especially with Nata's prominence in every single one of these games. He's being a phenomenal player.
Cax will spot him. Alex is roaming up as well. The ward comes through. This could be a 2v2 sim.
Lulu?
First on the rotation, that could be the difference maker.
Oh.
He get in to make the fight happen. Fierce and Alex trading, I do believe. Just looking at the minimap, but Lenny rotating down. That will be the decisive rotation that will give the red buff over to Katurikan. He will not lose these Raptors, able to smite them away here. Instead, saves the smite, wants to keep that, probably because the boy drops are still there, but you can feel the tension, right? They are really trying to push their luck here. Both of the teams trying to get the gold they can take away from their opponents to just push the game that bit further in their edge. Just Lingard fences the 1v1 here up against Darcy. It's a crucial decision. He has to get this right, and he will. He has to get it right! The cash in, the adoration stack somehow still claimed. Did he get the gold? I don't know. I saw so much gold pop up. I saw 341. That was a unique number. I'm pretty sure that was the iteration stack. I need to see a replay of that.
Gold lead.
Yeah, but it was
Still 100
more
gold lead
before.
for Lingard. It was more before, but still 100 gold lead from Lingard. So I think even if the adoration stacks were cashed in, Lingard is still so far ahead. It hasn't even evened up the state for the Draven, and Lingard will still feel confident.
300 extra gold if that was just given over. I'm not sure it was. It could very much have been the kill. That was very hard to see with them both dying pretty much simultaneously.
By itself, I wouldn't call this a lead, but this is a better opportunity for Ruddy to actually start trying to push a lead. I think Katurikan's going to play very aggressive.
No ultimate, no flash.
Yes,
you to
yes,
remember
very
that
aggressive.
CC is great. The lilting lullaby is even better. Lingard though with the cleanse able to go down pretty quickly. Cax cut down by Nata. As now they won't even more, but they can't quite get the flash forward, leading into nothing. Yeah, that's a big win.
Was that not just the bounty that Lingard had that Nata got?
It could be, but we couldn't see it on the scoreboard, so that's the confusion, right? We don't really know.
We're gonna need production to look into this. Yeah, I'm talking to you, by the way.
Yeah, it would be nice to find out because it could be a huge part of this game, right? That's really what gets the Draven back into the lead.
He has 300 gold lead right now with that kill.
But
that
it
was
could
a
become
big
even
play.
worse after this. Look at the damage!
Oh!
Look at the damage he's dealing already! Now Lingard and Simpy have to get out. Katurikan was there. The turret is gone. That's a turret full plate claim for the Draven. Ruddy, remember championship point on the line. They will win the NLC if they win this game.
this kind of repeat rotation towards bot side is what Ruddy wanted to have from level 1, level 2, level 3 onwards. They wanted to be setting up these plays. They want to keep consistently doing these plays. Top lane, who cares about that? Completely irrelevant role. Raven, though, has that first tower of the game. We said if the game breaks open in terms of structures, Ruddy are the team most likely to do that because of what happened on the initial swap, getting it down to 2 places in bot lane really fast, and they broke bot lane, and have already pivoted into breaking mid lane, and now Draven has long lanes that he can use to run down the Corki, run down the Zeri, run down the Lulu, run down any of these 3 champions that extends too far, and extensions are almost necessary if you ever want to have access to any of these neutrals on the map again. And I bring that up because look what's happening top, look what's happening bot. On the next wave, you're gonna have to
We've seen games go back and forth, but a 4,000 gold lead just 13 minutes in feels big. It feels important. It feels like it could be deciding if they get a couple more fights right. Ruddy, at the very least, on the front foot. Not right at the doorstep of taking the title, but they are nearing it. They're in the alleyway, or in the... what do you call that? The driveway, maybe? That's probably the right phrasing. They can feel it. They can see it. They are so close. But they've thrown a lead before in game number 1. That was the only victory Venomcrest have found so far. Theocax looking to find Nata. He has no way out of this one. The CC chain is perfect, and Lingard gets the kill. That's a big one. 400 gold back. The AD carry of Venomcrest, Lingard, a guy who's been to multiple finals, lost in multiple different ERLs, doesn't want the same history to be repeating itself, as he is 5-1, sitting with all the gold, all the hope of Venomcrest to bring it to game 5. Oh, fierce.
Oh.
Alex is very confident in this trade and winning it heavily as well. The Mystic just doesn't quite connect. Now the Turkan down to half as Lingard dashes over. That could be a mistake. Lenny's here as well, though. The damage going onto Theocax. The wild growth! Keeping him alive. The shutdown knight claimed by Lenny. The whirling death goes wide. Connects on no one. And this is the fight that Venomcrest wanted. They've collected 2. Lingard, though, might be too far forward here. As build, there as well has the flash to close the gap if needed. Draven as well. Lingard flashing out. Fierce. Oh, what are Venomcrest doing? They are pushing their luck too much. And Ruddy, say thank you very much. And slam it back in their face.
Yeah, Ruddy were able to slow down the fight long enough for Nata to join, and Nata not being there in the opening salvos of the fight is why Venomcrest got any advantage at all. That was not representative of Ruddy at their full strength. Ruddy at their full strength with Nata on Draven, not even exceptionally fed Draven, is an absolutely scary behemoth to Theocax.
This feels very legal.
He's solid snaking it.
Right?
I mean,
he has to smite. Oh, 1 HP. Just take it.
No!
For crying out loud, buddy. Just take it.
He got it!
He got it.
He got it. He got it. He got it.
Why would you try and run from it? You just committed your life to it. You realize
because he thought he got it. He thought he hovered on it long enough to go, but there's a buffer. But there's a buffer time before it comes up that is way longer than it has any right to be.
Oh my god, man. This game.
I would have
this game of League of Legends, man. I cannot believe it. Potentially the deciding game of the final game of the NLC this year in Division 1. Ruddy really looking to right those wrongs, and so far so good. 2-1 up, leading game 4. Everything is on their side, but pressure. The ball is in their court. They have to close this out now. They are the ones with the lead. Do they fall to heel?
I think it's really simple here. If you just fight with Nata, you will win. If you do not fight with Nata, you will lose. If Venomcrest can kill Nata, they will win. If Venomcrest cannot kill Nata, they will lose. There is one player that seriously matters for every single one of these, and it is quite clearly Nata. So let's see how well Venomcrest can try to make plays away from him, and how well Ruddy can slow games down long enough for Nata to at least be able to join, if not just fight with Nata outright towards the start. There are a lot of people in an internet cafe in London right now who really want them to play with Nata properly, to use the explosive power of this Draven.
Eyes
and secure Ruddy.
Right? Not just because he's Danish, but also because he's the one we have to look at. But for now, eyes at the top. I'm very nice done by Theocax. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, he's actually playing this Mumu very well often. I mean, we did see what happened before, and he just had 4 death. But over the course of the Mumu game, he has shown some good performance, and you know, he has shown some smart play. He makes it seem like a Mumu actually has some skill to it, which is really impressive. As the Herald now comes down, that's the turret, the gold lead, closing a tiny bit. But when Draven is here, you can't really try and do anything. I think Theocax will be in trouble if he headbutted the turret. So instead, he looks for a way out. drives out to safety, but Katurgan is there. He's still out. He's still out. Don't worry about it. Oh, is he? I mean, Katurgan really wants to see. They're actually not out. They want this cleanse available. Will be used as they try to close on to Lingard. Katurgan, though, taken low, but not down. He's away to safety. Alaric dies. Finally, Katurgan falls, but it will be at the cost of Theocax 2 for 2 as the lightning crash still stacking up. Nata's still alive, full HP, and you know what he can do. Theocax
He's still alive?
Somehow he's still alive here. This feels illegal.
Gragas's bot side. Gragas's bot side. If he was able to get across that wall.
Yeah, the Drake is up, by the way, so they will lose that. Theocax is 007 trying to sneak his way out. Dun, 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 dun.
No!
He's out.
Oh, he psyched him by going left-right. He gave him the old 1-2. He's
still out. He's still out.
He's on his doggy. He's out. He's alive. He made it. What? That was the lowest mechanical great escape I've ever seen in my life.
The 5 IQ escape, or whatever you want to call it, manages to walk his way out to safety. That is brilliant. You know,
there's like, you know, there's like bell curve memes. There's like a lower end of the bell curve and the upper end of the bell curve. Like the upper end is that Nidalee escape from 2015 IEM, and we just saw the lower end of the bell curve escape.
I even mentioned he was dead. I was sure the man was the kill was signed, sealed, and delivered to one of the Ruddy carries, but instead.
He also dragged everyone topside, so they didn't. The Drake is still up.
The Drake is still up,
because he dragged everyone topside with the Drake.
You know, maybe that's just what you need to come back in a decisive game. Theocax with the miracle escape. They are keeping Venomcrest hold of not just this game, but the championship alive. 19 minutes in, a minute until Baron spawns. We've seen Ruddy steal it away before. Maybe Venomcrest don't want it to happen again. But I mean, Fierce is actually, honestly, right, the Venomcrest carries are very much still in this game. 2 items almost on both of them. 3 items is not that far away from Lingard, so yeah, you're saying it's all about Nata, and I do agree he is very strong, but Venomcrest can still
with Lulu around, Lingard has a lot of power, but you see, if Lingard moves in towards the fight when he thinks all the cooldowns are down, and the Draven's there, Draven's just 1 auto-E away from basically half-healthing Lingard immediately, so that's still the biggest problem. Lingard just needs to choose those opportunities. He just needs to go in when he can guarantee that he's away from Nata, and he still has a lot of impact. He's 5-1-4. He's 5-1-4 with a Lulu. He should be able to find angles in these fights to be effective as an AD carry player. He got a lot of praise for his semi-finals performance, but this is the grand finals against the hungry Ruddy that want that championship trophy. He has to be very careful.
Lingard has been in this position before. Lost Yellow Finals 3-2, lost PG National Finals 3-1, lost qualification to the LVP 3-1, or 3-2 rather. So a familiar situation from him, backs against the wall when it matters most. Can he finally step up and match that big achievement to his already long career? It's now, right? The kills, the gold, everything is an enemy. As the Lulu there, Nata, former NLC champion, wants to be that again. It will stand in his way.
So what you're saying is he needs to prove nobody beats Lingard 5 times in a row.
Exactly. He needs to prove that. Nobody beats Lingard 5 times in a row. 5 kills already this game. As this is a very different situation to what we've seen before in the top lane. That's been really irrelevant this game. And considering how much impact they had in the first 2 games, it feels kind of weird to actually focus on what you would normally focus on. You know, the AD carries, the mid laners. It's no longer about a tank moon just winning the game. As I said, I don't think anyone will die down at the bot lane soon.
Honestly, we didn't really focus on the Mundo, and then when the Mundo was on screen, my mind just could not focus.
Yeah, you just realized, Mundo's won the game, and that's it.
Yeah, like, what is this? Who let this in?
Alright, guys, so let in the Mundo in the final, man.
You coded him into the game, man.
You coded him into the game to begin with, right? Questions we all have, but answers we are lacking. Drake on the map, the Baron on the map, plenty to fight for. And we might be on the verge of another one. Nata, Katurkan, they're all in the bush. They split them apart. Lenny, they've found Katurkan. It's the jungler they want so they can get the Baron, but Nata dishing out the damage. He's here as well, but Katurkan down. Look at the damage so that Nata is dealing. They need to kill him.
Good
Lingard,
choice by Lingard.
He's untouched.
He's on him.
He's flashing forward. He's gonna get him. That's a triple kill for Fierce. Alex, the last man standing, but he can't do it. The pressures to their head. The Baron's on Venomcrest side. It's a quarter for Fierce.
No, Lingard. was untouchable in that red buff pit, and what he decided to do with that was not pivot in towards the front and back of his team. He realized he was at an angle where he can just barely threaten the Draven, often at an angle where Draven can't all in him. And so he did that, and so Nata wasn't able to get his full fury out into the fight, and then he re-engages into the fight at the moment where Venomcrest starts splitting them off, and is able to clean up off of it. That was a very intelligent opening set of moves that Lingard did in that pit there. It really scuffed up what Ruddy wanted to do, and even though they had Nata in that fight, the firepower wasn't enough with the sheer utility of Venomcrest. We talked about Gragas and Amumu being decent in towards a Draven here, and in that constrained area, they were able to be extremely effective. They didn't quite land all their CC on Draven, but they landed enough with their AoE that the Draven was extremely vulnerable, and Zeri was able to clean up off of that. So Ruddy now, will this actually go to a game 5, as a couple of analysts, myself included, have predicted? It may go that way, and they were in a very commanding position this game. But every time this series we have talked about a game as if it is over, the other guy shows they just have a bit more power in their swing left to show.
He's so strong now. The 3 items on the Corgi. Again, the only one with a gold lead, but he can quickly be cut through. Yes, the Draven is so strong. Alex on a 2-item spike off the Yeshfield, but at this point, right, we've said it, and you just said it as well. We've called games so many times that we're always mistaken. Both teams refusing to give up, punishing the opponent's mistake. The nerds clearly to be seen on both of these rosters. These organizations never won the NLC. Only one player here knows what it takes to lift the title, but pretty much every other player has tasted defeat and won before. Not only in the NLC, but other areas as well. And I mean, maybe it's just the thoughts in your head, not trying to repeat history, fail again. It's making these errors and the opponents always there to punish.
For sure. Kind of insane how far up Venomcrest are able to play right now, given the situation a couple of seconds ago. I also want to point out that Drake on bot side just hasn't been taken ever since Amumu's Great Escape. Yep, only one Drake this game, so the whole map being on top side here means that Drake's going to remain undone. No one's trading, everybody is matching, everybody is angling for that next fight. Venomcrest now feel confident they can actually win those.
Worth mentioning, Venomcrest, so few flashes. Yes, Simpy has it, but the carries do not. Lenny, the one caught out, he has a flash as well, uses it just there. The wild growth will keep him alive, but the sleep can come on too. Lingard has the cleanse, so he's able to get out if needed, but he'll hold on to it for different scenario. Now he's down to half though. The re-engage from Alaric, but not his not to deal a lot of damage. Fierce is now godlike.
Oh my
Lingard is slow, but it's on the edge. As Venomcrest get one, but they have to back off. The Baron has been unable to break open the base, but it's established a gold lead.
Lulu is a real champion in League of Legends, by the way. The survivability on Venomcrest is absolutely ridiculous. They were able to spread Ruddy thin just by choosing to live for as long as they did. Able to break them just enough to be able to get that tower. They're now playing 2 lanes extremely openly, and they're going to get the last tier 2 of the game.
Lingard still hasn't recalled from the fight before. He is oh so low. Big bounties on the side of Venomcrest. They want to get out of this without losing any casualties, in particular Fierce. And Lingard, look at how back Lingard is. He's not messing with this at all. The Drake go up, and I think Ruddy might spot a window to take.
Yeah, they may do. It's a good Drake as well, with a double AD carry composition to be able to get a singular Hex tech, but no eyes on what the soul is so far. Pretty much any of the remaining souls will actually be a good call for Ruddy to take, for Venomcrest to take, but that would rely on the game lasting an exceptionally long time from this point. Games have slowed down pretty significantly over the course of this series. Everything is wide open. But so far, 704 Fierce. A phenomenal series from him. And Lingard, 618 with this Zeri Lulu combo. A big threat that Ruddy thought they could destroy with the Draven, but they've been unable to do so.
The pressure, man, on all of these players wanting to get this championship. And how many of them have come short so far? Lenny!
Oh my god.
The Fnatic Death Brush! Lenny is tanking though, so he'll buy some time, but Nada, he has 200.
Look at the TP by Fierce!
So much gold. Yeah, you're saying
Fierce,
the TP by Fierce, he wants to break open the base, but Nada claims a massive amount of gold there. It might just be one kill, but it's a massive gold swing for the AD carries.
And it is the base breaking open by Fierce there. The inhibitor on top side not taken down yet. Fierce so far, he's being on Corki. Has been Corki every single one of these games so far.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has. I can't think of him playing any.
Yeah,
series.
but he's been doing extremely well. Potentially a career best performance in grand finals at the moment where Venomcrest need him to step up. Lingard giving the old thumbs up to the Lilia. I may not have my Lulu here, but you can't catch me. Not like that. Try again. No inhibitor down though. So even though you have broken open the base, you have not conferred the big map advantage we normally associate with breaking it open. If they had broken open inhibitor top, it would not really have an impact on the next big scenario, which is the Baron. Right, that Baron is coming up again very, very soon, in about 45 seconds time. And we'll see. Ruddy are already in a good position there with their vision. This all needs to be contested by Venomcrest, who are behind. Ruddy just that bit further ahead on thinking about the map again. Let's see if Venomcrest can fight their way through, fight their way back. I would have said no early on in the game, but now, with these kills, with these scoreboards on the Corki and on the Zeri, I think there's a genuine opportunity.
Take a deep breath, regroup, refocus, right? Look at the gold, it's around 5,000 gold. The big difference though is in mid lane. A whole item, more than an item between these. It's on Fierce, it's on Lingard, though they are the two carries that need to stay alive. And while Alex doesn't have the most damage this game, Nasa, 3 items on a Draven is enough to give him time to cut through carries very quickly. Baron spawn started immediately. TP's coming in, this time from Brig. He's coming from the bot side. Yes, they catch Alaric, but it's the support they've got. And he's now running out. He's out to safety. Build is looking for Lingard, but he's exploding.
Oh, no!
He's just gone like that within the matter of seconds. He evaporates in front of your eyes as Alex is now caught as well.
Won!
Flash forward from Fierce. Nata has to carry this fight, but he can't do it. One more game looks to be in our sights as Venomcrest move one step away from the championship to the Prince. So close to getting that crown.
A 5-game series. Venomcrest in spring they upset, in summer they upset, but this time they are looking to close. Ruddy thought it was their time, but Venomcrest says no. You have a little bit more work to do. You have a little bit more effort to put in, because we're gonna have a game 5 in the grand finals of the NLC. Venomcrest close Ruddy on game 4 and bring us to a truly grand finale.
History in both of these teams' sight, and we're going all the way. Can you believe it? Or we were in that first game, we were hoping for a game 5.
Oh!
We've been given it, we've been blessed, and this action, man, I can only take it for one more game. So after this, we'll know exactly who will be our champions.
Yeah. It's all about how you turn up on the day, and Venomcrest, they have turned up. Ruddy, though, they have turned up as well. Remember, it was an 0-3 in spring this time around. They have also brought it to 5 games. Let's see if they can adapt to what Venomcrest have brought in. And crucially, something we have to remember before we pass it on to the ads and back to the desk. Kasing was so wrong.
Throw to a break.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. It's like so we go do.
We're going for Game 5 for the NLC playoffs. This is what we're expecting. I know your predictions are going down in flames, but Ruddy, we're not capable of handling the heat from Venomcrest. We need to talk about that first level. Kasing, you brought in an entire book, movie adaptation for series. None of that happened.
Let me explain, please. They didn't even do anything level 1. That's like, I don't know, there is nothing, guys. I don't know what to say. They didn't invade, they didn't get any wars, they didn't see, they didn't predict, they didn't do anything. So,
But hold on, you said they were going to. You predicted.
Yeah, they were, but they didn't, did they? And then,
Yeah, but you made a promise. You made a Kasing promise. This is why.
No.
This is why you should probably stick to playing instead of casting, buddy.
Okay, now I feel, I know how casters feel now when you just watch players just like, oh my god, they're not doing anything.
Yeah.
Ay.
When you look at the play, it makes sense, and you state it out, and none of that happens, and the chat is like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Now you feel it.
They literally just stood there and then went like this, you know?
Welcome to hell. So, but okay, Ruddy didn't do anything at the beginning of the game, but Venomcrest did. Kasing, you were talking about that, at least with me in the green room. We were debating about that.
I mean, they made the correct play by technically you should expect them to invade, right? This is the whole reason why they even went to top side. Because they expect them to be in their bot side. They literally, that's like lava zone, you know? You gotta think of it that way. Venomcrest know, or should know, I mean, they obviously did know because they went top side, that Ruddy should invade bot side and get some wards. Because if they don't do that, how would you know, right? As Ruddy side. And then after they got surprised by the level 1, and then they got dove again, you know, on top, like literally the same exact way in the other game too, I think game 2 or game 1. But it's like, stuff like that just shouldn't be happening. If you're gonna commit to these kind of champions, you gotta know your early game plan. So, well played to Venomcrest though.
We gotta give the highlight. Tell me, Brian.
Kasing brought up a point at the end of the last game, and I want to hit on it because it's kind of in line to a lot of the points we talked about. But this Ezreal needs to stop getting picked by Ruddy. They're not pulling it off very well. Kasing was relatively passionate about that when he was talking about it as well off air. I do agree. I am not particularly sold on this Ezreal. I think Alex, the best he's looked has been on his Yone. We know he's very capable at that. That's the champion in his wheelhouse. It doesn't have a particularly bad matchup into a lot of what's been played so far, so I don't know why we're not just seeing that from him. I don't know. There's a lot that's not really kind of falling into place right now for Ruddy. This series has, as I said in the last pre-game, has been a pretty tragic one for them. I think this is the weakest we've seen all split of Ruddy. They've got one more game to get it together. Right now, honestly, I just think Venomcrest are playing a lot better than them so far in this series. So it's very much on Ruddy to make the adaptation for this game number 5, and Venomcrest to kind of just repeat what they're doing. I think they've honestly got their number in the draft, and they're just playing very, very well so far.
I wanted to talk a little bit more about the game itself, but since we're running away from that, we can focus on what could be the last game. Well, it's going to be the last game of the series, and it could be for Venomcrest or for Ruddy. When we're talking about Alex, we can debate about that topic. We know how Alex works, and we've seen Alex shine, and we've seen Alex tilt. On the best of 5, if he loses the 4th game, this could be a tilt moment. And did Alex go crazy with like a good pick, a booyah, or he can just go down the drain as well? So this is a massive coin flip for Ruddy right now, no?
I mean, honestly, at this point, guys, it's just stick to your comfort. You know what I mean? Yeah. And we all know that Alex is amazing on his midi champions. And when I say midi, it's like, you know, Zed, Silas, Yone. Like, I can already think of a game plan for them in terms of like picking Sejuani away from
tell me. Give me the next season of your book.
But it's like, you know what I mean? Like, we know what we're good at, so let's stick to that. Let's just...
No, Kasing, we want the definitive, like, what you think's going to happen. We need to know so you can be 100% right like last time.
I mean, look. If they do what I say, they will win. If they don't do what I say, they will lose, right? It's as I said.
Okay, so tell us.
Okay, but honestly, guys, if I'm in Ruddy's position, I'll just think, you know what? I know that the enemy jungler obviously wants to play, let's say, the utility junglers, right? Like a Mumu and this kind of things. Honestly, I think just taking away Sejuani is even a good thing, and then actually complements your mid as well, since he plays a lot of mini mids. I think just stick to playing like, you know, the Kai'Sa, the Zeri of bot lane instead of picking the Draven. You don't have to think about it too much. Just play team fights better, and pick build something that can actually like, you know, have pressure 1v1 on side rather than something like Renekton.
Oh, I was expecting more.
Stop.
Yeah, but you guys can do the next one now.
Picking Renekton.
I got a question as well. If we're talking about melee champions in the mid lane, you brought one up that we've seen on Last Chance Qualifier during these last days, the Silas. I think Silas for Ruddy would be amazing, not only because it fits on Alex's profile, but since you have a lot of utility junglers, like Amumu ultimate, Sejuani ultimate, all those ultimates could be massive in favor of Ruddy. So that could be something here.
There is an issue there, though. And that issue is Kit Rukin likes to play AP junglers. And then you have double AP. That is your major issue if you do pick the Silas. It then also somewhat kind of lowers the priority of the Kaiser, which we really want to see from them. Because then you're kind of almost going too heavy into the AP at that point. I don't disagree, though. I think the core point of, like, Silas actually is quite good with the ults that would be available, and it suits Alex's playstyle. Alex has exclusively played AD mids the entire split long.
Yeah.
I don't think right now it would 100% suit what they want to be doing as a team. I don't think it's a bad pick at all. But again, it's also relatively situational, because I think like things like his Yone can have like better matchups into the things like the Corki and stuff. I think Silas into Corki is a lot harder to kind of be pulling off. Obviously, Kingslayer is a ridiculous ability, and it doesn't matter how low you get, because you just press Kingslayer and you get 80% of the health back. I hate that champ. LeBlanc main complaining about Silas, that's what that is. Yeah, I don't know. I think like go back to the Yone. It was the best they looked all series. Give Kit Rukin again the brand. Where's the Zyra? I know it's getting banned a little bit, but like the Zyra brand, something like that. I think Lilia is great. I just didn't particularly think Lilia had an identity in that previous comp. And then something else we talked about. Just give Neda this Ashe or something. If he's not going to play Kai'Sa, just give him the Ashe, and then he has utility. Draven had absolutely no utility that game. I mean, they weren't able to execute the early play which Kasing wanted to see, and I know we were taking the mick out of him a little bit, but like, let's be real, they probably should have followed an early snowball plan with the Draven. They didn't. They did eventually get an injection of gold, but not before losing a massive chunk of those stacks prior to getting that kill. So you didn't get the big cash injection you wanted. Just pick Ashe, pick Braum, play for like Yone, and then give yourself a good AP jungler. Don't play Renekton. For the love of Christ, don't play Renekton. And then I actually think Ruddy can take the series.
I think I'm the hitter of my dreams. Hit Brains just talking about Renekton.
No matter what he's talking about, there's a Renekton in the sentence. There's always a Renekton. You know they should buff LeBlanc with Renekton though. I mean, so
they should buff LeBlanc actually.
Oh gosh. What have I said? Talking about side selection, Ruddy are going to take the red side, so they'll have the comfort of a counter pick. Venomcrest going for the blue side. Every single time Venomcrest played blue side on this series, they've lost. So keep that in mind as well. I'm just letting it out.
Ruddy win. Let's go. Stop.
Wait, Kasing, you're not supposed to be biased, Kasing.
I'm kidding. Venomcrest
He's got points riding on this.
Venomcrest can win.
He's got the house riding on this.
You
game.
know what I would love to see? I think Foxtrot recalls this one. I think he was casting Fierce's Echo. We've seen it once, and it was banned for like 5 games straightforward off that one. If we see Yone mid lane, if there's a melee champion, I need to see that Echo on the other side. I know he's defaulting back to the Corki, but his Echo is ridiculous. He's a main Echo.
I would honestly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I reckon this Corki now is a point where Ruddy have to address and champ select straight up. Because I think normally the way you do with Corki is you first pick Ez and you have prior mid and you know whatever. It's a good matchup, but
yeah.
You know, Fierce has had the better of this matchup every single game in this series where they played it, and Alex has not looked too hot in this Ez at all, to be perfectly honest. So, yeah, I actually think the initiative now is for Ruddy to have an answer to the Corki. I don't think Venomcrest are the ones who need to start, pulling different picks out of the hat. I think it's all right, come on boys, let's see what you got, because we're stomping you on this now. I think it's cool, and this is the difficulty now. I don't think we really thought Ruddy would be in this position where they're the ones on the back foot and they're the ones who have to start making adjustments to start thinking, okay, how do we actually beat these guys from draft? Because they're kind of, there's some things going on here that really aren't working. And considering they're already needing to allocate 3 bans for Theocax, right, to put him off of his comfort, what do you do now when you're having to start throwing some extra things like this Corki, which in my opinion, you know, you need a better answer to. This Ez is not cutting it, and can something like, you know, does Yone into Corki? I'm not really too familiar with the matchup, but like that doesn't sound too fun for Yone, so it could be difficult.
It's the first time Ruddy out against the wall, and I gotta ask this for you, Kissing. We're about to jump into Champion Select. This is the deciding one. Mentality-wise, a chaotic team like Ruddy, is mentality a concern right now? Because, I mean, I think you're a known pro player. You won a couple of NLCs, I've heard before. I don't know. So, yeah, mentality-wise.
I mean, obviously, Ruddy has a lot of young players, right? In general.
Yeah.
They have a rookie support, I believe, who's hasn't played competitive before, no? From what I know. He's just come from solo queue. And obviously,
Well,
Alex has... Yeah, Alex has not a lot of experience as, like, let's say, someone like Nata, who's played for a while too. Kitruken, I'm not so sure about, and same for Built. But at the moment, right, it's just about sticking to your comforts. Understanding that, you know what, we have to understand our win con. Again, I would say this is perfect scenario because your jungler wants to play Brand, let's say, and your mid can go Yone because you know that they'll go Corki, but you probably pick AD carry here. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, we saw Sejuani, Lilia, and Real. The Gragas is available. I think the Gragas was a massive counter pick for the Lilia. Every single time she would press sleep, Gragas would say, hey, everybody spread. Everybody put your hands up and we'll be done. So let's see
Good start though for yeah, I think Venomcrest will be happy with how this draft's gone so far. Like, you know, the adaptation from Ruddy getting that Ez ban in there means that we've now got Theocax on one of his more comfort. Sejuani's here. We're still going to see that Corki, like I say. Like, Ruddy did not have an answer to that, right? They do not have an answer to it, and this is I think this is what's going to hinge on the series here. Ruddy have to find something that beats the Corki. We've wanted these melee mids, you know, and that is a lock-in, right?
Ruddy
yeah, that is. That's locked in Yone.
There
There it is. Okay, so this is it.
Much better.
Gauntlet's been thrown down. You're going to have to play towards his mids. You know, ranged into melee is always a little bit tough. But if Alex can kind of get through those really irritating parts of the lane phase, then he can wreak havoc in these team fights, especially these skirmishes.
Zerikasa should be the next for Ruddy. And for Venomcrest, what do they focus on? Maybe on the AD carries as well to try and take Nata away from his comfort pick. Mondo, yeah, it's a necessity because we've seen it on the blue side. You have to take it away.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty standard one at this point in this series. Mundo's been very, very impactful. Kai'Sa, I mean, Ruddy don't have to pick the Kai'Sa here. Ruddy don't have to ban the Kai'Sa because I think they want to be picking it as their first rotation. So I think Venomcrest probably need to look towards that as their ban. And then the question is what's left open? They take for the Malphite. So I want this to be a Kai'Sa for Nata. I mean, there's a couple of different ADCs that are up and available outside of that, but I think the Kai'Sa's the best. It gives you that mixed profile of damage. It's super powerful.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa
There's a
on, is
way.
that what you just said?
Yeah,
I so agree with that.
I think if they had
so
on,
agree with
if they have on now and complete this comp, okay, Donjik, if you're listening, please pick on, please.
Lindgard could default for the way, but the problem is you have a Lulu, so you're enhancing what?
That's it. Way and Ziggs is not great
Oh,
combo with Lulu, as you're saying.
Oh,
That's not getting picked.
Is he
It's a hover,
sneaky?
don't worry, boys.
Oh
It's
my
a
God.
hover.
was he hiding?
It's a hover. That's also a hover. Please.
I'm not so
Oh
sure.
my-
I think
no.
one of these two might
Yeah,
get
one of
slammed in, you
these,
know.
yeah.
No. Oh, yeah. Okay.
If they pick Samira with Lulu, the guys, I don't know, just pack it up. Just pack it up.
Honestly, that was a ride of emotion.
That was way too close for comfort. That was way too close
That
for the
was-
lock
yeah.
in. 0
I'm
seconds
not
in.
Do I like the Aphelios?
Oh, Lenny on
I like that.
Xante.
Okay.
Lenny's
Cassante
Cassante.
is such a good pick here for Venomcrest.
Oh.
They've kind of got it all. I mean, they're okay, so they don't have it all. They don't have any AP damage, but they've got like a good front line. They've got, you know, non-committal engage in the Sejuani ultimate. They've got the ability to split the fight with the Cassante. They've got someone to keep the Aphelios alive with the Lulu. They've got the damage from the Corki. I like this from Venomcrest.
Yes.
Ruddy,
I don't know, but
it's a bit of a gamble.
Oh, look at
if this
Kasing.
vein gets going,
that says it all.
if this vein gets going, it's good for Ruddy.
I don't wanna
but
say
I
anything,
think
but-
consistently, Venomcrest have a better one here.
I don't want to say anything, but I'm just saying, if they had on, I think this team comp of theirs looks way better. Because it's like, no one is threatening, like,
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. I don't know. But don't get me wrong. If Vayne 1v9s, you know what? I'm happy for him. I'm just saying,
Fox,
okay?
I want to get your opinion as well. You've been quiet on this part.
I agree. I feel like you had an option to pick more of a team orientated pick here, and he's gone for a selfish like solo pick, 1v1 pressure side lane pick, and I don't know. If he can put Lenny down on Cassante, then obviously that's really valuable and that's great. But especially when you're playing like full AD as well, like. You had the option to be unkillable this game. Like it was a thing. It was a thing if you slam in something like Kasing said, like you just wouldn't be able to play the game if you're a Venomcrest in that sense. Like you have that indestructible front line, and instead we got a Vayne.
Just look at what the Gragas did last game. He could have been in the same position as what that Gragas was to them.
Yeah.
A Sion and Ornn honestly would have been amazing here because they have.
I think the ego needed to be dropped here by Built. I don't think that was particularly the smartest pickup. I think, Gragas or anything could have been better.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing to watch out is for if Venomcrest just lane swap again like they did last time, suddenly you lose that level 1 power of the Vayne and the pick is useless. So I'm in Venomcrest favor. That's going to be my little throwdown. I think they're taking the series.
I just need a name, Foxtrot. Kasing a name as well. Say the name.
Venomcrest.
Oh boy. Kasing.
I mean, Team Ruddy, you know what I'm saying? Because they picked Kai'Sa. Like, Kai'Sa will win this.
True!
Okay, this is it. This is finals. I would say, well, one last game to take it all on Summer Split for NLC. For Venomcrest, I see a lot of we can do it. For Ruddy, I see a lot of I can do it. Who will win? Toss it to you, casters.
One more game. Veteran, we have been blessed. We're sitting here, game 5 in a final. None of these teams have won the NLC before. Only one player here knows what it feels like. But in an hour's time, depending on how long this game goes, 5 more will know that feeling. 4 will know the crushing blow of defeat. And I can't wait to find out who will stand atop the throne.
So I think the Aphelios pick was really good here because of the immensely low range everybody is going to be playing against him. I think going it with the Lulu basically makes him a juggernaut, just a ranged juggernaut here. We will be doing some Aphelios gun spotting this game, and we'll be doing some Vayne spotting because I think Vayne on the top side has really good matchups. And as long as she gets to play side against one of Cassante or Yone, she has very good matchups. But in team fights, I don't think Ruddy have team fights this game. I actually think this is a very difficult team fight situation. You have to see some of the most cerebral play from Ruddy that we've seen all series, potentially all split. They have to bring their A game right now to this because when it comes to these, ram and slam team fights, I think Venomcrest are favored.
Favored now, but I mean, just think back, right, to the start of the series. They were heavy underdogs. No one except for Ashram predicted them to win in a game 5 at that. And it's even crazier, right? Think back to when the rosters first hit the split. Well, Ruddy, right up there among the favorites. Them and Nord, the 2 big teams. Venomcrest, I mean, they got playoffs last time, but they changed their roster. Was it this really going to be as good as the last one, which did surprise people?
Yep.
But no, it wasn't. It was even better. Making it to top 2, making it into the final. Now 1 game away. This organization that has been on a constant and steady rise for 2 years. Their hard work can all come to fruition with 1 more victory.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to run out of monologues because we have a technical pause here.
Yeah, had to have that, right? Had to have that.
Had to happen. We're building suspense for the audience.
Everyone in that London meetup with Ruddy, they must all be sitting in the toilet because they should be shitting bricks at this moment, man. It is so tense.
This is your call. This is your call right now. If you want to grab some popcorn, you want to grab some snacks. I don't know what they're serving over at the mini bar that they had there. I remember, grab some of it right now. You're gonna need your energy for this one. We could be here for the long haul on this game. I definitely don't think this will be a fast game, no matter which way it goes. And there will be multiple opportunities to come back. We've seen Ruddy be in positions where they're losing these fights, and they still just take the map back on the immediate next rotation. So this will be a back and forth.
It will very likely, right?
Yeah. Both teams are emphasizing their biggest strengths, for sure.
what to me is so insane, right? Had this been any other roster against Venomcrest, I very likely would have said Venomcrest had this. I really like that draft. But while I do agree, something like the Orm would have been better, it would have been safer, but that's not Ruddy. That's not what Ruddy is. And if there is any team that has the players who has the skill ceiling to pull off something like the Vayne top lane in Game 5 of a final, and the Yone mid lane, these comfort picks and specialities, it is Ruddy. I know that players are good enough to be able to carry the team fights and have these individual moments that can bring them over the line and into the promised land of being NLC champion, but Venomcrest, they're fought tooth and nail. I think we are in for one hell of a banger, and if this lobby issue doesn't hurry up so we can get in game, I'm gonna lose all my hair because I'm so stressed just waiting to find out who'll win it.
Yeah. I mean, imagine being a huge fan of one of these two teams. This is the moment. It's no longer a BO5. It was just a long preamble into a BO1 with both these players being exhausted, both these sets of players being exhausted. And normally you just end up favoring the teamfight composition at this one. Right? That's normally what ends up happening, which is why there's such a sweat there with the fact that Venomcrest have pulled off the composition that they have pulled off. And
I mean, I could go over many players now, right, who's been in this situation before. Few of them have had success. Nata, for one, has won the NLC, of course, with X7. If we're looking at other finals victory, like we're looking at someone like Fierce, who's won the Hit Point second division, but many other players in this game, or in this in both of these teams, knows what it's like to lose a final. And Game 5, the most heartbreaking of defeats. Half of them will get to experience that pain once more, and while the rest will try something new, the joy of winning. And there's so many players here who say they deserve to get that trophy to their cabinet, right? Someone with long and decorated careers. I'm thinking the bot in particular, Venomcrest, Simpy and Lingard. They've never really had that high, and this would be it. Unproven rookies coming in, blowing the league away. Lenny did it last split, and Theocax this split, right? You'd also, you know, be very happy for them. But the redemption arc, the Ruddy story, it's absolutely brilliant as well. Whoever comes out on top, nothing but praise for the winners as both teams push each other to the limits. And we're about to head in to game number 5. Here we are, veteran. The final game of NLC Summer 2024. Ruddy up against Venomcrest. It's no longer best of 5, as you said. This is a best of 1. Winner takes all. And it's the crown of the NLC they're fighting for.
Indeed. Fierce. 5 Corki games. A phenomenal Game 4 performance from him. And let's see, another lane swap. Another lane swap. But this time, they have been spotted out. And it looks like, for a moment there, Ruddy might have been aiming to just match the 2v2 on top side. Ruddy at least having defensive wards in the event of a swap scenario here. They don't want to fall for it twice. They want to make sure that they're in the position to actually know what they're dealing with on the opening salvos of the game. So information in their favor. I do feel like maybe they just Venomcrest just want to avoid potential level 1 angles here.
They're
But
just gonna force the Fierce Flash. He has to flash this surely, right?
No.
Walk up, but just that's quite a lot of HP. The partner already buffed as well. And Alex can now be a lot more comfortable in the lane, one that he normally shouldn't be that comfortable in. Is there any other things this changes? Is like this build?
Well, yeah, the top matchup,
doing here
right?
is obviously because of
because Built wants to scale. So if Built wants to be in a position where he can just like farm up. He's been kind of denied that by Venomcrest, but you could also have just handshaken that, right? You could have also just been like, okay, we'll go the 2v2 on top side and we'll do our reset on our support in towards top side with jungle, and we'll defend against the initial dive, and then we'll be in a good 2v2 position because it's a decent 2v2 lane. Actually, not too much here. That's probably why then, because the presence of the Lulu, I guess they wouldn't want to do that as much, which is why they've gone for this more famine version of the swap, something BDS popularized. But that's much worse for a Vayne, right? Vayne would rather just be even with his opponents for a long period of time and scale in that way particularly. The initial item spike's really, really big for Vayne. Obviously, Vayne just gets harder to deal with the later in the game that you go. So denying that matchup that Vayne would really prefer, and it's a situation Lenny would be more comfortable with. So yeah, I think Venomcrest will be happy with the way things have gone. This isn't the point in the swap where you would be doing much damage as the Affiliates. It's normally on the second round of the swap when you're able to get onto purple-blue and transition into white gun, where you'll actually start doing that good damage to towers. So right now, by having 2 double AD carry on bot side, Ruddy have been able to get a significant lead on plates. We'll see if the 2v1 is maintained on the next rotation, because that's when Lingard could
the quick recall. Oh my God.
slingshot back in, on the map here. If he's able to maintain a 2v1 for the next set, all they have to do is match, and they should be in a really good position.
That is actually brilliant from Elric, right? So he dives to the turret to get the quick respawn, but also the extra movement speed coming out of base to lose less tempo than a recall would cost him. Really down to the minute details here. Game 5, Ruddy have a small lead, but that is because of the plates they were able to get on the bot side. Obviously, Venomcrest not able to do the same on the top with the extra turret protection. It is all made all due to anti-lane swap, right? All the way back from 2015, I believe, when lane swaps were all the rage. You do less damage to the turret in the top lane early on than you do in the bot lane turret.
So it looks like Ruddy have got the really good lane setups now and are gonna be able to deny Affiliates the opportunity to use the much better gun setup to be able to try to get additional plates back in. So Venomcrest once again opt into a swap scenario by their own volition, avoid certain parts of the matchup that end themselves worse off on the map overall. Venomcrest honestly feel like they've been seeding the map a lot to Ruddy and have just relied on their ability to teamfight as 5 to carry them through. This is the gun set we'd like to be crashing on. This is where you can start having advantages on taking those turret plates down, but obviously not possible while both Alaric and Nata are under tower on full HP. They're happy to absorb the wave here, which means we're just going to see Ruddy 3 plates up for the vast majority of this set.
So in the end of the extended play, while they did avoid some things with the Vayne Cassante matchup, they actually ended up losing out in the end of it. So let's see what happens here in the mid lane. Yeah, Alex could get a bit far forward, but Turrican obviously blocks it for his mid laner. He instead will now be rooted up, and a good amount of damage goes on towards him. Not enough to get the kill, but certainly enough to matter in terms of Turrican being able to put down pressure without resetting first. Yeah, it's all these small things we're looking for early on, because no one wants to make that first mistake. You could feel it, right? We've had games where we had around 10 kills by now. I believe in the first game where there were quite a few explosive fights. Now though, when everything is on the line, when push comes to shove, well, no one wants to be the first to die, no one wants to be making that first mistake that opens up the game.
Eyes on Kiturikan. He is the guy that can make things happen on towards that Aphelios and group scenarios later on. He is the guy that can make the big pick on him. We need to see those bowling balls hit. We need to see these drowsies hit. We need to see the potential Kiturikan has showed throughout the series come to its full fore. The end stage of each Ruddy player needs to show up now in this game 5 as Kiturikan looks to take the first 3 grubs of top lane. And why not? He has perpetual top lane pressure here. So this top side neutral objective should always go in his favor.
And let's just check up with how Lenny's doing at the top lane. He's surviving, but Build obviously doing well at utilizing that range advantage, shutting him down, building up a gold lead. Early grubs, 3 of them secured by Kiturikan. The Drake hasn't been taken by Venomcrest, and Kiturikan wants to make sure that isn't going to be the case. He's at the early down towards the bot side. Theocactus there as well. It feels like that could turn into something if both teams aren't careful. But the level 6 now from Kiturikan, actually a pretty valuable level up there to try and make them force something. But wow, something has been happening in the bot lane, just poking away at Nata's HP bar. He certainly can't respond to any player at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to do a dive. This is kind of the opposite of last game. Yep, we have white-red, but we have no R, crucially. So actually stacking this up, he only really has his red Q to do so, but he can stack it up off of the tower. But we're not exactly going to have an immense Boomerang showdown. They are doing enough to force Katuakin down towards the bot side, but if Katuakin just makes the game even,
Nata?
he himself will
Oh,
going
the
ahead in the individual matchup.
Forced to use both summons just to get out. Very good re-engage from Alaric there. Forcing two summoners out of Lingard. Brilliantly played by him.
Yep, no summoners forced out of Nata, but Nata will lose out on the next wave. And we do have enough Boomerangs to be able to play this tower. That's why Katuakin is here. He doesn't want them to get a good lead on those plates on bot side, so instead just be match resets from Lingard and Simpy, especially if Nata resetting on 100 HP. They'll deny a wave from Nata, but that's the most that they can get as an advantage here.
That's not much, right, considering the cost. They don't get the Drake, they don't get the plates. The great re-engage from Alaric there, forcing Lingard to use both sums. That's obviously something we'll keep our eyes on for the next few minutes, right? If Kid Hurricane is able to punish it, or maybe even Alaric, who has the head flash to look for the windows. But so far, so good for both teams. The goal is dead even as just trading back and forth yet again. As I've already mentioned, no one wants to make that first mistake. Everyone here knows what it's like to lose a final, and they don't want it all to happen again.
They definitely do not. No kills 8 minutes into the game, but a lot of action still so far. Both sides fairly evenly matched, going at each other, meeting each other's punches, but so far nothing really connecting from either side yet. We'll see how long this holds. I'm interested, because I think the longer this goes, I think the initial skirmishes, Ruddy will actually have a lot of advantages, and they're relying on that, on those initial one-item spikes to just push through with a really hard advantage in mid-game. So let's see what happens when we get to that point.
Yeah, so we'll look forward to that, and then when we reach the 2-3 item, then it should, if the game is even, turn back towards Venomcrest, right? They have the easier 5v5.
In a 5v5 straight up,
But yeah, obviously Ruddy will then have to look for the individual outplay, something they have done a lot in this split. Be able to find individual outplays and just win through, skill difference. If I can say it as simply as that, right? Sometimes they show that they are just better. They'll need to do it here. When everything's at stake, and that's when it becomes interesting to see if they can do that. Because now it's just not a random best of one. That's a win more on the board. No, now it's the championship. Everything that you've worked towards this split. Ruddy have fell at this hurdle once before. They don't want it to happen again. And especially, right, the two skill checkers in Alex and Bill, the two who are so famous for their individual outplays, playing their comfort picks in Game 5. They're the ones who knows what it's like to lose a final, just doing it last split up against Blind Screen.
Looks like Venomcrest going to be able to claim the first Drake of the game on bot side. Purple objectives going to Ruddy. Drake's bot side objectives going towards Venomcrest. They played really hard with a bot lane advantage here.
Needs to be careful. Oh, I think Lingard is just dead here, to be honest. He's put to sleep with the lilting lullaby. And while Nata is low, it does not matter. First blood claim for Ruddy. And they want more here. Simpy next up on the menu. No sums now on the Lulu, but the W speed up is just enough to buy a few more seconds to shield. But the bowling ball connects and Katurikan picks up 2.
Yep, we said eyes on Katurikan to control this Aphelios, and after the flash burns on bot side, Katurikan is there to pick up a double kill against both Lingard and Simpy. Very strong opening from the player. He had a strong opening last game though. Right? He had 4 kills very early on. They were unable to translate that into the win. So this is just step 1 of Ruddy's plan. Let's see if they can execute step 2.
Yeah, Ruddy strike first in game number 5, but we've seen both of these teams strike first in different games. And it certainly didn't mean that they would come out on top at the end. It's not over until it's over. It's anyone's game at this point, some people would say. Grubs on the map, none of them have been taken so far, according to a little counter up at the top there. And the Nakaturikan making his way over there to claim the first 3 of the game, and I do believe it might be the only ones, depending on when they respawn, regardless. A very small window to make it 6. No, they already have 3. Okay, the graphic just needed to update, so this will be 6 grubs for Ruddy. They'll be very satisfied with that. That will lead to that push being way more effective.
Yeah, looks like...
TP from Alex. To stop these plates from going down. Theocax does have the flash, so isn't too far forward there, but Alex investing in, again, they really want to make sure they don't get too many plates. And despite Lingard dying, look at the goal lead he has acquired, right? This scaling is strong.
2 things. First, Fierce being able to fix mid lane, and 2, Lingard on the next wave is gonna have his ultimate up, and he has blue-purple rolling right now. And you see some decently low HP bars on his opposites. They're playing a good threat here. Sejuani's still leaning very heavily towards bot side. Fierce gets that first reset. Alex needs to push in next wave. Fierce also has Unleashed Teleport. You could definitely see a play happening bot. Nata, Alaric both anticipating it. Look how far back they're playing here. Turrican also anticipating it. Look at the presence on bot side here. Alex just gonna leave. He's pushed that. Doesn't want to go too far there. And look at the amount of plates that have gone down on bot now. So plate lead in favor of Venomcrest.
Crazy to think about that after the level 1, but I love that we're seeing the side of Ruddy, right? Because this bit has been so much action, but they're bringing it back, and it's, you know, a very even game state. That is all I can say. But the fact that we're seeing a different side of Ruddy, and they've made it work in a few of these games, to play this more methodical, very macro-oriented, and not at all messy game that we've discussed, right? The mix between control, chaos, and macro and all this, they're showing their macro strength here, flexing their muscles with multiple times, even sneak objectives, just through macro outplays, and yeah, so far, this game, small goal lead to Venomcrest, could grow here if Alex, those reactions are beautiful, but is it enough to get him out of trouble? Yes, it is, as Fierce is low on mana and low on HP, and with Alaric in the area, Venomcrest back off. I want to go back to the bot lane quickly, just look at the gold lead and the items on Lingard, 1.4k ahead.
Yes, I mean, this is the guy that's going to be an absolute behemoth in these team fights. Yone, Vayne, Kai'Sa, Rell, all have to play in a range where you can get so much value from those double white gun combinations that Aphelios love to play with. And it looks like he's going with the red, white, green variant of it, which I think is much better until you get to later item sets. So let's see, Ruddy looking to try to do something on top side. I'm not sure they've sufficiently got it though, but the threat of the dive is enough for them to be able to claim the Herald there. Again, all purple objectives going to Ruddy. I do agree with that. I am a purple objective guy myself. So good to see them execute this. It costs them 1 Drake on bot side. Could potentially cost them 2, but they'll take that.
Yeah, let's see. I do see some pings from Venomcrest. Maybe they want to get some kills on the exit here. What we can call exit frags, right? They are looking for one, and it is Turrican who's the first target. Lenny's down to half HP, but Bill doesn't have the damage. Lenny claims the kill. So Venomcrest don't give it up for free, but still Ruddy claim that Herald, and depending on what they get out of it, we've seen them be able to get a few turns with it, so let's see how much this play becomes a win for them, or if Venomcrest are able to make it an even trade.
They claim that kill on Turrican, the one guy where both of Ruddy's kills are, so that's a bounty picked up as well by Lenny, and a very powerful champion and very powerful player for Ruddy knocked off of the map for a brief period of time. Let's see what else Venomcrest can do. They crash in mid. Corki's able to push out on bot side, and so control on this incoming spawning Drake definitely going to be in Venomcrest's favor. If Ruddy won it, they're going to have to fight for it. Ooh, Lingard.
Oh, Lingard,
very
man,
good
damage,
gun set.
like with the crits as well, right? He has 35% crit, so he has pretty much on every third auto attack. Gonna deal a whole heap of damage, but Fierce also has something to add to that caliber.
Oh, wow.
Big kill there. That's the second Drake likely if they want it, but instead maybe the mid lane. Tier 1 is their target. Theo Cactus there. Fierce, you have 4 members of Venomcrest around this objective, but the lilting Nulli might come out. Fierce. Yeah, Fierce is just dead here. The wild growth won't be enough. Or will it? How is he out? But Nata has other plans. Lingard, Turrican stepping up here. Nata is safe. The damage he's dishing out is good, but now he's locked up. One more auto should come through. Oh, the ult connects, and the kill is picked up by Lingard. Alex, next up on the menu. No. Flash, they wanted to play, but it bites them in the bum. The kills go over to the uncrowned prince, who soon can see his fate sealed.
In game 5, Lingard is stepping up. The dodge there, the green-white ultimate there that's able to get the final shot off on towards Natter at the end. Everything was there, and a lot of the setup early on from the aggression in mid lane. He's able to make this Aphelios work, and you're seeing the behemoth that this Aphelios can be in any of these group scenarios. Lingard makes it work, makes them suffer for their disrespect, and Venomcrest, I hesitate to say it because every single time we've said it, the other team comes back swinging, but Venomcrest have entered this mid-game with a commanding lead.
And you talked about those one-item spikes when we were at that point, right? And we just saw what happened. Wasn't enough. Venomcrest able to force so many resources out of Ruddy to get that one kill on Fierce. A second Drake claim. Drake scaling in their sights. And the nightmares start to creep back in the heads of Ruddy, right? Defeat A familiar tale in the final for this organization. They've been there once, and they stumbled. This time, on the finish line. They're not out of this game yet by any means, but maybe those bad memories come to halt them. Venomcrest, first time this organization is here, so fresh memories for them. But players like on this team knows what it likes to lose at this exact step.
Ruddy. Matching, but matching.
Something's happening on the bot lane. I think Lenny's trying to 1v1 build. I'm just saying, if you're looking at the pings and what has been used.
Yeah, but they're matching shallow, so Lenny is going to be able to move in towards the river and join the safety of Venomcrest, but that's built trying to find an opportunity because the individual members of Ruddy, as you were alluding to earlier, they're the ones that need to find these opportunities. Look where Yon is here. He's hunting for that Corki, even though the wave hasn't been prepped on top side. They're all trying to find that pick that they can leverage into a huge lead. Because Ruddy, every time Venomcrest have started finding leads in group situations, started finding fights, we look at the map 2 seconds later and Ruddy's in control of it and they're looking to try to do it again.
Yeah, they really want this tier 1, but Ruddy willing to fight for it. I do believe it will go down here as the autos come through. That falters, the gold lead grows yet again. It's another one of the scenarios. A team is building up a small lead, far from insurmountable. And we've seen the team with that lead throw it away time and time again. It's like a tennis match, right? The ball is in one team's court, then in the others, and it just keeps going back and forth. But this time, it's match ball, it's series point, it's championship point. Venomcrest, they don't want to throw this away. Ruddy still feel like they've got their hand in the cookie jar there. Just one big fight away from making this an even game state. And when the Baron spawns, well, one big fight can put you right back in the lead.
One big fight, but which team composition do we think wins those fights right now? And Lingard, he stepped up really hard in that first fight. They played really hard around him on bot lane, so clearly Venomcrest's faith is in Lingard, and so far he has rewarded that in this crucial game 5. He's into Nata, a player that we've talked about as being such a consistent member of Ruddy, but does he really have the opportunities on this Kai'Sa in this game, or is it risky going in there against the Lulu, against the Aphelios?
The Herald the Katurkan died for is summoned, won't even get a charge.
Nah.
Oh, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts. The tower wall will be claimed in the bot lane, the gold with 1,000. I mean, if they catch Lingard out now, or Fears, they might look for the Baron and they're back
but also
in a situation they feel confident in.
A big grouping on midsection there was met by Ruddy by pushing out both top and bot. Ruddy, they are slowly getting themselves a lead
Lenny
again. Alex
against Alex.
Oh,
the redemption is there, taking healing up Lenny. Alex is dead. Surely he can't outplay this. As Lingard flashes for it, the kill will come. As the ultimate connects, it is Lenny who claims the kill. A lot committed though, and not much else gained. That Lingard flash could be crucial. Katurkan will look at that cooldown and say, I have my chance. But can he find it in the next 5 minutes?
Yep, Lenny getting the last hit there. Alex, pretty sure he could have just played the wave, but every single time he gets the opportunity, he seems to go straight in for the fight. Not going to be such a bad result.
TP, they're pinging the Baron, they want it.
Never mind, let's take that back. It's going to be a horrible result. No
Alex
ultimate for Lingard. No ultimate
for Lingard, no flash as well. The damage of the Baron is high. Simpy is taking
turrets
and hurting. And you can see Alex can TP in. Venomcrest, have you overstepped? As Katurkan senses that this could be that moment. Alex, without the failed shield though, can't quite close the gap. The Baron is stopped. They realized they might be too willing to push their luck there. As Build instead will take this time to get some damage on the mid lane tier 1.
Ruddy had one teleport on Alex, and that teleport is now gone. So Venomcrest are now going to play the TP advantage for the opening salvos of Baron. We're 21 minutes in. Drake is up. I'm not entirely sure Venomcrest cares if they get an individual Infernal Drake. They're able to set up the map now with a teleport advantage. So they are going to be the guys trading the Drake for some semblance of tempo here. Then on the next set of rotations, they have an easier time thinking about the map than Ruddy do. Ruddy, stay on this very concentrated grouping. They're giving up top tier 1, but they're like, you know what, we'll give that up for a mid tier 1 10 out of 10 times. We really do need this. This is going to enable our side lane play so much more. And then they'll probably move back into silos, move back into those contests, but with an easier time having their midsection lean into them, particularly where Nat is concerned. Kai'Sa pretty much needs to half roam compared to most AD carries. So she's going to be able to join in those side lane fights very fast, so long as you can get good distance in, which you can now that mid-tier 1 is down.
Lingard, man, all on him. Someone who's been in this situation multiple times and always come up short. He's the one with the gold lead. He's gone full in for the crit build. No first item that gives that extra wave clear or attack speed when he hits that third item spike. If you remember back in the good old days of AD carries, when you built the straight up crit, I mean, that 3 item spike, that's the big one, right? 75% crit chance. More likely than not, you'll hurt like a truck. Ooh, he's not far from that. Power spikes, though, for Ruddy. You talked about the 1 item spike. What are they looking for now to really feel confident in potentially taking a fight?
I think just the core key characteristics that both teams have showed throughout the entire series is the exact same thing as their win conditions for this game, which I think is honestly a beautiful level of symmetry as far as the story of this series goes. Venomcrest clearly in control of Baron right now, built on reset from bot lane. I anticipate him moving in towards mid before going back bot. Lenny ahead of him towards mid lane. No flash on Lenny, no flash on Lingard, but Lingard will have the ultimate if Venomcrest are going to do this constrained 2-lane play into starting the Baron. Yep, we see Vayne moving towards mid. They are anticipating this. They're anticipating the big Baron bait. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Alaric is going to be the one who's caught, but I mean, it's a rail. Should be able to get up built. Takes a bit of damage from Lingard, who snipes him up. Turrican there as well. And one pick on someone like a Turrican could open up the opportunity. I think if Venom just get one, they'll go for it, but depending on who Ruddy might still have a chance to fight it out and bring themselves back. Just 2k separating these two teams. 24 minutes in. Whew, take a deep breath, zoom out, right? The Baron, that will really be the deciding factor. It's the next fight we're looking for. Both teams have a gut feeling that if they play it right, they can win it. They can come out on top. They can fulfill their climb to the top of the mountain.
But right now we're playing Venomcrest's game, not Ruddy's game. This is a grouping. This will turn into a team fight. This is a scenario Venomcrest have picked for, rather than Ruddy. If Ruddy want to make something like this, they need to be able to attack it at multiple angles, split Venomcrest off, and get Vayne these individual 1v1s into 1v1s into 1v1s, or Alex, or Nata, or any member of their team. This is a team built for side lanes, not built for these extended groupings. So Ruddy, now that this situation is disengaged, they really do want to get back out on the map where they're more comfortable.
It's all around this Baron Drake. Yes, soul point in 1.5 minutes, but we saw how little Venomcrest cared last Drake. 3 item spikes. Not far away, but look at Lingard's build. He would have gotten there had he decided to complete some items, but the BO5 sword, maybe just to get that extra bit of damage over the line, as the Dominic's regard looks to be next up. So still only 50% crit, and with that IE already finished, right? He wants that 75 because it's the crit autos that really do hurt. Still though, everything around this Baron. Yes, the silence are pushed out. Teleports are up. Every summoner in the book is up. It's like this split has all built up to this one team fight around the Baron. We're on the cusp of a potentially blowout fight that will put one team so close to the victory that the finish line is in their sights.
And it looks like the Baron has been
on the
started. Oh, okay, so tempo opening up for Ruddy, but, you know, they'd be glad to lose that bot inhibitor if it got them the Baron.
He's half HP, but they still fancy their chances. Build is running up here. Venomcrest yet again. Don't want to flip it.
Turn? Wow, I think if they
Ruddy.
Alaric! Turning, they're going to do well.
Goes for the engage. He's found them, but not the carries. And the 4-man lead. Turrican's found them all, but there's no follow-up. There is absolutely no follow-up. They're all too low. They can't come into the fight, Turrican. Not quite dead. They're all out. No one died.
No one died. No Baron taken. And now both teams are going to reset and try to play their games again. Ruddy trying to play map. Almost were able to make the 2-man pick on bot side. And Venomcrest, they're just going to rush it. They're going to rush it during the resets. They know Ruddy want to reset and do it again. Venomcrest are like, hang on, mate. Why bother doing that when I can just take it right now?
Builders on the Drake, he'll claim that, but this is the grand prize. Alaric will spot it sooner rather than later.
Oh my god.
But it's gone.
Oh my god.
It's gone, it's taken. I can't believe that they've got the objective they came for, and they're able to get out 5-man. That's massive.
They are behind on the map right now, but you have to imagine getting a Baron for that. I think you'll take that trade every single time. You're going to be able to get the map in your favor fairly fast, so long as you can outfight Ruddy and your composition is strongest in those moments. Yes, no one died on the last rotation, but that's only because Lenny died before that. This was not an even numbers for Venomcrest. The longer that went on, the more likely it would become a straight 5 versus 4 in favor of Ruddy. That's the scenario where no one died.
And I would have loved to seen the fight before again, right? Because Kiturigan got them in phenomenal engagement.
Yeah.
But the reason the team wasn't there, they were all hurt by something. I can't tell what. Maybe the Lingard ultimate or Fierce got a big rocket off with some damage, but they were all too low to commit because they would have still died despite the sleep being phenomenal. Lingard now stepping forward. He wants that crown. He's been chasing for so many years. And this lead now up to 4k. But the blowout fight wasn't there. The Baron though taken and used it to take the standing gold on the map, pushed themselves further in the lead. Or reaching the 30-minute mark. That means one more fight. A clean ace by the team, and the game is likely done, especially as Alex is almost breaking open the base on the bottom. He might do it actually with the recall being cancelled. Will he do it?
He's on it.
I think he's gonna
But
get
like
it.
but the solution for Venomcrest is really simple. You just run it up bot. You run it up top lane now. That's what you do.
TP. They're TPing him from behind. Like they want to get Alex here.
Or you kill him.
They really want to kill him. He doesn't know if he's here.
I mean,
he wants to save
just
Bro, and he's down. He's out to safety.
just run it up top lane, bro. You don't need to make the pick. Just run it up. Yep. You see the pings coming out on the tier 2 on top side there, so they are absolutely intending to run it up top lane.
3 items coming through for the carries. Both Nata and Lingard. 3 items on Fierce. Alex not quite there, but surely not too far after considering they're even in gold. I know the items are a bit cheaper on the side. There it comes. 3 items. 100% crit now. He's level 16. Alex, if he finds the right engage, if anyone finds the right engage, they have the damage to win not only fight the game, but the championship as well. The NLC title. Lingard, yet again, stepping up, trying to force this siege. He is so far.
It's a grouping.
3 items on Aphelios. Look at what it does to the HP bars of Ruddy. The ultimate is on 4. I think Kiturigan might be dead. Oh, has to go golden. Alex, the shield is forced. The fight has begun. And Kiturigan is dead.
They've done it!
Alaric is dead. This could be it. One final push.
White gun.
They have the
They
red.
don't have much ammo.
They don't have much ammo yet, so the guns will have to change. I'm not sure this is it.
He's saving it for
Bill,
Nexus, sorry.
Alex, and Nata, you have to step up now.
Nah.
Everything is there, but they have to save the game. Nexus turrets in their sights, the championship in their sights. Alex goes in. He's rooted up, and he's down. Oh, not down. He's out. He's back. They stopped the push. The game ain't over, but we're on the cusp of finding the victors.
He was about to be on green-purple on the turret push, but he synchronized it so that both green-white went down pretty much in the correct order and put him immediately on blue. Which would have been really good if any other fight happened or any other push happened, and then he positioned himself just immediately outside of Alex's ult range. That was an incredibly clean set of moves that Lingard just did there, given all the circumstances.
Fierce! He outplays Alex! He went for the skill check! And he
Fizz got fed up of the Lingard praise. He was like, hang on, this is my series, buddy. And just slams Alex. Oh.
Venomcrest can now march down mid lane in a 4v5 scenario for 30 seconds. Alex pushed his luck. The demons in Ruddy's head, they were here last split even. And they came short. They will have to make a base defense for 20 more seconds as Lingard, as Venomcrest march on. They've seen the finish line and they can see it once again, but they back off, not wanting to make that mistake because the game not yet over. Know that Ruddy can pull a rapid out of their head at any minute. The summoner's up for them. Alaric can always find that wonderful engage, so they have to be careful.
Fierce, possible series MVP.
Lingard, you overstand, Alaric! He goes in, he forces his luck, but it's not enough. The 5v5 is there, and Lingard untouched, and down goes Build. He oversteps as Alex.
Fierce is here! Fierce is here!
He found Lingard, but Fierce will not give up. He was tired of the Lingard praise, and he stands untouched, Alex. He found the prince, who might soon be crowned, but he can't do it on his own. He's gonna go down to Fierce. Fierce, he's had enough, plucked out of the second division of Hit Point, and right into potentially the championship of the NLC.
Potentially the championship for Venomcrest, and potentially a finals MVP for Fierce here as well. When Lingard falls, Fierce steps up every single time. Oh, Alex wants round 2. Oh, he second guesses it. He second guesses it. Alex and Fierce are really going at it on the series. Remember how this series began, right? These will be Corky matchups. Fierce was getting taken to task by Alex in lane, but would always bring it back in later portions of the game. In this game, this last few games, it really has been all about Fierce in that matchup. He's really stepped up. Yes, it's been Corky 5 games in a row, but if you know what you're good with, you know, I can only call you an asset to your team. Unless it's picking Mundo, in which case it
wow. This game, this series is delivered on every parameter. 5 games, could not have wished for more. I think if you're a fan of either of these teams, you would have wanted to be over in 3 games, obviously, in your team favor. But that last fight showcased, despite the golden lead, despite their backs against the wall, Ruddy can still fight. They're still in this. It's not over until the Nexus falls. Baron on the map. Fierce in the bot. He has the TP if he wants to join. Flash available on Lingard. He's reached 100% crit. Fierce TP's in. This will be the decider. You have to feel it.
Fierce on them.
Is down. The Baron still stands. The sleep comes through. Lenny is dead. They've disengaged successfully. Ruddy will have one last stand, but it will be 4v5 as the Baron goes down. Venomcrest.
Oh my god.
The history books is open. So many pages have been written, but the victor yet to be etched in with ink. Now, though, the march towards the Nexus, the wave has pretty much been cleared, but there's one coming right after. Katurikan needs to get back, and I'm not gonna say it's over until I see that clean ace, because somehow I do still have that gut feeling Ruddy can make the miracles happen. The favorites all split. Backs against the wall. It is now that they have to make it happen. Venomcrest underappreciated. All split. God. People thought they were down and out after losing to Ruddy, but they 3-0'd Nord. And now they're on the steps of the pearly gates of a split victory. So close to that crown as Alex now steps over. The only finds the UKX. Lingard still untouched. The damage now coming through. As they disengage, then he TP's in. But yet again, they can't fight the full commit that leads to the 8th. The game still yet to be decided. Spilled! Goes forward, but he can't do anything. He doesn't have the damage. Alex, try as you might, but the prince will finally be crowned as Lingard and Venomcrest are crowned champions of the NLC. Long live the king! As Venomcrest, for the first time in their history, are your NLC champions.
Wow! Wow! What a finale, actually. What a performance from everyone involved. My god, heartbreak for Ruddy. So close at the end there, but Venomcrest, they survived us in spring, they faltered at the last hurdle. They surprised us again in summer, and it looked like they faltered at the last hurdle. But they stood up, and they took Ruddy to task on the day where it mattered most. What a champion. NLC, always the underdog region, sending an underdog first seed into EMEA Masters. What an incredible finale. What an incredible BO5.
The story, man, it is beautiful, right? An organization that has, through tough work, hard work, taken step by step, brick by brick, built themselves up through the NLC ecosystem. NLC Division 2 champs just 1 year ago, and now who would have thought that they would have made playoffs in the first split, that they would have qualified for EMEA Masters in summers, that they would be champions at the end of 2024. And these players, Lenny, Theocax, Fierce, plucked out from Hit Point Division, 2nd Division, France out of nowhere. And then you take Lingard and Simpy, who has never won anything meaningful in their career. Now, the Prince will finally be king. It's a phenomenal story, and commiserations to Ruddy for a great series. And those young players there.
You know what? You know what? We never really talked about Fierce that much in the regular split. Fierce was not the mid lane on the tip of everyone's tongues, but this series performance from him on that Corki. My
Wonderful,
God,
man.
when
Wonderful.
people are back at this series, they'll be wondering how did this guy get that Corki 5 games in a row. Lingard definitely stepping up on that final game, but Fierce stepped up for the entire series where it mattered the most. What an incredible performance from him. I hope he continues to show that against the EMEA Masters, because mid lane right now in Europe, I don't know if you guys have been watching, is in an extremely strong spot right now. So Fierce has many more tasks ahead of him as he represents NLC as first seed.
It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. We could sit here and talk about this for ages.
Oh yeah.
But at the end of the day, veteran, there is nothing more to say than commiserations to Ruddy. They played a great final, and I hope they do so well at EMEA Masters. But Venomcrest, the story, the hard work through many years to now finally reach the pinnacle of what the NLC has to offer. Congratulations on that championship. Nothing less, nothing more to be said as thank you very much for joining me and Veteran for 5 exhilarating games here on the caster desk. Ashram will gracefully lead you through the rest of the day here as we round out what has been a phenomenal split in the NLC history books.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Venomcrest takes it all at the end of the day, and it NLC Kings It's the Venom! It's the snake! They did it somehow. They climbed the mountain brick by brick and they took down the unbeatable Ruddy. They were the ones doing it at playoffs at the beginning on Win the Bracket by taking one game, and then they were able to finish it all on a 3-2. I know your predictions. You know what?
I'm
Before
heartbroken.
anybody speaks under this, I'm going to give you some time to think about it. Let's toss to the interview. I want to talk with Lingard. Talk to me. How you feeling, man? Gosh.
I feel great. I mean, it was a long time ago. I won NLC. I'm back here again, and I did it with my team, of course, my beautiful teammates. I'm happy.
At the end of the split, while we were trying to approach playoffs, did you ever thought the way things were going that this was a possibility?
For sure. I think we've been the best team in the league. We just had things to work on, and I knew with confidence that we'd take it all.
When you faced Ruddy for the first time on the first best of 5, it was a weird series. The fourth game is still in my mind. It is, you know what happens. When you lost that one, where you were like, okay, we lost, but we are aware of why we lost this one. So if we can do it again, we're gonna win. Was that in your mentality, straight up?
Of course. I mean, the game 4 was in our hands. We just screwed up in the Baron fight, which have been like a weakness of ours for a long time. But I think we all came to our senses and we talked about it. We reviewed it and we got here. So I think game 4.
That.
I'm sorry, I cut off a bit.
Oh, so when you look into a series like this versus a team like Ruddy, like full-on chaos, a lot of team fights, whether you want it or not, how do you prepare versus a team like that? Because you want to play your gameplay, but they force you to play their own gameplay. How do you prepare yourself?
I actually think each and every team in NLC has the same gameplay as Ruddy in the way that they draft and want to play, which is essentially to all in and perma fist fight. They have a very predictable way of playing, and ever since playoffs we started to actually realize this by going for a lot of Rakan picks and now playing the enchanters on bot lane. And it also gives me a lot of comfort, like in the comfort zone, because I can play on hyper carry in order to essentially lead us to victory. So.
Lingard, okay, we're done with that boring stuff. Let's get to the good stuff.
Yeah,
once we reached the last game and you were close like to the Nexus, you knew you were going to win that last team fight. I want to know communications. Any sort of sentence that you can highlight it into the entire broadcast that is safe for broadcast, by the way, because I know when you're winning, a lot of things are said. So is there any sentence you can bring up, any sort of momentum or emotion from anyone in the team?
I mean, our analyst, exactly when we ended, he said he would go out and celebrate with a lot of certain beverages, you know, and I think that sets the tone on what we're all gonna do tonight. Even though we're not together, you gotta celebrate somehow, and I mean, we're just happy. It's just a lot of happy emotions. Yeah.
Now you're talking about happiness, Lingard. What does this mean specifically to you? Because winning a game, it's different from every single player. For some, it's like proving themselves. For others, it's like, I can do this, I can evolve. It was because of my team players, my teammates. What does this mean to you specifically?
It means a lot, and I think you mentioned it. It's about proving myself that I'm good enough to play League. I've always been second place. I played in Italy, I got second place. In Spain, in Germany, I got third place. In Greece, I got second place, right? So I never actually got the trophy except for my first split. So it feels really good, and also to play this with a lot of people who doesn't have the experience that I've with players I played with before, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm super happy, and I think this is a great way to just end the splitter.
You're the NLC king, but my question to you is, now you have to fight for other regions as well. You're about to embark on EMEA Masters as the first seed of NLC. What is your opinion, or what are you expecting? Because gameplay out there can be scary.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be facing a lot of tough opponents. But for now, actually, I can't think about EU Masters.
Forget about it.
Why do it right now? I'm happy the way I am. I think you should just live in the moment, for sure.
If you could say thank you to anyone in your life that is currently here or no longer here, who would you say thank you to?
My grandpa. He had a lot of confidence in me. He's no longer with us, but yeah, I wasn't expected with that question, but my grandpa.
And I hope you understand that the way you smile and the way you win brings something of him as well. Keep shining, Lingard. Pleasure
Thank you,
to
man.
meet you.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon.
That was a very sweet interview. That was a very, very sweet interview. I'm super happy for Venomcrest because
Me too.
there were a lot of doubters. Everyone was in Ruddy camp. I know Archer can be smug about this. We'll have that, but let's just give the moment to like everybody was really in the Ruddy camp here. I think even Archer deep down at the beginning of the day was like, I think this is probably a Ruddy win. But Venomcrest proved everybody wrong. They played an absolutely amazing game. I think the thing that really stood out to me from this series was they just had such a good read on the draft versus Ruddy. They just consistently outdrafted Ruddy the entire day. And they executed those comps to the best of their ability, and ultimately, it was not an easy win. I can't beat around the bush. I think Venomcrest made mistakes here today. I think Ruddy made mistakes here today, but ultimately, Venomcrest played better, they drafted better, and they pushed it all the way to that 5 games. But damn, what a day! What an absolute day it's been.
Oh, what a day.
I thought this was a 3-0. I thought I'd be in bed by now. I'm gonna be real with you. I thought I'd be in bed by now. I did not expect a 3-0.
Not even 10 PM, mate. You hit 30 and boom, there it is.
I
Look at these eye bags, man. This is a guy who is expecting to have a quick day and go to bed early.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. Something I noticed though about Venomcrest is one, you did mention one thing, Hiprain, that I really do believe, like, why Venomcrest won today was literally their preparation. I feel like a strong part of why Venomcrest did well, like not just the lane swaps, but understanding when it was good, why it was good, and how you're gonna perform it and execute it. And honestly, this is one of the, I would say, I want to say it's like, oh, this is the power of hard work, right? But I feel like everyone in that team, coaching staff as well, worked hard. I can tell that the Venomcrest staff, coaching staff, like, they did good. They did really good with the preparation. And I just wanted to shout them out because I think, you know, not many people think, oh, just the Venomcrest one is just 5 players. In reality, the coaching staff do a lot too. And yeah,
Absolutely.
I think
It was honestly from top to bottom. Honestly, for Venomcrest, it was sick. I don't think anyone came into, came into the regular split, came into the second half of the regular split, the start of playoffs, the quarters, the semis, the finals, thinking that Venomcrest were gonna come out and take it all. Right? Like honestly, these guys. I actually, oh mate, I'm so smart. I just realised I said this right at the top of the show. Right? Venomcrest have been defying expectations all throughout the split, right, and playoffs, and here they are with a 3-2 win, being our NLC champions. And yeah, they seem to, just the way they worked the map and the way that they really took it to Ruddy, a team that otherwise didn't look, I don't want to say looked unbeatable. They obviously had lost some games, but a lot of times when they lost, it felt like they were beating themselves, right? And this time, very much so, it was Venomcrest taking it to Ruddy, just outclassing Ruddy. And it was beautiful stuff to see. And I will say on the flip side for Ruddy, it's come at a good time. You've been knocked down a peg, you've been humbled, right? It sucks to not win the NLC, but now you've got your sights on EMEA Masters, which obviously is a grander stage, and you realize, okay, we have some things to fix. We've got some stuff to work on now. You know, we are not immortal. We've been challenged. Now we've got to, you know, really step up if we're going to look to do anything at EMEA Masters. And I hope this experience can turn into a positive one, that they can then move into EMEA and show us more things.
You 100%. It's about defying expectations, and they did. I love this storyline, and Kasim, maybe you can help me on this one as a pro player. The idea that during a series, a meta and the mentality evolves or devolves. And in my opinion, on this best of 5, I believe Venomcrest were able to just climb that mentality and adaptation through Champion Select. And I think Ruddy went the opposite way. I don't want to like throw any sort of flame or torch in anyone, but like bringing in the Vayne, you know, when you could have brought in some sort of different pick into the top side in order to play for the team instead of winning the lane. All those things at the end kind of weigh on themselves. And this is really good for the team, but it's also painful.
I mean, my current read on basically what happened today, like, don't get me wrong, I was rooting for Ruddy, and I'm still happy for Venomcrest because they won.
Yeah.
They did rightfully deserve to win because they won. In my opinion, just played better. They prepared better. They just were the better team overall today.
Yeah.
I also think this is also like a continuation of what happened in the upper bracket final as well. So just imagine, you know, because of that first best of 5, like you can kind of see it as Venomcrest basically leveled up from that in terms of like they adapted, they improved on what they needed to do for the next time, aka today. And I think for Ruddy, it was kind of like it's not that they didn't really improve, but rather they thought whatever they did already in the upper bracket will just work the same way. And it's kind of like what Lingard mentioned, right? They kind of read them a bit in terms of what they play and how to punish, and you know what, we can literally blind Lulu and Rakan and get away with it. And honestly, that is one of the, I guess, weaknesses that Ruddy can obviously take and, you know, understand that, you know, this is one of the weaknesses. Let's improve this for EU Masters, because honestly, they still are a good team when they want to be. That's one thing that Ruddy can be, right? Like literally, they can decide, you know what, today I'm gonna wake up, I want to be good. But to have that confidence, you gotta be able to keep it, right?
Yeah, and you need to translate this towards EMEA Masters. We were talking about that, and we talked with the players. Obviously, for Venomcrest, it's about celebrating. Forget about that. Our trophy has been lifted. We just needed that. Then we can think about the next step, which is going to be a hard one as well for both teams. Ruddy have to readapt and readjust as they move on into EMEA Masters. And this is it. NLC Summer Split 2024. It is completed. And with that in mind, I would like to see the brackets. I would like to show everybody at home the bracket, because this is a story on itself. The way that Venomcrest, as you told us, like started with versus Ruddy. They got a game. They lost the fourth one, and they know why they did it. They readjusted. Coming from the bot side, Nord versus DMG. It was a long series.
They
but
did
then
a
it was a
Ruddy.
sweep. Tell me.
Venomcrest kind of did a Ruddy, not quite as dramatic as they did in spring, but like
Yeah.
they had a miracle run all the way. I mean, coming into second, playing versus Ruddy, getting beaten out 3-1, and then making their way back up after Nord. I got toe to toe with them. They actually smashed through Nord as well. I very happy to see this run from Venomcrest, because they were a team who, again, I think a lot like Nord last split, had like this very strong start, but then fell off as we moved into spring, and into the tail end of spring. This time around, just like Nord, had a very strong start and continued to stay consistent throughout the entire split. There was some real growth across the year from them, and for them to have had that amazing run at the beginning of the year and then ending their summer split in this way, they're going to be super happy.
There you go. Venomcrest are your champions of NLC Summer 2024. Congratulations to them and best of luck as they move on to a new height, as they're going to try and defeat the entire UBIP. It's going to be a tough one, but let's see what happens for NLC. Hey, we have 4 seeds. It's already an improvement. I know everybody has 4 seeds, but step by step. Step by step.
Back to where we once were.
You know, a win is a win. A win is a win. Talking about wins, let's do it. Bring up predictions.
So many people had a duckling day. So many people had a duckling day.
I knew something was wrong if I had the same thing as duckling. I knew something was wrong. Oh my god.
Archer had a pretty good day.
Oh, Oh, this is gonna taste good. You know why? You know why? Wait. Before we move on, because if I'm not mistaken, Duckling had 3 Duckling days in a row.
I
was
think
at the
he just
top
gets
of the
fired
bracket.
at this point, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's just we just fire him now.
You know what? Let's show it.
What are the? Yeah, I want to see the totals because I was 0 across the board.
Okay, I stayed third. I stayed third.
That's
Podium
no way.
position, baby.
Oh,
Wow.
I could have done it. I was so close. I was
Wait, you
4
can get
points away
minus.
from greatness.
You get minus. Oh my.
You
Alright,
can.
5 down, right?
I'm technically still above, and I had one bad day. So think about it that way.
Jeez.
You know the guest at the start of playoffs was in 4th place.
Really? Well, that's not
Yeah,
my fault,
good
is it?
job, by the way.
Thank you, Ruddy. Very, very nice.
What chaos, what chaos. I love this. Somehow Initialize wins the leaderboard in predictions. He actually pulled it off with a 3-2. That was the only points he was able to salvage, or else he would have a Duckling day, and he would not be there. Everybody went down. There's only one individual going up, the craziest individual. So congratulations to everybody for participating on prediction as well during summer split. It was lovely. Foxdrop, you were so close.
Honestly, I'm generally actually quite annoyed. I was really close to getting a fat goose
to
egg across the
greatness. Oh, that was so close.
board. I'll do better next split. It turns out getting 0 net neutral is harder than winning the thing.
Next
Actually,
split,
yeah.
next split, I've got a plan. I'm just gonna put 12 points on one game every day. That's
that,
my
though?
game plan. I'm just gonna like all in bet on everything.
I don't think it's allowed, but you know what?
I
Let's
don't
bend
care.
the rules.
I'm gonna make that. I don't care. I'm gonna bend the rules. I'm just gonna psycho bet on one game every day.
Look, here,
Hey.
Crane. You can put 12 points on me, okay? Don't worry.
Thanks, man.
Wait.
Thanks.
Is
You
that
coming
leak?
back? You coming back? He's
As a
coming back!
caster.
I was gonna say that's a leak, isn't it?
Oh, man.
If he speaks, he gets in trouble. He's still on the contract.
Hey, I'm just a
NBA,
guest.
pull the plug.
I'm just a guest
I've
here,
never
guys.
been more quiet and waiting for the reaction.
Honestly, that's the least Kasing's ever yapped. He's
Yeah.
That's true. That takes a lot, mate. That takes a lot.
He's waiting for late game. He's not doing anything.
I'm scaling, guys.
early.
Don't you worry. Oh.
Hipred Foxdrop and then Kasing. Let's say our goodbyes. What do we say?
I'm very excited to see how our teams do at EMEA. I know today was rough for Ruddy, but they have proven to be a very, very capable team, so I hope they bounce back. Big congratulations to Venomcrest, and I'm really excited to see who Kasing is supporting in NLC next split.
Okay.
Yes, yes, that's what I want to hear too. I'll just say the playoffs were absolutely banging, actually, for this split. Really, really sick. I think, you know, the DMG North series was ridiculously close as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, I think the only kind of like weak-ish, I guess, series was the Nord series where they lost 3-0. But then they went into the last chance qualifier at EMEA, and they did really well there. Honestly, I think they were like, you know, they got to the finals. Honestly, they got to the finals.
They got to
almost
final
made it,
versus
so-
Misa. Like
Yeah, and they did good. So if I shouldn't say it, should I? But I have relatively tempered high hopes for the NLC at EMEA because, you know, if Nord can go out and do some things there, you know, and I think, hey, let's see what Ruddy and Venomcrest can do.
Playoff at least one team in a playoff. I think that's my optimistic outlook.
imagine.
I
Kasing.
mean, let me think. I'm just trying to think if Venomcrest and Ruddy can actually like learn from each other right from this series and actually, you know, develop more than just one style, you know, because at the moment it's kind of like for Venomcrest, even though there's just one, it's like their style has always just been front to back. But against teams that want to split push, they're gonna have a lot more like a harder time than what they face today, you know. So it's just more like if they can develop not just Venomcrest but Ruddy as well, I think at least one of them can make it out of groups. I'm pretty sure.
But your goodbyes, Kasing.
I mean, my goodbyes. I mean, you know, it's not really a goodbye. I'm not leaving, am I?
He's just
come
teasing
on,
me at this
man,
point. He's
come
just teasing
on.
me. Come on,
this guy.
Kasing. Come on, you gotta share the news. Okay, thank you, Kasing, so much for being with us on the day.
Oh my god! No, but it
This
was
is
a
my
pleasure
time
to be
as
here.
well. As a host, it was a pleasure to have you all three with us, and the production. You guys were amazing throughout the entire split. Congratulations to Venomcrest, also Ruddy, step up. Come on, we're waiting for you as well for the Swiss round of EMEA Masters. For all of you that are watching, tune in for EMEA Masters and root for the team that you want to root, regardless of what region you're rooting. What we want is a good show as well. And from us at NLC, for you folks at home, it was a pleasure to have us with us throughout the entire split. We've run a lot. I think this is a rebuild, and so far this has been really interesting. And let's believe in the region. Let's believe in the RL system. And until we meet again, keep climbing. I'll see you soon. I love you very much. Have a good one!
Bring it down, bring it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do.